Incorporate your journey.
Begin a new and exciting career and/or get a raise. How? Career training opportunities. Let the College Bound Network match you to a school that is right for you. Specialized career learning at a career college near you or online. College Bound Network advisors will help you find the right school for you. Make a difference in your life and the lives of others. Turn your passion into a career. Harness your skills in an accredited career college. Training is fast, convenient, and flexible. Degrees, diplomas, certificate programs available for career advancement. Just call. The call and service is free. Advisors are ready to help you. Call us now at 1-800-790-4803. The College Bound Network. That's 1-800-790-4803. 1-800-790-4803.
Are you an inventor, or do you know an inventor who would like to attempt to have an invention or idea patented and submitted to industry? For free information on how to proceed, phone toll-free 1-800-552-7900. InventHelp, America's largest invention company, has inventors' information you can have free. Record your invention's date of origination, plus get an informative brochure and other material of interest to new inventors from the company whose patent referral services have helped secure more than 7,000 patents. Learn how to get your free information by dialing 1-800-552-7900. That's 1-800-552-7900. Even if you only have an idea for improving an existing product and don't know where to go with it, you'll want this free inventor's information. It shows how InventHelp may assist you in trying to patent your invention and submit it to industry. It's a free call, so call now. 1-800-552-7900. 1-800-552-7900. That's 1-800-552-7900.
You want entertainment. Wholesome, interesting entertainment.
Shut your face.
I'm a pervert.
You love cock! Just take your hands and brush them gently on your nipples and just like zone out.
And after the show,
Hope she's screaming like that later in an alley.
My junk smells like Wayne Newton.
So you're saying you make love to the dead?
Dresses make me want to get fucked up the butt.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
This is an XL channel which may contain explicit language. Channel blocking is available by calling 1-800-XM-RADIO or for XM Canada 877-438-9677.
Yeah. And he's like, hey, guys, just, enjoy yourselves.
Hey, guys.
Billy eats one of the cookies and goes, you have to get that out of here or I'll eat the whole thing. And, literally did, that female wave, get it away.
Get it away.
Yeah, it would have really
There's something else going on with that story, though. Vinny, how needy is he, Jimmy? Bringing in baked goods from home so you guys become friends with him or something?
No, they were from the club. They were from the dessert menu.
That fucking Chesler, they couldn't sell them anymore probably for health code reasons.
He knew they were going to be in the dumpster in 20 minutes. Figured, what the hell? I'll look like a good guy.
Collecting them off of other people's tables.
Yeah, they had fucking the pubic hair of the cook and a few other people. Fucking jet bucket.
Get him on the phone so we could yell at him. All he does is he's just nice to us and we just trash him.
I get it.
We all get it.
I'm not going to jump in on the trashing because I need
your
co-headliner gigs.
Vinny's a good shit.
Yeah.
Have on.
Bill Burr decided not to show up because you're here. What's going on with you two?
He's
there's a little riff.
Is he
he's
worried?
sleeping in my bed right now.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's in my bed.
Right where you left him.
Yeah, right where I left him. I painted one on his chin and said, I'm going to work, sweetheart. You fucking wait here and have some eggs ready when I get home.
Charlie, they're going to know what we were doing. I can't sit. Bill comes in, he's got a fucking prop up on his right side. His hip.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, when he called Steve, he was like, excuse me, I had something in my throat. I don't feel too good today.
He was bitching because you came home late the other night, and he was trying to get some sleep to do our show. And he goes, and then Joe comes in, and he's breathing heavy and fucking watching TV while I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah, he complained to me.
Yeah.
Now I live in his he owns the apartment, but I rent it. It's my place.
But it's officially yours now.
Yeah.
Because you're paying the rent, and he's in L.A., and he's not coming back anytime soon.
Yeah. But yesterday, he's over with Bobby Kelly.
Yeah.
And we're talking, and I go, and he goes, Yeah, you know, you're doing that all night last night. It just drove me fucking crazy. Just every 5 minutes, And then like
Great
10
Bill.
minutes, 10 minutes later, I do it again, and he looks at me, and he's like, you know, he makes that face, that squinty skull face that he makes.
Fantastic. You look and sound like him.
And I go, dude, get fucking used to it. All right, you're here for 3 days. I'm going to be clearing my throat. Like, he's the only guy that can make you feel nervous about clearing your throat. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I tried to give him rent one time early, and he yelled at me. We got into a fight. We were doing Uninformed. We got into a fight on the air.
Really?
Danny, remember this?
Yes, I do.
I tried to give him 2 months rent. You know, once. And he goes, you know, I don't want fucking 2 months rent. Give it to me 1 month at a fucking time. And he starts yelling at me. I go, you're the only guy that could get mad because I'm paying you early.
What was his point?
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
You still don't know his point?
I still don't know what his point was.
The first thing I'd ask is, what's your fucking point?
I think he was saying
why is this bad?
He didn't want the money in his hands early because he'd spend it or something like that. I don't know.
Cookies or he'll eat them. How about Bill has a fucking ounce of stick-to-itiveness? You gotta get your girlfriend out of here. I might rape her with a hammer.
I bet it's a commitment thing. Like, if you give him 2 months, he can't kick you out after a month if there's a problem.
He's never going to kick me out. He
needs the money.
I almost moved out once, and he was like clawing to keep me in there.
Really?
Because I'm such a good tenant. The place is
you pay rent early?
Yeah.
You piss him off?
Paying rent early. I let him come in and get sick in my goddamn bed.
You feed him jizz?
Yeah. You know.
So what does he got, the flu or something?
I don't know. He woke up, and he was like, he's like, I don't feel good.
Yeah.
And I was like, but it's hard to tell it, Bill. It's like you always make a face like you have the flu.
Yeah, he's just squinty. I don't.
Dude, you always know he's about... Thanks.
It's like,
I texted Kenny for a Mucinex. These clear your throat.
Oh, could I have one?
Sure.
Thank you. Do they make you drowsy now?
Throat.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, they knock you right out. That's why I'm going to take one at fucking 8:15.
8:15, whatever.
Look for a clock and there wasn't
You,
one.
Thank you.
It's fun, like Bill will say something like, you know, I don't feel good when you wake up. No one feels good waking up at that hour. To come in here and do this fucking show every morning when that alarm goes off, I don't feel good. I could legitimately call in and say I don't feel good
and not feel guilty
because I don't
about
feel
it.
good.
Right.
Yeah.
Until like I think till I hit the tunnel.
6:30.
Now when I hit like the tunnel, I'm like, all right, now at least I'm committed. I'm in Manhattan.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But before that, no, I'm exhausted. I feel good. I was probably drinking. It was a good bet.
That's like I was thinking about that when I was walking over today. When it's nice weather, getting up that early doesn't feel that bad. You're like, oh, it's a nice morning. I'm up. I'm awake.
A little fresh air.
The last time I was in was the day of that blizzard, and waking up, and it was the first time I had to be in at 6, and it was like walking out of my place at 5:30. It was dark.
It's
and it
nighttime.
Was snowing.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, this is rough, man.
Sucks.
This is really rough.
No one's up yet.
No.
In Manhattan, of all places, no one's up yet.
People are
it's
still
crazy.
going home. We've talked about that a few times. People are leaving the bars. When we would come in a little earlier than we do these days, people would just be coming home from bars, and you'd see them stumbling down the street.
Yeah.
I miss living on a side street because I would, the cars would be all fogged up. I caught 3 or 4.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, people fucking in the cars?
Oh, yeah. All
Isn't that
fogged
great?
up with some great, music just pumping through the system.
Isn't that great?
And then you get the walk of shame women.
Yeah, I've seen a few
walking
of them.
home
I
at
still see a few of
5:30.
them
Just
right
stumbling.
when I get out of the tunnel.
You
and make the
look at
turn
them
on
like
Third.
they're easy prey. What are they thinking? They're not walking straight. They're on heels.
Ripped fishnets, little
Right.
short skirt.
It's
Their hair is
safe.
just
They got
a
clothes
nest.
in their arms.
Right.
It's fucking fantastic.
They look like a maid going to do laundry. It's
Jesus
safe
Christ.
anymore, man. It's like, I was on Red Eye a couple weeks ago, and they were talking about that sting they did. They were doing some sting in the adult video stores where cops were going in and posing as gay guys.
Yep.
Oh.
That whole thing. And,
Sexy.
But it was like entrapment, the way they were arresting these gay guys. And
Hanging their dicks out.
Yeah, what were the cops doing that was entrapment?
They were like,
Who were the lucky cops that got that
Yeah.
gay?
Yeah, I know.
What did they do
That's
wrong?
why I left the force. All right, Kenny, you're going to be the mouth.
You're a mouth today.
they were doing this thing. They were like picking up guys in the store, and they'd be like, hey, and they'd strike up the conversation, and they'd be like, hey, let's go back to my place and hang out. And the gay guy'd be like, okay. And then under his breath, the cop would be like, for $100, like that, you know. And then they'd arrest the guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, but everybody
that's really fucking kind of
smart,
not right.
Yeah, it's shitty.
Yeah,
it's shitty.
is.
It's you know, but everybody was up in arms about it, and it's like. There should be hook. Like I can't even find a hooker on the street anymore. When I moved here 5-6 years ago, there was hookers and there was shady shit going on, and there was creepy people. At least a little bit still. There's fucking nothing anymore. Hell's Kitchen used to be riddled. The cars used to drive around with
hookers.
Oh, I remember
all the
that.
hookers. I haven't seen that in years.
They would hand out we did something on that at NEW. They'd hand out those cards. They would put the cards on your car on the side streets. And it was basically a limo where hookers just, rode around in.
And people
you jump in the back, get blown or whatever, and then they drop you off.
Yeah.
At the red light.
People want the streets cleaned up. They're like, we want hookers off the streets. Then the hookers, like Joe said, would start driving. And then they stop driving, and you get them on Craigslist, and now they're fucking targeting Craigslist. It's like, all you're going to do is put them right back on the streets. It's like, people think people are not going to fucking get blown for money? Of course they are.
Yeah.
So
it's been happening for a few years.
Yeah, leave them alone. Let them work on Craigslist.
Here's a doubloon for a blowjob. Blowjobs through history. Paid for. Hookers through history.
Can't even get a decent Asian rub down anymore because now they have to make it look like it's a legitimate massage parlor.
Yeah.
Or whatever a legitimate one is called. And they go in there wearing turtlenecks and khakis. Giving you a hand job like they just came from the Gap. You're like, oh, for fuck's sake. Jesus. They used to wear 90s and shit.
Yeah. You missed the skank, huh?
The city used to be a real, weird, creepy place. I remember when I was a kid coming into the city was like this. It was a big deal. Because it was so just seedy and scary. To be here, and we'd go on field trips. You take the bus from Long Island to the Museum of Natural History or some shit like that, and they would be like, "Okay, go directly from the bus to the stairs, stop on the stairs." It's like a whole drill because the whole city was like a piece of shit. It was
exciting,
full of
though.
Crime and predators and. Yeah, and it was
walked through
dirtier.
Times Square back
it was
then,
just
right?
Filthy. Like everything had bus exhaust on it. And the buses now, you see the buses go around. It's clean air bus.
Yeah.
And a bus takes off from a light. You forget the old days. Bus takes off from a light now. It's just the bus going. It used to be bang, bang, and this puff of black smoke everywhere.
It used to be like a Little Rascals movie.
Yeah,
like when the stove blows up.
You'd just be like covered in soot. The whole city had like a grit all over it. It was fucking bus fumes everywhere.
It was beautiful.
Not anymore. It was all clean. Everything shiny and lit up all nice.
You never went into Times Square in the 80s, right?
No chock full of nuts stores anymore.
Actually,
Times Square in the 80s?
I was a kid, but my aunt I had a great aunt that lived in the Bronx, so we'd come up to see her.
Yeah.
And we
Very overrated. Good fuck, but sensationalist.
We'd drive through Times Square to get there, coming out of the tunnel, and it was. I remember just being like, "Holy shit!" Even as a kid, like, look at all the. I knew what hookers were and shit,
Yep. Oh, and they dressed the part.
Yeah. And now,
they had no problems, telling the world they were a hooker.
It was just a
with
fascinating
the pimps in the doorways
thing.
and stuff.
As a kid, the first time you came in, because I remember looking out the school bus windows, you just looking up at the buildings and all the fucking riffraff and homeless on the street. It was just like culture shock. They're trying to give you like this Museum of Natural History little tour, and the bus ride in was more information than you needed as a child. They should have blacked those fucking windows out until you got there, blindfolded the kids. All right, we're at the Midtown Tunnel. Blindfold the kids until we get to the fucking museum. Because you'd look out the windows and just be like, what's that? All right, don't look at it. Holy shit. And the field trip moms that would be along and the teacher are just talking like, oh, fuck, look at that whore.
They should have, They should have blindfolded, like you're going to interview a warlord for 60 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Just they take it off when you're in front of those big mastodons in the museum and then go on your way because it was just the shit you would see as a kid was pretty frightening.
It was fantastic.
Amazing, too, like how many, like everybody, I'm not... I moved here 5 or 6 years ago, so I'm not old school New York, but I'm amazed that everybody from old school New York misses it. Like, I did a private gig last night that was literally looked like Trading Places. Remember, you know what I mean? Like when they have that board meeting at the beginning,
right.
It was like they were so rich and it was such old money. And I was sitting at dinner after the gig talking to this French guy who's like a wine guy, just, you know, totally suit, all decked out, and he was going off at dinner about the lack of hookers in the city.
Really?
He's going, I'm in 1983. I saw her. She was so beautiful. I had to fuck her. I had to fuck her. I didn't care. And I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, I thought I was going to be the dirtball at the table, and this guy was just outdoing me. And I was like, I guess everybody misses the smut of New York City.
The smut was it was such a big part of the city. Like, all the jokes, Johnny Carson telling the jokes about New York City, and it was always about the hookers and the filth and the crime and the muggings in Central Park. Like, Central Park was known as...
You could walk around there.
You'd be mugged. That was where you went to get mugged.
That was the wilderness.
Was Central Park.
It wasn't a park.
And obviously, there's places that you wouldn't go in the park, especially at night. Yeah. But you know, it's become a park. Yeah, people go there and fucking
extremely safe.
Girls are half dressed, and when on nice days out sunning, they'd be getting fucking gangbanged by a pack of fucking thugs. A few years back.
Do you think with the economy, you know, I mean,
yes,
New York,
it's going to turn right back into that.
It's already starting.
Yeah. Oh, you think it will?
It's already starting.
Because I thought, my theory was they were going to really pounce and try to shove all middle to lower class elements out of the city and create this completely white bread upper class. You know, culture here, and just keep raising the prices and just pay to play.
They're taxing the fuck out of the upper class, so
making it tougher for them to stay.
They're making it tougher for them to stay.
Why would you stay if you go somewhere else and get a hell of a lot more for your money?
You got the lower end jobs when everyone was working. You had those lower end jobs that kind of kept people. It was like, all right, as long as I have a job, I won't stick a gun in this fucker's face, you know. Right. And then those lower end jobs. Because the guy a little further up on the ladder lost his job, he takes the lower end job, and the other guy is now out on the street fucking you over. I just love anarchy for some reason. I really like that whole thing. As a kid, I was petrified of the whole thing. I used to cry like a motherfucker about everything. I've told that 1,000 times. But there was, if you remember, it was something in New York. It was called The $1 Million Movie. And the beginning of it, they would play the theme song to Gone with the Wind, and they would show scenes of the city at night. And it would scare the piss out of me to watch this, because I used to imagine what it would be like to get lost, to be lost in the city, and I would just start crying.
Ew.
I would be so scared that I would start fucking physically just crying and be upset.
What happened to you? A little scaredy cat, and now you're fucking a gun nut.
Let's see, I have guns, so I don't cry.
All right.
I cry when I don't have my guns.
Fair enough.
Well, look at like the Warriors. Like in that movie, every borough is bad.
Bad, yeah.
There's a gang running every section of the city.
Yes.
And one on roller skates in Yankee uniforms. That was very believable.
All right, that was a bit of a stretch, but...
Bunch of black guys with hockey sticks. The one sport they don't dominate.
We're the orphans. All right.
Yeah.
Orphans.
It's an apocalyptic city where all the gangs dress like they're on Broadway. These guys wear top hats.
That'd be a good one, right? The Midtown Gang.
The Firesteins.
You see, the Obamas visited the Queen, Joe?
Yes, very exciting.
We're all excited that they're over there. I don't know why.
That name sounds like royalty.
And the Obamas gave her an iPod filled with Broadway tunes and videos and...
it's got all kinds of great stuff. I was saying they should have just slipped in like 2 Girls, 1 Cup or
that was
fucking Tub Girl.
A nice fisting video.
Or Revolutionary War fucking movies. Thanks for nothing, you old cunt. I'm sure you remember this, but...
Mel Gibson's The Patriot. It starts up...
And the card they gave, it was inappropriate. It was, I hope you enjoy the music, you colonizing old whore.
Where do you find a colonizing old whore card?
Very difficult. You have to make one, and fucking good comeback, Jim. Fucking faggot. You have to draw one. Boo.
Boo.
So they just gave her an iPod, or like at least an iTouch?
Hey, man, she gave them an autographed photo, so...
Oh, a photo of her.
Yeah, of her.
Autographed.
Oh, and Philip?
Her and Prince Philip.
Oh, that useless fucking cuckold.
Dude, he's probably been tired of fucking her since 1963.
Oh, forget about it.
The fuck did I get myself into? He's thinking about
Yeah,
now.
he couldn't enjoy it.
How old is she now?
She is fucking old.
She's got to be 80.
That's it?
Perhaps more than that.
She's older than that, right?
She took over pretty young, though. She was a young little fucking queen.
Yeah, because her mom was alive until recently. The mom made 100, right?
The mum?
The mum, that's right.
The mum.
The mum.
The
100,
Queen
101,
Mum.
I think she made.
Holy
Jesus
shit.
Christ.
So she's got to be 80, early 80s, I would guess.
Fucking limeys.
Yeah.
Prince Charles. Spinal Tap.
That's my favorite line in the movie.
It's the best line when they fucking put the partition up when he's talking about his book. It's Bruno Kirby. And he's driving the limo and he's talking to the guys. Hey, you ever read this book by Sammy Davis Jr.? And he's talking about Frank Sinatra. You know, we're like Frank Sinatra. And they just look and put the partition up in the middle of talking. And he just goes, fucking limeys. The best line in the movie. You're right.
Whatever happened to
They don't
Kirby?
understand.
He's dead.
It's dead.
Bruno died?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
Yeah, he died like 2 years ago.
Yeah, pretty recently.
Why are we acting like that's a preposterous thing that
Bruno
has changed
Kirby's
everything?
dead?
Fuck him.
Well, he was pretty young, though. I mean, he was only in
what
his
did he die of?
50s.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Wow. And he played young Clemenza, who was
He's
an attack on the show.
He's a funny dude. He was great. Did you ever see the Larry Sanders?
Oh, yeah.
Where he was on? I was in The Godfather. Come on, man. No, you weren't.
No, you
It's a
weren't.
fucking great episode.
I was Clemenza, yeah, right.
What happened?
What? Oh.
What happened to him?
The leukemia got him?
Oh, leukemia. Jesus.
Poor Bruno Kirby.
Ah, that's sad.
That's a fun next to the last show here.
Nah. Fuck him.
What's wrong with us?
Oh, whatever.
And I know, but we're just getting too sensitive. Bruno Kirby died. Rest his soul.
God love him.
It's, I was a little bummed. I was watching an Albert Brooks movie the other day that he was in. I kind of got a little sad thinking that the guy's dead. He's dead. You know, what are you going to do?
Well,
It was good.
We'll bring everyone back up. We got a great 911 call.
I had a very funny story.
Oh, these are good.
Yep.
Is it the same one?
What? What do you got?
Door-to-door salesman raped woman 78 on fire.
Yeah, this guy was a problem.
Wait a minute. Wow.
Yeah, this guy, talk about you're in big trouble.
He's going to be in Dutch.
A Chicago man selling magazines door-to-door has been accused of raping a 78-year-old Dallas area woman and setting her on fire.
It wasn't good enough that he had raped her. He had to now set her on fire.
When you set someone on fire,
Which is
you really are angry.
But it's not even surprising because I think he was selling Rape and Burn the Elderly Monthly. It's not a real magazine.
After he raped her
It's not.
After he raped her when she was crying, was he like, that was the good news?
And then she realized it was really Ed McMahon from Publishers Clearinghouse. And she had won skin grafts.
Yeah, right, lady. It's all downhill from here.
The victim was assaulted Monday at her home, doused with rubbing alcohol.
Sitting under my chair. There's fire in the sink. It's so hot up.
Oh, fire.
I thought, like, what? Am I hearing shit?
Then he reached out with his arm.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that brings me back to
pulled down
childhood.
the alarm,
Um,
and he knew
What was her name? Marvin Nash?
Oh, hi, Bill.
Hey, here he is.
Hey, Bill.
You feel okay under the weather?
Yeah.
You sick? You all right?
Yeah, no, I'm not
We
feeling
were just having a good time here with Joe.
yeah,
I'll show you where the new young superstar. Do I get in the show and then the second I'm not here, you start talking shit about me, Joe? Is that what happens? You half a fag.
Someone was listening.
Biting the hand that feeds.
Where were you listening?
Shut your face. I got ears all over this fucking city.
Oh, some asshole called him
My
up.
flip phone was blowing up. No, I literally just walked in and that dude Joe said somebody said
Joe
something
ratted you.
they were like, well, what are your ears ringing?
Yeah,
had a
Joe's
good chuckle.
bad-mouthing you.
No, we got to ask you, Bill. He was trying to, like, pay you 2 months' rent. And you would not accept that, and that caused a major problem.
Yeah.
We just want to know why you wouldn't accept 2 months' rent from Joe DeRosa. He was trying to pay ahead of
I know you don't believe that in your heart of hearts. I know you don't believe that. You just know this is going to be a good radio moment.
I kind of believe
I'm not
it.
buying it for a second.
What?
See, how it works in a court of law is what you do is you hear one guy's story, and then you hear the other guy's story. You just don't hear one story and then be like, "Wow, that happened." Why the fuck would you do that?
Fair enough. What is your side of this story?
My side of the story is he lives in a fucking unbelievable...
It was that Joe owed him for 3 months.
Only for 3 months. He's so fucking irresponsible. When is rent due? It's due on the 1st. But fucking Big Baby over here can't pay until the 15th.
Ooh.
He can't. I don't have any gigs. So I let you pay on the 15th.
Yep.
That's the day
and
we
you're
set.
irresponsible guy. He's a fucking irresponsible. He's one of these guys, right? It's just like, just pay on the 1st. He can't do it. He's got to pay on the 15th. Yep. Then listen, I'm going to pay you for 1.6 months because I get the money. He's like a fucking junkie. He's pulling his money out of his pockets. There's like peanut shells on it. He's a mess.
What was wrong with
you? The story's a little different than the one you told.
It's due on the 15th. Just fucking pay me on the 15th. Don't switch it all up.
Danny, you were there. Did I not offer the man 2 months rent, and that's what the fight was about?
It was 2 months?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I might be a little fuzzy on the way I remember.
Look at that. He's a hostile
Exactly,
witness
Joe. Do
now
you think
for
he gives a fuck about our life? You had this little jokes. You had to come in here and drag that shit out? Is that what's going on? You got your little happy, half an Egyptian bullshit. Did you do that?
Did you get your fucking
You know what?
so you're feeling better now?
For me. You're not opening for me. You're off the fucking gig.
Wow. Jesus,
piss and vinegar, Burr.
No, because I'm actually pissed at my dad right now.
Why?
Because he's supposed to be Dr. Feelgood. He's supposed to give me my shit, right? He gives me these pills, man. You take them. If you literally got to eat like a short stack of pancakes. If you don't, before you take these pills, or you'll be hurling across the fucking room. I called him at 7:30. Yeah, the place opens at 8. He goes, yeah, I'll get right on it.
He wasn't on it.
He's getting it.
What's he do? Is your father a pharmacist?
He's a drug dealer.
Yeah. There's a chick bringing something in a plastic bag shoved in her vagina.
What pills you going for to knock this out of you?
Erythromycin.
Oh, yeah.
What's that do?
It just, and whatever bacteria you got, anything. I'm trying to say throat because I'm trying not to lob one over the net for you, Jim.
You just got the.
You just get the those you're just waking up going, oh, you know what, I'm gonna
be sick today.
Yeah, you start feeling like you're kicking heroin. You feel that when you're waking up. One of those deals.
Yeah, a little.
I got to
shaky.
fly to Chicago. I got to do that gig. Then I got to fucking hold up stupid Saturday night, make up for the mess that he does in front of me.
Jesus Christ! Why are you coming at me so hard right now?
Wow, man.
Joe, do you have that kind of a memory?
That is.
You knew I was sick. You knew I just wanted to come in here because I appreciate the fellas letting me come in all week, making an appearance. And what do the second my back is turned? You stick a knife right in it.
Exactly. What else? It's survival. That's all it is.
Well, then don't act surprised when I come at you a little tough, all right?
Are you mad that you finally had it because he's been clearing his throat for the last 3 days?
Oh, dude, he's like a fucking... Joe is the funniest... He's not even an old soul. He really is an old man. He comes in off the road. This is how fucking bad this kid eats. So I can't even get mad when he's clearing his throat. He fucking comes home. Well, you're on the road for like 6 days. He comes stumbling in, right? He's like, God, I'm hungry. I got to get something to eat, right? And he opens the refrigerator. He pulls out a bag that says Dunkin' Donuts on the side of it. He fucking opens it up like Oscar Madison, pulls out this fucking donut you could have used as a doorstop. He's like, you think this is going to be okay? I just started laughing. He eats like that. He smokes. He drinks. So then at nighttime, he can't go to sleep. And I swear to God, literally, like every 6 minutes, right as I start to nod off, he just hear. Dude, it's so... I don't even get mad. Shit. It's so annoying. I just start laughing. Like, I'm just sitting there... It's kind of like, when your grandfather's like annoying, but he's going to die soon, so you don't get mad at him. You're just like,
Holy shit.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
He's had a great life.
I thought of you when I was in Montreal because I was sitting at lunch one day by myself, and I was eating...
And you were lonely?
I was eating a hot dog and a hamburger and a Coke, and that was my lunch like a 6-year-old at a birthday party. and I had all my
You ever go to like a gas station and you see those hot dogs spinning around?
Yeah,
like, who the fuck would ever eat those? Joe DeRosa.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
Oh, fuck.
I love it.
Iron stomach DeRosa.
Yeah, I love
those things are disgusting. They're on those friggin' hot metal tubes, just rotating all day long.
I was clearing my throat a lot when I was in Iraq with Colin, because I do that too. And he goes, what do you brush your teeth with, buttermilk?
We got a Ron and Fez spy report coming in.
Spy report.
Jim in Staten Island. Jim?
Yeah, you know, I hope I answer. Hey, Bert, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
You watched Sonny Fox this morning?
Did I watch what?
No, were you on Sonny Fox this morning?
No, I was. No, I wasn't.
That's not what I heard. I heard you on there.
He's trying to say.
You on there. You a lying sack of shit? Are you lying? Don't lie. You lying?
This is the worst bad cop I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. He's trying to say you're on another radio show, Bill, and that's why.
I'm flicking
Bill can do whatever the
maybe
fuck
I
he
was.
wants.
Maybe I was. What are you going to do about it on your phone?
You motherfucker, I'll be right there, you cocksucker, you lying sack of shit.
Like a sack of shit.
All right.
Come on.
All right.
All right.
Wow, you know all the dirty words.
That's angry.
Where were we?
Yeah.
You gamble when you play the casinos?
No, I try to stay. This time I will, because we're going to be down there for the whole night, so we'll probably shoot a little crap.
Yeah. Me and Joe's, it's not a good, it's not a functional thing here.
No,
neither one of us. Both, you know, the fucked up thing is both of us know every decision we're making is the wrong thing, but it's the inertia of both of our moron brains.
Yeah, it's not just, one won't hold the other one back.
Dude, I remember one night we woke up, we were so fucking hungover, and I started getting pissed at him. I was like, dude, I knew the second you walked into Caroline's, I was like, fuck, now I got to drink. I'm like, I didn't even want to drink. And he goes, you know what's funny, dude? I was thinking the same thing when I saw you. And we never addressed it. And then we stayed there till 4 in the morning.
Doing what you want to do.
Just pounding down whiskeys.
Oh, thank God. Like we're actually a success and we can do something like that.
We drink after shows like we're Dean Martin Sinatra. like we've really earned it.
Rather than we just did a college gig.
Yeah. Hey, get Ann Margaret and Judy Garland in here. Come on. We gotta.
Where's Ava Gardner?
We thank God you have a girlfriend, because if you didn't, dude,
you'd be fucking him.
Oh my God Almighty! No, it just then hookers would come into the mix, and it would just be a fucking mess.
No, they wouldn't. I never been able to.
Really?
I can't. I can't make the leap.
Oh, Bill.
I know.
I can't make
by
the leap
saying
back.
you've never been able to. By saying you've never been able to, does that mean you've purchased one, but what?
Oh no!
I mean, never.
I had one rubbed. I had to go rub one out one time.
Yeah,
I've told that story here.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It was a riveting one. See, your eyes just. I know it was like 9 years ago.
I don't remember it either.
It's the 800th jerk off story of the month.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of a subject we cover a lot.
Do you remember? It was she rubbed one out. I was supposed to do a spot, and she rubbed one out. I was a free spot. And I just sort of spunked all over my truck. I dropped her off, and I went home, and I watched the Rangers win the Stanley Cup. You don't remember that? Every time I see Mark Messier holding that cup going crazy, I think about that lovely woman who rubbed one out.
Maybe you told that on the Sonny Fox show.
I like how it couldn't be a reputable morning program. It just has to be
some whatever. Where is he?
I have no idea. I did his show a while ago. He runs the Comedy Channel, and he was, I don't remember where he was based out of. I think he's based here out of New York.
Oh, he's a satellite guy.
Oh, I met him in D.C. I don't remember. Yeah, he's on satellite. He's the Comedy
I think he might have been the
XM.
XM comedy guy.
He was.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Sonny Fox. Sure. 911 call. This is a good one.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking Sonny Joe White.
I didn't
Kiss 108?
Oh. Sonny Fox, they shot him at the Causeway.
That's Sonny Corleone.
No, the guy down in D.C. Oh, my God, he's going to be pissed.
You know fucking Sonny Fox. He fucking robbed the bank to get Leon Shermer a sex chain. Oh, no, that's Sonny Wartzik.
Sonny Wartzik.
That's his name, yeah. Any more Sonny references?
Is it Sonny Fox, the guy that skied into a tree and died?
No, Sonny Bono.
Okay.
Oh, was I talking this about you guys? Dog Day Afternoon. What's the name of the dude there who played Fredo?
John Cazale.
That guy, if you ever look at his IMDb...
That's not his name.
John Cazale?
Is that his name?
I just made that up.
Fredo?
Yes, he was also he was also in The Deer Hunter. He's Meryl Streep.
Okay.
I'm saying, his IMDb guy died like right after I think that movie or whatever. Yeah. He has arguably the best IMDb you could possibly have. He's in The Godfather 1, 2, The Conversation, Dog Day Afternoon, and The Deer Hunter.
And then he died.
Beat that.
He left
Even
on
De Niro's
top.
got Analyze This.
De Niro's got some real shit in his.
Analyze This. The dude Showtime, that Eddie Murphy movie he did. 15 minutes.
Yeah, but if De Niro died in 80, he'd have a comparable one. I'm just saying.
Yeah, true.
You know, he's got a ton of shit. Pacino, dude. Pacino's got stretches through his entire career, like the '80s. It's fucking awful.
Author.
It's fucking.
That was '79 before his voice changed.
That one was good.
Sea of Life was the first. Sea of Love was the first one where his voice was kind of like fucking.
Getting that. Yeah.
Show me how you do it to her, Michael Rooker. Fucking
good.
Fucking pillow.
The biggest bit of overacting he's ever done in his career. People talk about now, like the Heat, like you got your head up her ass or whatever, all that shit.
Yeah.
The biggest bit of overacting he ever did is in Dog Day Afternoon when he walks up with that flower box. And the way he pulls the shotgun out of the box, he is jerking his body, like going like this, like he's trying to rip through fucking steel. It's a box. Yeah. It's a cardboard box, and that's the beginning of it. You're like, oh, there's the precursor to Son of a Woman.
Hey, you know that that guy Andrew McCarthy who was in Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah, of course.
My whole family used to call him Eyes because he used to always do that thing where he opened his eyes, and I'm like, why the fuck is he doing that? If you watch Dog Day Afternoon, I think that's where he stole it from. Pacino keeps having his eyes open.
Yeah.
I'm dying here doing that.
The voice like this one, like, you know.
My favorite was his fucking wife. He goes, I can call anybody. I can call the president. Who do I have to call? And then that fat cunt is on the other end. Is he going to shoot me, dump my body in the river? And he's, Angie, would you shut the fuck up? And he hangs up on her. Sonny, I said he wouldn't do that. Shut the fuck up. Hangs up on her.
Yeah, he had some real shit, though. And then that other one, Simone.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it was a virtual reality woman.
I created Simone. Yeah.
Who was Simone again?
It was he created.
No, but who played the Simone character?
Some cunt.
Some kind of sick joke for his entertainment.
Yeah. Oh, that's my favorite.
Look, but don't touch.
When he goes,
oh, God.
When he goes, he's a sadist.
Yeah. I'd just be looking at him like, what are you doing? You're way over the top here.
How about
take it down a notch?
Can you imagine the awkward silence after those takes?
Oh,
everybody wanting to say, was that ridiculous? But you're like, no, it's Pacino.
It's so over the top.
Dude,
is it over the top or is it Pacino?
The one where in Heat, I haven't seen too many of the other ones, but when he's interrogating that guy, the guy won't get him what he wants. And he's just banging on the table, going, "Come on, give me something!"
Come on.
It's like. He didn't memorize his lines. He's. I'll just be loud.
Is that good?
That's a great scene.
I don't know.
Give me all you got. Give me all you got.
I don't know if that's good.
It was.
I don't know if it's good acting.
I don't know if it is. Yeah.
Is it?
Is he ahead of his time,
or is he fucking a hack?
Or is he doing theater acting with a microphone in front of him?
Yeah.
I think fucking it worked in The Devil's Advocate. It worked because he was playing the devil, but like in like
the devil a loud fucking over the top guy.
I think he is.
Please,
he'd be a little more subdued.
You think you're fucking subtle in hell? You're fucking yelling and screaming. It's
but
like
it's eternity. He's been in battle with God pretty much, and he's that passionate still. Come on.
Well,
he'd be like, oh God,
he would fire all around.
He's selling it pretty hard. He's selling it like a college act.
Yeah.
He's cartwheeling all over the place. Jesus Christ. Take it down, buddy.
Cartwheeling. Is that Cloris Leachman?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's good old Cloris on TV.
She looks good for the fucking 80s, though, man.
Would you?
Would I fuck? No, not after Mary Tyler Moore. I would have fucked her up to Mary Tyler Moore.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Bill, would you for the story?
Never a looker.
I would for the story.
Yeah, she can blow me.
Now?
Let her blow
that
you.
fucking old
just close
lady
my eyes.
baby powder
Take decades
smell.
off her life.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I'd put my foot up on one arm of the chair and just kind of rub my balls on her lips while I jerked off. What?
You always have a unique way of
I mean, that's what I would do. You
doing
can't.
these things.
I wouldn't stay hard if I was in her mouth. if I was just kind of looking down at the top of her forehead and that fucking hair, she has like a Pacino wig on right now.
Yeah.
That is a wig.
What would you have to squeeze the base
better.
real hard to make it seem like you still got a hard on?
Yeah, it'd be like really soft. It'd be purple because I'd be squeezing the base. I'd kind of slap it against her cheek like a tiny plum.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, you want the 911 call? Danny says this could be one of the best ever.
Wow.
Every 911 call is the best ever.
Yeah.
All right. We got a lady
Bold statement.
who locked herself in her car. So you got to call 911, right?
Locked herself in her car?
Yeah.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
How do you lock yourself in your fucking car?
Probably automatic locks and some
the way
connection
out.
wasn't working.
There's all kinds of fucking redundancies.
Or maybe she was the lady that Chip attacked and she didn't realize she didn't have any hands until she got to the
true.
mall.
Or a face to see the door lock.
What's the emergency?
Hi, I'm in a Walgreens parking lot, and my car will not start. I'm locked inside my car. I cannot open my car. I can't get the windows down. Nothing electrical works. And it's getting very hot in here, and I'm not feeling well.
Can't she? Does the car
break a window or
start?
Something or open
AC?
What? She said it won't start.
Do you know who she sounds like, by the way?
Oh.
The lady who wanted her Western burger.
The Western burger.
She does sound like her. I want to know what kind of car she's got that completely, once the fucking electricity goes off, you can't fucking open the door.
It's a Sherman tank.
And the hatch is much too heavy.
Yeah. It doesn't say.
There's... Maybe she says.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I need some help.
Just, are you able to pull the lock up on the door and open the door? You should be able to just pull the lock up even if it's electrical.
I've tried it. Oh, okay. All right, I got that going. Okay.
So are you able to get out of the car now?
Yes, I got the door open. Okay.
Holy shit!
Holy
All right,
shit.
I'll see if I can get AAA or something.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All righty, bye-bye.
She hadn't,
you dummy!
God. She didn't try the door?
Wow.
She didn't try the door lock. Because I was saying, like, even the electrical ones, they have the mechanical lock still.
They have to.
Yeah.
That is the ultimate panic.
Yeah, she's like, I gotta call 911. I'm not feeling well. It's getting hot in here.
Right. The windows are up. She might think she's going to run out of air.
The door lock.
The convertible top is stuck. It's going to rain. Climb out. You come fuck
out. The convertible's down.
If you work for 911, you at least once a day you should be allowed to go, you're a dumb snatch.
Yeah,
you should be allowed to say that once a fucking day.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sam and E-Rock, as always.
Yeah.
And surprise, surprise, yet another UFC superstar in the studio.
That's true. Ultimate Fighter Season 1 competitor, Forrest Griffin, who has now become sort of one of the big stars in the UFC, stopped by the studio, former light heavyweight champion, to talk about what it's like being a fighter. He had a new book out. It was a couple months before he fought Anderson Silva, so you can hear him talk before he got the snot punched out of him. He's a wonderful person. I'm sorry. I shouldn't
Broke
have
his
said
jaw,
that.
I think, right?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. On the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony, Sam and E-Rock. This whole show is all about UFC now.
That's true.
Everybody's into the UFC. And
everybody loves the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
And people who weren't into it are now starting to learn and get into it, like myself. So it's only fitting that we start having more and more UFC people show up. This one is Forrest Griffin.
Forrest Griffin stopped by the studio. One of my favorite things about Forrest Griffin's appearance is I was pre-interviewing him before he came on.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, that was the day that Steve wore his terrible capris. And while I was pre-interviewing, Steve goes to the computer, and without me even just saying, Forrest, what do you think of those terrible pants? He goes, dude, why are you wearing that? And Steve says something like, well, they're shorts. And he goes, no, I know what they are, but why would you put them on? It was really funny.
Steve's gay.
Steve is. That's true. That's actually factual. But Forrest Griffin stopped by, and even though he got knocked out by Anderson Silva recently, he intimidated the hell out of all of us, and he was one of the better fighters that has come on our show. No offense to anyone. Please don't hurt me on the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
You ready to be fucked, man? You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Jesus Christ, I hope this guy doesn't kill us. Ladies and gentlemen, Forrest Griffin.
What's up, man?
What's up, Forrest? How are you, brother?
I'm well.
Where are you?
Doing good.
We'll put you over there.
Let him get situated.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
You look like you could be a problem.
How's it a problem, just in general?
I mean, a problem.
Look at he's a scary fucking dude, man.
I'm not though, right? I look kind of normal looking, right? Just kind of.
You got those eyes.
The eyes.
Yeah, you get those eyes.
I'm not gonna fuck
I know.
with
Can we
them.
get some headphones? We get these little fucking.
These baby headphones.
Nothing's gonna fit on these ears. Do I really need the headphones? We taking calls or something?
We took calls.
We
Let's
might.
talk to you.
We got a lot of.
You can tell me what people say.
Well, we got a lot of Forrest Griffin fans that might want to talk to you,
to
Forrest.
listen to people anyway.
That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good road to
much
take.
happier life.
You don't like listening to people?
No, who does, right? This is.
What about
I'm serious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could curse and stuff, but
Fuck yeah.
Most of them are assholes. First of all, people.
what about your fans? You don't like talking to them?
I mean, I do if they're genuinely fans. I mean, most people are fans of the sport,
right?
And they've got usually good, very helpful advice from me, which would be like when I gave KCK and the NASCAR driver advice about how to drive. Very pertinent, because I know a lot about fucking NASCAR. I should give this guy advice.
So, what is something a fan has said to you?
Drive fast.
What has a fan said to you, like fighting wise or whatever, that just made you want to smack him, but you were kind of polite about?
Man, there's so many things. I don't even know where to get started, you know? People come up with, like, ludicrous things, like, you know, you should really make a better entrance. I don't like your entrance.
Your
like,
entrance?
What? My entrance? What's that got to do with anything? That's asinine. Shut up. But people tell you, like, you know, the worst, though, seriously, is when, like, a 30-year-old chick at Starbucks is like, yeah, you know, you should really keep your hands up and try to move to your left more, like, away from their power. And I'm like... Bitch, you're dead on. What do you, how do you know this? What are you talking about?
You should have taken her advice and fucking punched her in the face.
I was like, what?
And then step to the left.
And I was like, bitch, I'm going to move out of your power. Get sober.
The only fight I've ever been to was you and Rampage. That was the only actual UFC event.
Well, then you've done it.
It was great. It was
what else is there?
Great fucking fight.
It was an amazing fight.
Yeah, he took the belt from Rampage.
TV, you know.
What's this button do? Is that really? It's got like a safety mechanism.
I didn't even know this morning. I said, "What is that?
What is that, Danny? Do we know?
Yeah, it's you know how our
we're
show
directly
here,
connected to ComStack.
It's kind of in DC. Basically, that button runs right to DC, and if we press it, we go to commercial break.
What?
Really? Yeah. It's a backup for the one that Travis has.
Is that if a guest is panicking, he could just go right to break?
You know what? They did it so that these studios could be used independently of one another.
Oh, good. Goody gumdrops.
It needs all that protection. That Forrest is right.
Oh, yeah,
why can't we just have a button?
Because that's the button.
It looks like it looks like
the president's football.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to set up some set off some fucking missiles or something.
I beat the shit out of you.
Don't say this.
I beat the shit out of you.
With whom?
UFC, the game.
Well, I mean, what character beat me up?
My own guy, Chop Meat.
Oh, you?
Yeah,
he's Chop Meat.
I built up a character named Chop Meat, and he's been
my
kicking ass.
character is Forrest Glassjaw Griffin. And, I got to be honest, he's not doing so well. Turns out Forrest sucks at video games. But then,
are you really playing the game?
Yeah, I'm horrible. They gave me like the game and stuff, and they were like, "Yeah, here's how you play it," and I was like, "Oh, here's how retards play it."
It's a great game.
That's
man. It's a lot of fun.
I'm sure retards could play the game.
Dana White was in here showing off the game, and we all are just more than most are just hooked on
I
this
love
thing.
it, man. It's hysterical.
It's a great,
just go in there and
great video
start
game.
kicking people in the side of the head and the body.
Here's the deal, man. I tuned out on games when they had like 2 buttons, right?
Really, Pong?
This and this, like the basic Mario Brothers,
Yeah, side scrolling.
I haven't been playing in 14 years,
Well,
Turns out I
beating
played
people
sports. I got laid. I didn't fucking play video games.
All right, stop.
I had a life.
Stop pushing that on us. I understand. Taking other people's girlfriends and punching the guys in the face.
You know what, though? He's right. Too many buttons. I'm with him. I don't know how to figure out the combinations of shit.
Head kick. You got to hold the top button and then press that.
Yeah, press that 3 times.
I'm kind of
with
with you, Forrest.
Kind of gets a little.
I play the golf
crazy.
games because those are kind of easy, but these fighting games, they're
it's more
nightmare.
complicated than giving a chicken orgasm. I got to touch where and do what at the same time. Fuck that.
I'm not into playing a game you can do in real life, like golf. You could just go out and play fucking golf. I can't go around and start blasting people on the streets.
And what's the move called when you just push all buttons and hope something happens?
The ass blaster. No, I don't.
What is it called?
Ass blaster.
It's button mashing.
That's where your character just shits in the ring and the other fighter slips in it.
Oh, bam, goes down. Twisted ankle every time.
I have to. I'm one of those guys that have to stay up, though.
How do you?
Well, we're in trouble,
There's
Forrest.
a plane missing.
Air France, yeah.
They're starting to say they might have been hit by lightning, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible.
We lost this one. This is not going to end good.
Who knows? It might have been an antenna. Maybe they just lost the antenna.
Wow. Yeah, but it wouldn't be off radar then. It's like you wouldn't. You have to. What's it? Transponder.
Transponder.
Yeah, but you wouldn't lose that and your communication.
They lost everything.
Yeah.
The plane.
Yeah. For the people just tuning in, Air France, where over
Brazil
the ocean?
to Paris. Yeah.
Brazil to Paris.
Coast to
Louis
Brazil.
C.K. is being arrested.
Looks like Woody Allen.
It does.
It's a little involved.
A lot of news happening.
I know. We just kind of.
That's the Twilight Zone. Planes are disappearing. What the hell?
Yeah, that was a Twilight Zone.
220 people aboard, something like that.
Yikes!
You know where they are though? They're on the Lost Island right now.
Are you a fan of Lost?
I am actually.
Yeah, there's a good one.
8:15, baby.
It's kind of pissed when it ended. Now I don't know what to do with Wednesday nights. I should get out and get laid, I guess, and not play video games.
Don't know. Yeah, just more time on the video games. I don't know.
I'm very addicted to that stupid fucking show. The way they ended season 5 really disturbed me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like a fucking housewife.
Don't know what to do.
Fanned myself.
You're like, oh, now what? How long do I have to wait? Oh, 10 months? This is great.
I don't have to wait because I just got the box set. I'm starting from the first episode.
That's what I do. I'm
way behind.
Stop bragging.
I just wait until the whole thing's over and it's on DVD and kill it in like a week.
Watch the whole thing, do a marathon.
Yeah, that's what I did with The Wire. We were just discussing The Wire.
I did the same thing with The Wire. The guys at Spike TV were like, you have to watch this. And I was like, why? They were like, well, this is what suburban white people think about urban black people. It's a great portrayal of like a bunch of white people talking about the ghettos. Yeah.
Do you know what? That's
very pertinent.
Right? What you just said is a guarantee why they never got an Emmy. It's one of the best shows ever. And I guarantee it was that attitude. People thought, well, this is how white people feel about black people. That was such a fucking realistic show. There's no one from Baltimore that wouldn't tell you that's realistic.
Yeah. No, it's true.
That's the way the drug trade is.
Baby.
Mm-hmm. And people fucking, they were like, they never got nominated for an Emmy, and that's why, because people were like, oh, that's white people's view of black people. That was the way I've heard it is. Well, my white friends.
Like I said, white people write the black people talk, obviously.
Yeah. People want to talk to you, just like we thought there, Forrest. We got Forrest Griffin in studio. Tim, what's up? You don't have to put him on. Just put him near yours. Whatever you want to do.
Turn your radio down,
Tim, let's go.
Dummy.
Oh, this guy's too...
Hey, Tim, talk. Tim. You're on the air with Forrest.
Right away, I know he's a fan. Like, I can't figure out a radio.
Turn your fucking radio off.
I had to hang up on
him. You had to. He was doing nothing.
Look, if you call the show, we're on a slight delay. So if you hear someone go, hello, Tim, you're on the air, that means you have to talk now.
Don't talk to your radio.
We're talking about the book, Got Fight. What can you tell us about your book?
We haven't been, but I guess we
let's
are
talk
now.
about it.
There's something very funny, by the way, and again, the inside cover, they have like a little synopsis of what the book's about.
That's me trying to goad you into buying the book.
It worked. I mean, it's
phenomenal.
It also says Forrest is why should you buy this book instead of one by a lot of much higher caliber fighters? Forrest is not as good looking as those guys. He's not as smart as them, and he's not as athletically endowed. And let's face it, neither are you. And right now, he is blowing his nose really loud, which kind of reminds me. And it said, but you can actually aspire to be like Forrest one day. Why? Because he is nothing special, just like you. It's kind of self-deprecating, which I like.
And not just me. I'm deprecating everyone. I'm deprecating all over the place.
So what is it? Like you say you're not a martial artist, you're a fighter. Like, what's the difference?
I don't wear pajamas and do katas or something. I'm not a fat middle-aged man that tells 12-year-old kids what to do. I don't like kids.
Ah, damn. That's fantastic.
I don't practice breathing. I don't have a giant stomach and tell kids how to do it.
You go in there and
I never did,
try to
like,
beat
I never
the
did,
shit out of somebody.
I never did karate or anything. Maybe that's why I'm a Cheetah's champ. He fucking did karate. What a jerk. I played football, man. I wasn't a loser.
But now, as far as fighting goes, you didn't. Did you train as a boxer? Was there anything, or did you just know how to?
I mean, I still don't know how to fight.
Originally, you just know how to fucking punch people real hard.
No. See, here's the thing, man, and it's actually in the book. I really was overly aggressive in athletics. Not mean, but like I'm an idiot, and I'm kind of a klutz. So I just ran into people playing basketball, playing football, playing whatever we happened to be playing. I always went like, I tried to win. The only way I knew how to win was hustle. And apparently hustling and headbutting people are not mutually exclusive. You do that a lot. So I just run into people and they'd beat the shit out of me. So I started fighting. I was trying to play basketball, but a little too rough, so I got beat up a lot. So I ended up fighting.
Because you had to, other people were beating you up. So
well, yeah.
you got it.
Well, I was a kid that was going to elbow you in the head. oh, we got this rebound. Oh, it was like we're playing on a concrete court and you're hard fouling people. What the hell are you doing, Forrest? You're an idiot. Why?
So when did you realize, like, wow, I'm getting pretty good at beating people up. I should go pro?
I don't know, man. I was in like the college at UGA, and I saw these guys beating each other up in this room, and I was like, man, I should do that. That looks cool. I could do that.
Like, who looks at that? I look at that and go, I don't want to be near that room. It looks like it hurts.
I needed something to do, and I was like, man, I bet I could do that. You never watched the UFC and thought, oh, I could do that?
No.
Yeah, no. Anytime I see somebody actually laying there bleeding, I go, I could do that. That I could do. Not get up.
I saw the guy laying down unconscious, shaking. I was like, worst case scenario, I can't be worse than that
Piece
guy.
Of cake there, man.
I could do better than that.
But, like, no, I look at things like that. Like, fighting looks like it hurts, and the few I've been in, they do hurt.
Yeah,
like I don't like that punch to the head when everything goes, and then you're just going, boy, if this guy knew,
people are talking to you, and it's like it's Charlie Brown's teacher. You don't know what's going on.
Wah, wah, wah. It's like one more punch and I'm out.
It's you know, do you ever run skydiving?
No.
All right, you stand on the plane. I've been skydiving a couple times. You stand on the plane. You're strapped to some dude. Lucky me, I got strapped to the dude that didn't talk and joke around. Everybody else, you know, when you have to jump tandem first time anyway. Everybody else joking. I got the guy that looks like he's depressed today. Maybe he's going to kill himself and take me with him. You know, maybe fucking gonna fake an accident and like get some life insurance off me. I'm like, oh fuck this guy. And you know, they open the plane and you're thinking, what have I done? How did I do this? And the only reason why I was able to do it is because there's like 40-year-old housewives that are doing it for like their 40th birthday. They really were on this little plane. And they're just calm, cool, and laughing like, oh, this is so fun. And I was like, dude, I want to go first. Let's go first. Come on, let's get it over with. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Let's just jump off the plane now. I don't want to have to wait to die. This is the worst part.
Just wrote yourself off.
So I do that every fight. Once you hit the air, though, it's really freeing. It's like, you know, he talks about in Fight Club. You're like, you're free from everything. You know, your problems. Did you get your girlfriend pregnant? You know, fucking, can you pay your mortgage? You don't think about any of that. You're free.
And you're plummeting.
Just for that, 13 seconds.
Did they train you to not just fucking flail your feet and, like, try to gain ground, which is instinctive? Or they tell you just put your arms out straight and fall?
All right, they say arch. And then they explain this arching process to you. And apparently I was the best archer in the world because my back hurt for like 4 days afterwards. I arched so hard. Basically, you tell me to do something about life's in jeopardy, I'm going to do it. I'm like, arch!
But is your instinct to just kind of kick and... Because that would be my instinct, just to kind of kick and flail and just try to grab something.
Would you be a pain in the ass?
Of course I would. I'd be awful. I'd kill us both.
Well, see, now,
I like
you
that
would
question,
actually
though.
get yourself killed. That's
But I like that question. Do you feel like you need to do that?
I flail in fights. I don't flail in skydiving. I do what the guy tells me to do.
You make a great point. The worst part is the lead up to jumping out of a plane.
Once you hit the air,
no matter all those things,
once you get going, man, it all goes away.
So why wait around? Just get it done.
It's tough. That's to me. When I was in like high school and stuff, I would lose fights if I had to sit around and think on it. If it just happened and it was just boom in the spur of the moment, it just went, I was always really good. But if I had to sit there and think about it, I would start underestimating myself or start thinking about the repercussions and the consequences and maybe I shouldn't do this or, you know.
Remember sitting in a classroom, it was like oral report time and you would never volunteer to be first and you would just sweat it out for like days and days and then finally go.
Should have been
the person that would raise their hand and go first was the smart one.
I would always
and then
do
you
that.
get to relax for the next 3 days as they're doing everybody else.
Well, I always think like that. They're doing now.
Huh?
I would always just think, I'm screwed. I might as well get that out of the way.
He's quickly becoming my favorite UFC fighter now, this Forrest Griffin.
Did you have a favorite before?
Yeah, right.
Did I have a favorite? That's a good question. I mean, we were big fans of Liddell.
Yes, whoever's sitting in the seat is our favorite.
Hey, boom.
Whoever's within fucking punching proximity.
That's right there, arm distance.
Who have we had in? We've had just
fucking Liddell, Rampage,
Liddell's done our show so much.
Fedor.
Fedor was a scary motherfucker.
Just because you can't communicate with him.
I love that dude, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he's scary.
He's not like a giant dude either. You're
but he doesn't crack a smile. You don't know what he's thinking. He's speaking Russian.
But he looks kind of happy. Like, I sat at a press conference with him, and he sits like this, like... like a good kid in class or something. I'm like, what's that dude? That dude's not tough. I'll beat that dude's out. Okay, that dude is tough. Never mind.
He really does not give off a scary vibe at all.
No, he doesn't.
Jimmy, before
this
today,
is how big he is. I mean, compared to me, and I'm fucking little. He's like 6 foot tall. He's not that big a dude.
Who was your favorite UFC fighter? Not counting, because we're meeting Forrest for the first time.
I would say probably Chuck, just because I know him. I mean, yeah. I would probably say
Rampage was awesome.
Yeah, he's very funny.
Yeah, he's a character.
Rampage is
he
a
hates
character.
me, by the way.
Really?
Why?
He took his belt.
I don't think they hate each other for that reason. Something personal?
Dude, Rampage that was right before he had a breakdown after that. Yeah,
he just, I don't know, man. It's all good. I stay out of his way.
You can tell he doesn't like you, though.
We'll fight. Oh, yeah. We'll fight again later. It's no worries. I mean, what's the point of beefing with a guy? It's just
a lot of you guys like each other outside the ring, so there's why doesn't he like
or
you?
Tolerates?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I see a lot of strong personalities.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird because you think about it. A bunch of guys do the same thing for a living, have similar backgrounds. Came from the same socioeconomic classes. We're very like-minded, but a lot of times like-minded people, kind of the alpha male, you notice that, like, always want to be the thing in the room. And, too many fires in the room is no good. It's no good, Yeah.
Were you, this is a childlike non-fighter question, but were you scared when you're standing next to eye with a guy like Rampage and you're about to fight for the belt? I mean, what's going through your mind at that moment?
No, you're ready to fight. Just like I was talking about skydiving, you think, it's not a fear you can attune to a certain person. I don't fear people, but it's the enormity of the situation.
Okay. Mm-hmm. See, I would fear that and the person. That's the difference. That's why I don't fight.
People are people. It's not, whatever. I mean, obviously I'm fighting Anderson Silva. That guy's worth fearing, but, there's a ref in there. Somebody else, it probably won't kill me. Nobody's died yet.
After a fight with you...
I'm well compensated. Who cares? If I die, the UFC will take care of my family. I'm not too worried about it.
Jesus.
When you guys see each other after a fight, like, does the winner, do you guys have, like, you guys both know that you're fucking great fighters. Does the guy who won kind of, like, look at the other guy like, we both know I beat your ass, or is there none of that because you know that it could have went the other way?
Every encounter's different, man. It's like, I obviously, I don't know, man. Everybody's a little different. A lot of guys have, ego's healthy in life and in everything, and a lot of guys, have ego, and that's how they do it. The way I do it, most guys, I think most fighters are very confident and think they're the best, and that's what enables them to do their job. And to go in there and do it is they truly think they're the best and that they can find a way to win. I think I'm fucked. I might as well get it over. It's like I might as well.
So you're never really disappointed.
Get this ass whooping right out the way.
It's like, holy shit, I won.
Amazing. Low expectations, key to happiness. It's in the book.
I would say you look more like a fighter than anybody we've had in. Like, he looks like a fighter. Fedor looked like a social studies teacher.
He does.
He does not look like a fighter. Yeah, Chuck kind of looks like a problem too.
Forrest Griffin. Godfight's the name of the book.
I've been beat up a lot.
There's some great pictures of you.
Somebody run a car over his face.
Holy shit.
There's some great pictures in your book. The one I want to point out, though.
Do it, please.
Is the one with you and your rifle.
Smart, yeah.
And the caption is great. This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine.
That's right.
You're a Full Metal Jacket fan, huh?
What is it?
Of course, of course, man. Come on.
Ant loves his guns too. There, Forrest.
Yeah.
That's actually that joke right there is supposed to be a ripoff of Super Troopers. I'm supposed to be saying to Graham Maynard right there. And that's the story of the third time I got herpes. But I don't know. Like, stuff happens. Don't write
change it?
Yeah, it did. I did Ted, like, it didn't make sense, but it wasn't supposed to. It was an inside joke. Actually, the whole book is just inside jokes, like movie quotes between me and my friends. So there's about 50 to 60 people out there that are going to get it. And the rest of us are going to be like,
that's all right.
What the hell is he talking about?
We did the same thing in here, man. Something about movie quotes. And just blurting them out that makes you crack up with your friends.
There's a photo here of, I think it's Rashad Evans. Forrest is on his back, and Rashad is about to punch down on him, and the quote is Forrest. And the waiter says to the jockey, "So that's how I got the football stuck in my ass." That's the quote. I love the fact that it's not a bunch of fight quotes.
Yeah,
I don't think we did the book justice, because the more you look at it, there's a lot of jokes in here there, Forrest.
What'd you expect? Like techniques on fighting?
Well, that's what the other guys are writing. So it's good to know that you're doing something a little different.
I would say be in great shape and be moderately athletic and relatively large. That's my advice. Oh, what? You're not 6'3", 230? You're screwed.
Fight Club. This movie actually ruined my life. Instead of taking it as a black comedy, I took it seriously. For the longest time, I contemplated giving up all my worldly possessions and living like a Native American. But seriously, we all really should wear leather clothing because that shit lasts longer than cotton or spandex.
Yeah, no problem.
So you got all these
words of wisdom in there,
Chuck Palahniuk's got a new book out. I haven't read it yet. I heard it's kind of whatever.
You know what? I don't know what to think. I'm a huge fan of his books.
Yeah.
I either love them or hate them, though.
Yeah, I'm like...
Have you read most of them?
I've read everything he's written except the last two, the one about the Snuff and Pygmy.
Snuff was rough to get through.
See, that's the thing, man. I feel like every author, every movie maker, everybody, Quentin Tarantino, everybody's got a story to tell. And kind of like almost once they've told their story... they kind of force it. Not everybody can be Stephen King, you know. Some people have that great work, and then after that, it's whatever, you know.
No one can compare to Stephen King.
You know, Chuck Palahniuk, really, he's got like 5 good books. They could all be great movies, I think, you know.
And they blew Choke. Choke could have been a great movie.
Oh,
they fucked it up.
No,
you like Choke?
I loved it. I loved it. I'm
not going to argue with
and it makes it better. It makes it better than what are they supposed to do with it?
I thought the book was I like
that was my favorite book he's written.
What was Choke?
Yeah.
Choke. How do we explain Choke?
It's a movie about a guy that likes to be choked almost to the point of unconsciousness during sex. This, among many other sexual proclivities.
Is it like an auto asphyxiation type thing with a belt, or does he like someone to do it?
You know, you got a spotter there. No, actually, you don't have a spotter. You have another person choking you. It's even better. Try it.
I've had it. I've done it. I've had a chick choke me. I've had girls like slap my dick a little bit, which I kind of liked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more into dominating, but I kind of like this one girl who used to massage me. I'd be like, just slap my balls. And she would kind of like, not too hard, no, not really hard enough. Just like a light slap, and I would tell her to bite me. There was something about...
I only got the one nut, so I'm not any testicle.
You got one ball?
Yeah.
What happened?
I was doing power cleans in 9th grade. Nobody told me, you shouldn't lift 200 pounds if you're 13. I was like, okay, I could do this. What the hell was that? Oh. And it felt like, it sounded like a T-shirt ripping, and it felt like somebody threw cold water on my crotch, and it was really cool because, no, it wasn't that cool, but like, your body is weird. It like folded me over, like almost slowly, like a little plant closing, you know? And then I couldn't move from that position. I was like, I'm stuck here. And then I walked around like that for a couple days until I went to the doctor. And they were like, yeah, you just blew out your abdominal wall. Your intestines have fallen on this testicle. It's come unwound. We're going to have to take it.
That's the sign of a tough motherfucker, when you walk around for a couple of days with your intestine on your ball.
My nut was the size of a softball, too. The seministerval viscal.
So they took your testicle?
Yeah, they did.
Wow.
Take that bad boy.
Wow.
You got a fake one in there?
No, I don't.
This fake
they do, yeah.
You like to just look at the expression on a girl's face as she's fishing around down there?
You know what's crazy, man? Nobody ever says anything. It's like, you know... It's like, well, you got a little dick. Girls don't point it out, do they? Right? They don't mention it. They're all cool. Oh, you know what? Not. I don't mind.
Did you ever hear a girl go this, like when she's licking your balls, going, and go back to it?
That's a fucked up story.
Yeah, there's a lot worse ways to lose it. I mean, I was just...
Is that story in the book?
It is, actually. But it's even better. The 50 Zen Principles of Hand-to-Face Combat, I only wrote 37.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure I actually read the book again. There's only 37 in there. I don't know why it says... They just liked the number beautiful. 50. I think it would be better if it was the 37, but 50's good, too.
Be funny if this was like a class action lawsuit now. And
fucking soon as he told us he was going to give us 50 life tips, he gave us 37.
You got movie recommendations, too. What's your favorite movie of all time?
Yeah, that's a stupid question. How can you have a favorite movie of all time? I don't know.
How about favorite comedy? Favorite comedy. If you put it in the genre, it's like I would say probably Caddyshack. Yeah, it's my favorite.
Well, it's such a, I like old school. I don't know, man. I like
old school comedy.
Super Troopers. Yeah.
What's your favorite fighting movie?
There's a Charles Bronson movie, like
Hard Times.
Bam! Good job.
That was a good one, man.
Wow.
Never saw
With
it.
The fucking guy, the bald-headed guy, he put his head down.
You mentioned
It's
Hard
like
Times.
the first MMA movie, right?
that was a good fucking.
It is
bare knuckle fighting fucking movie.
like that's what I thought I was getting into when I was doing this. I was like, yeah,
Really?
I'll get in a pit for $50 and fight some guy, probably lose an eye. Sounds great. That's a rush.
And I'm surprised you didn't mention the fucking Bronson movie they based on your life, Kinjite.
Jesus.
Thanks.
A lot of questions coming in. Tom in California, did you win a fight after you broke your arm during the match?
I did.
What?
True, yeah. And I won a fight after my shoulder came completely out and was like a 14-year-old girl's tip sitting up all high over here. And I was like looking at it, and I would have quit the fight. I was looking at my shoulder in shock, like, medical shock. Like, I didn't feel pain or anything. I was just like, oh, my God, my shoulder's, it looks like I have a tit. And I would have quit right then, but the guy started punching me, so I just reacted and started going with it. And I ended up winning that fight. And then they teach you not to block kicks like this, but still instinctively somebody goes for you. So you kind of go, I have a real good reflex.
He shied away and put his arm out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's radio. It doesn't work so well. But anyway.
How bad did you break your arm?
It's gotten better. Yeah, he broke it like...
Who was it that broke it?
Edson Pardon. Just some heavyweight dude, Brazil.
Did you go through both bones?
No, just the one, man, just the one. But and then I didn't think, it's not broke. And then I punched him. I saw it go, boing, like bouncing around. And I was like, oh my God, I'm in a Bugs Bunny cartoon. My arm's just going, oh God.
So, all right, you fought with a broken arm, you fought with your shoulder out, and you lost a ball. How do you hurt this guy in a fucking bar fight? What do you do?
I'd go for the eyes. I'd go for the eyes. Go for that one remaining nut. I'm very particular.
Kevin from Connecticut, speaking of which, his testicle had become unwound, and then he just writes, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Sounds like the way they describe.
Apparently, when you're doing power cleans and you rip out your abdominal wall, there's some force that your intestines hit your nut with. I don't know.
Let's say hi to Trep.
I'm not a doctor, but I do have a piece of Teflon where my abdominal wall used to be.
Trep in Pennsylvania. Trep.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
Forrest, August 8th, you're fighting for the first time in Philadelphia, PA. You're fighting Silva. How do you prepare for that fight?
I don't know. I'm open to advice. I don't know. I wasn't really going to prepare, to be honest.
30-year-old girls to meet you at Starbucks?
Yeah, I'm going to listen to the chicks at Starbucks for this one. Keep those hands up and circle away from the power. Yes, ma'am, I am.
Let's go to Brad in Iowa. Brad.
Yeah, I don't really have good answers for fight questions. I don't really know.
Don't you study his videos and see if he's got a weakness or something?
Let's say I find a weakness. I'm going to tell Brad in Iowa or whatever. I'm going to do that. It's like, I've got a game plan. Let me tell you what it is. Let me tell you what I see this guy's weakness being. I don't know.
Brad in Iowa. Brad.
Hey.
He doesn't speak English, so I got that going for me.
I fought on the first show he fought on, and he's a really nice guy. I got to hang out with him a little bit.
This guy fought on the same card as you.
Where was that fight?
On your first fight?
Yeah, down in Augusta, Georgia.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Bell Auditorium.
I was a big old fat boy that got beat up real fast. I was a big old fat boy that didn't train or anything, but it was great.
You're a truck driver, right? You were a truck driver at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
I remember that fight, man. It's good to hear from you again. This is crazy, right?
Yeah, I just really.
You fought like the 260. No, he was like 300-pound dude that had every steroid you could make pumped into his brain. He's really like 300 pounds with 5% body fat, right?
Yeah, it wasn't a very good, smart idea for me to fight him.
Yeah, but what are you going to do, right? It was good. It was good.
Yeah, I'm a little bit crazy. It was fun. I really enjoyed watching your first fight.
You made like $300 or $400. It was an easy way to make a couple $100, considering.
That's right.
Beats
I'll
working.
take a punch in the mouth for $250 quick.
Bam! There you go. That was my opinion.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really great getting to see your success over the years and stuff. And I haven't fought too much since then, but it's still fun to do it every once in a while.
Well, cool, man. It's good to hear from you. It's funny.
Yeah, it's really great to hear from you.
All right, Brad.
I wish you
regular love fest.
Future.
Hey, thanks, bud. You too, man.
There goes Brad. Let's say hi to Tom in New Hampshire. Tom.
Hey, guys. What's up, bud?
Hey, Tom, I didn't sleep with your girlfriend. Just right off the bat, I did not. It was not me.
All right, great. Thanks.
Appreciate
that.
Just want to get that out of the way.
I was actually, when you beat Shogun Rua, it was fantastic. And I was wondering about Amir Sadallah, and I know you guys trained together.
Train together? We shower together. No, but go ahead.
Oh, that's a little inside tip, but I was just wondering how
I've got more.
As good at improv as Steve C is, so. But I was just wondering how Amir was doing. I know he's been injured, and it seems like you guys are very similar. I was just wondering.
Well, we're both. He's fighting. Damn it, who's he fighting? He's fighting Johnny Hendricks, a southpaw wrestler, and Amir was training with me quite a bit. He actually lives out in Las Vegas now, and he went to Holland to train because they have such great wrestling in Holland, and he's fighting a wrestler, so retard. No, he's gonna go learn kickboxing for that big K1 fight he's got coming up. I don't know, man. You don't reason with people. He likes Holland. He likes training over there.
Let's
so
go,
he's
Brian.
in Holland.
Brian in Tampa. Brian, we're talking to Forrest Griffin. Brian,
what's up, boys?
Hey.
What's up, boys? Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Hey, Forrest. You know what makes him endearing to everybody is that he's just a regular guy. He doesn't act like he's tougher than everybody.
Right.
He jokes around. My question is, I know he doesn't have any fight plans or routines, but does he think about or has he thought about maybe hooking up with some camps that maybe whatever deficiencies he thinks he might need? Is there one camp or one section that he that he appreciates more? That he now he's more of a name.
I'm going to answer that. Shut up. Yeah, an opportunity came my way to go up to Denver, actually, to the Olympic Training Center and wrestle for a couple weeks. So I think I might do that. Just go. It's high altitude. It's wrestling. I really want to be good at wrestling. Like, I think I could do it somehow, some way. And it's one of those things, if you didn't wrestle when you were a kid, and every time I quit wrestling, it's like I start back at zero. Like, I can not box for a little bit and I'll still be okay. Or grappling, that comes more easily. But wrestling is just like it's a thought process, and I still think every time I'm doing it. I'm thinking, what the fuck do I do next? Whereas everything else just comes natural.
Do you get like fucked up when you get taken down on the ground and have to like? Obviously, you'd rather be standing up punching someone in the face.
I don't mind being on the ground. You know, the problem is when people punch me when I'm trying to do my jujitsu. It's quite annoying. I'm like, guys, whoa! I thought when we hit the ground, we just did this jujitsu. I like jujitsu, not with the elbowing in the face.
You're hitting me very hard.
That's my eye socket. My God, why would you do this to another human being? That's actually what I say during the fight.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Do you want to hurt me like this? I would never do this to you.
I was just handed a note. Forrest was disgusted by Steve's capri pants.
Oh, God.
And we didn't even ask him about it.
Who is it?
Those were,
Can you bring Steve in?
There's just a big tight ass in front of my face.
Yeah,
I'm like,
here's
whoa.
Steve right here.
Not
Steve.
only are they capris, but they're too tight.
Here she comes.
Thank you.
Can you tell him? Because he thinks we're just messing with him. Because we like to mess with him.
I told him,
Steve,
I just got
here's a real man.
And I don't want to, nothing I own
Forrest,
costs.
don't hold back, please.
Nothing I own costs more than $10 and my wife didn't buy, so. Yeah, no, I wasn't even like trying to be insulting. I thought that was a joke that he had those on. Like, I thought he lost a bet or something. Like, I'm not. I was like, oh, it's humorous, you know.
Into the frying pan out of the fire. It's just fucking. I just got shredded.
Frying pan out of the fire.
Out of the frying pan out of the fire.
And
Sorry,
it's worse. Those are like True Religion jeans, right?
Yes, they are.
Those are expensive, crappy jeans.
Wow, this is exactly what we bashed him about.
Don't put them in the jean category. Put them in the gay category. The capris.
Culottes.
Remember culottes? He's wearing culottes.
Sam, what's up?
He just said on the gay channel they cost $220.
Oh,
really?
Come on.
Yeah.
And you got shredded by the
guys.
I tell you,
Larry and Keith just beat the shit out of me from looking normal from the thigh up and then completely.
So the gay guys wouldn't even wear this.
Yeah, the gay guys wouldn't touch this. I got called Laurie Petrie. I don't know what that means.
It's not good, Steve.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not good. Wow, they called me Laurie Petrie.
No, I didn't think it was fucking endearing, but
And Forrest said they're really tight too.
A little too tight.
A little too tight.
Yeah.
A little too.
But you know what? For $220, it's worth it. I mean, everybody else at the office is having a much better day because of your pants. The rest of us have had. It's $220 worth of a laugh to me.
Yeah, look at that. The
As
joy
long as
you
it's
brought.
your money.
Well, you sure have a positive spin on things.
I fucking love Forrest Griffin.
Hilarious. We can all. I mean, I'm better for having seen this. It cheered me right up. I slept literally 3 hours last night, and I saw his pants, and I was just excited to do this. Like, I'm the kind of place where they like to party in capris that are tight nonetheless.
Thanks, Steve. You had to wear the capris today when we were talking about Forrest Griffin.
With fringes.
Yeah, he'll come back.
We got Joe Frazier tomorrow. Bring your sundress.
Is Frazier tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow.
Scott in Florida. Scott.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Scott.
Hey, Forrest, big time fan, big fan. Watched probably every fight you've ever fought.
Thank you very much, sir.
I heard the rumor that they said before that you enjoy getting punched in the face at the beginning of the fight to wake you up. Is that true?
Yeah, I've often said that, and that used to be the case. Something happened along the way. I got old, and I think you get old. All right, here's the deal. If you're going to be dumb, you better be tough. And I've always been tough. But you know what? I'm sick of being tough. Being tough hurts in the morning when you wake up. So now I'm trying to be smarter so I can not be so tough. If that makes any sense. I don't like to get punched anymore. I used to be into that. I used to be like, fuck it, yeah, hit me. Let's get this party started.
So the fight would start, you want to take a blow to the face.
Yeah, it wakes you right up. Boom, you're going. All right. Oof. It's better
Hey,
than
will you let Jimmy punch you in the face and we'll see what happens?
It's better than a shot. I told you, I'm out of it now. It's over my face. Also, tip in the book, if you're into getting drunk and getting strippers to punch you, make sure they take their rings off first, especially if you have a fight coming up. Rings, facial scarring, bad. So you think these scars are from, like, cool stuff, like fights, but, it's from getting paying strippers to punch me in the face and not getting them to take their rings off.
Bless you.
Hey, well, it was a pleasure to talk to you, Forrest, and we hope to see you again fighting. Jimmy and you guys.
I like to party.
You guys, first time I ever called in, you guys actually answered the phone.
All right, cool, Scott. Thanks.
Hey, who's, and this is probably again a novice question, but who hits the hardest if you had to pick one that you've ever fought?
You just asked me that. Well, not of people I've fought. People that have hit me hard in fights, I couldn't tell you. I wasn't really there. I woke up and I was like, damn, he hit me hard.
That was a hard.
I was watching Jeremy Horn kicked me in the neck, and I was like, I remember. Well, I don't remember something, and then I remember arguing with the ref that I'm fine. Why are you stopping this fight? And the referee literally shakes my shoulder and points at the replay, and I said, "Oh, thank you, thank you for stopping that. I could have been killed. Oh my god!" I was like, "Whoa, that happened." I was like, "Whoa, this is." Good. It was surreal because I was like, "That didn't just happen." Like I didn't feel like I'd been knocked out.
Here, take a look.
I was like, "Oh, he kicked me in the neck."
It's the part you were unconscious
he gave me
for.
whiplash.
Is there any sense of embarrassment after you get knocked out and you're getting up?
Fuck yeah, it's horrible. It's the worst feeling in the world. You just got turned off. In fighting, like, if you can turn somebody off, that's the thing. It's like, man, I could have raped your ass when you were down there. I used to knock people out in the street, and we would actually pull their pants down and tape them to light poles.
You would actually carry tape in case you hit somebody?
I would have athletic tape on me. You just tape them to, like, a light pole. Is that not? You're not supposed to do that?
That's great.
God damn.
People are saying best UFC guest ever.
Yeah, I agree.
Has to be said. Todd on Long Island.
That's my mom, ironically.
Todd, what's up? Todd? Who's Todd?
I don't want to talk to you anyway.
Yeah,
Todd.
that sucks.
His question is, have you ever had unorthodox training like chasing a chicken?
What's that, Todd?
Todd.
Where I'm from, we chase sheep, but that's not fight training per se.
It's for fun.
Are you familiar with stump broke, son?
Ah. That's when they could back right up to that stump.
Oh.
Or the boots. You got to get the sheep's feet in the tops of your boots.
Yeah.
Every
this
good
guy.
animal fucker knows how to.
Yeah, he likes to party.
Or in a pinch, you just break the front legs of the animal, so it has to kind of.
So it's got to bend over with its little animal ass up in the air.
We should play him our chicken audio.
Oh, it's horrible.
If you're a fan of that stuff, we got an audio of a German guy having sex with a chicken.
For real though?
Yeah.
And you hear the chicken kind of crying.
The chicken objects. I mean, I don't speak that language.
Do we have that for Forrest?
No, it's not, man. It's horrible.
I'm not saying it's a good thing.
I mean, joking about it's one thing, but I mean, actually going through with it.
Hearing it's awful
horrible.
and filming it's worse.
Let's see how much you could get through. Go ahead.
Oh. It's no video, just audio. Great soundtrack.
Macht es Spaß? Du Hühnerficker.
Ja, ich bin ganz wild.
This is seriously disturbing.
Yeah. It's not happening
like
yet, though.
The old pedophile talking.
It's not happening. You can hear when it starts.
Yeah, learn. Tell us when it's happening.
Ja.
All right. I thought I was fucked up.
Yeah.
All right.
I must say, you guys have taken me to the limit. It takes a lot to make me uncomfortable. Apparently, chicken fucking. Yeah, I did. Good call.
He tapped.
We have a gay producer in capri pants and chicken fucking.
yeah, he'll be back soon. Tony.
Apparently, I do have. I didn't think I was easily shocked or dissuaded, but I'm impressed.
Tony,
I usually do these radio interviews where you can't even cuss, and you guys fuck chickens. Yeah. Holy crap. Oh, my goodness.
We have to take a break, but Forrest, man, what a great guest. For real, man.
God fight.
Very honest.
Yeah.
And I tell you why occasionally I do like myself. Like, I didn't even pick this picture. Like, I kind of like, they showed me a bunch of pictures and like, which one do you like? And I really pointed to the one in which I thought I looked the worst. I was like, that's not even a good picture. I look like, I don't even know.
It looks like a mugshot.
It does look like a mugshot.
Straight up mugshot. I like the grooming of the hair. That's nice, right?
Yeah, that is good.
Groomed via ball cap.
But that's you. You're not trying to
exactly.
You're not trying to
Thank you.
You're not trying to polish it up. This is you.
But
what's wrong with that?
It's funny. Like
they probably wanted
people don't get that.
They probably wanted you to get all fucking.
They were like, you want to comb your hair? Let's get a good picture. It's like, no, that is a good picture. It's horrible.
And they probably tried to talk you out of that picture, right? Said, look, why don't we get
they were
one
just
where...
like, it's kind of a bad picture. I was like, exactly. They're like, you probably sell more copies if you had a good-looking guy on the cover. Well, it's not written by a good-looking guy, so yeah, screw you guys.
Got some good quotes on the back. He's got a quote from Rogan, quote from Liddell.
How great is Rogan?
He's good.
Did you hang out with Rogan?
Good. Yeah, and I've seen his comedy a couple times too. Yeah,
I love Rogan's comedy.
Yeah,
it's very different. He makes you think.
He's good. Yeah, I went up to him after a show, and he's literally covered in sweat, like soaked, sitting there drinking water. And if you've ever seen his show, you think he's like hyper when he does the fights. In his comedy, he's really fucking hyper. Yeah. And he's sweating, and he's just like crazy veins in his neck. And then, like, of course, I do. God, I'm such a douche. I do what everybody does.
You tried to make him laugh or tell a joke?
I started telling him fucking jokes. And he looks at me just like I look at people when they're telling me about fighting. And I'm just like, really? Really? You're going to tell me about fighting? And I'm like, really? I'm going to tell Joe Rogan about comedy? What the fuck's wrong with me? Shut up, Forrest. I should be asking this guy questions. What the fuck?
Was he polite about it, though?
I saw the sour look on his face, and I realized Joe Rogan would rather talk to me about fighting than about comedy.
Yeah, Joe's a Neanderthal who's funny. Joe's like by far the toughest comic. He's the one we know you can't fuck with Rogan.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, he never. He never like puts himself out there as a fighter, but he'll fight you.
Oh yeah, he's fucking.
Got some issues. I like though that he says the divide between fighting people and fighting fighters. He's like, I'll fight people, but I don't fight fighters. That's a horrible idea.
It's the worst.
Of Opie and Anthony.
Worst of Opie and Anthony coming up after the break. Steve, a lady, she possibly got a bit lippy. She wasn't paying attention. And her husband shot her in the face.
As she should have been. Sorry.
A lady gets a face transplant, and you hear all the gruesome details. Coming up after the break on the Worst of Opie and Anthony. Worst of Opie and Anthony, I'm E-Rock hosting. Sam is not here right now, so I have Steve C.
He's busy.
Steve was kind enough to come in because he had nothing else to do.
Bullshit, I had nothing else to do. I just figured it would be a good opportunity to help out Eric, who's perpetually stressed.
All right, well, I had nothing better to do, so I decided to host this Worst of. We'll leave it at that. Face transplant, Steve. What do you know about this?
Painful. Never do it again. Look.
Where's the before and after?
Before? After.
That's
before.
Left and right. That
After.
Doesn't count.
Before.
Face transplant. After. It's a story about a lady who got a face transplant. She got shot in the face by her husband.
Yeah, it's funny.
And had to have her face reconstructed. So we discussed this lady in great detail. So here's part one of the face transplant lady on the Worst of Opie and Anthony.
You're listening to the worst.
Holy shit.
The worst of Opie and Anthony.
Fuck it.
Oh, fuck it. Yes!
Yes, that's your answer. That's your answer to everything.
The first face transplant picture. This is horrific.
Yeah.
We're building monsters. Monster.
Yeah.
This is horrific. And I was telling Anthony, probably what the deal is with this picture, the guy who did the first face transplant probably is a wonderful surgeon. Probably one of the best in the world.
Would have to be.
But he probably was awful in art.
A horrible artist.
And that's the problem that these surgeons face. Really good surgeons, bad at art.
I mean, they really piled on the flesh.
How do you describe it? Like, she's got jowls. Right.
Teasing E-Rock. Oh, E-Rock.
She's got these big hanging jowls.
Yeah. It's like the donor face was off a real big fat woman, and they didn't know how to thin that face down before they sewed it on.
She looks like the lady in Total Recall. 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yes. I think the picture on the left.
Twist her ears and look like Arnold. You'd be better off.
The picture on the left where she has she still has a ways to go.
Yeah.
I guess she still doesn't have a nose with the picture on the left. And the lips aren't really defined yet.
She's like a Star Wars character.
I would rather walk around like that than the final product.
Yeah. She was all right, too. I mean,
she was a pretty cute, middle-aged woman. And what happened? She got a shotgun blast to the face?
Well, a little shotgun to the face might do that to you.
I mean, everyone's checking out the pictures today. There's a picture in Newsday where they have a CAT scan of
the bones
of her face after she got the shotgun blast. Hold on a minute. What? What, E-Rock? Go ahead. What?
Oh, my God.
No, you were pointing. Go ahead. What?
Oh, God.
What, E-Rock?
No, it was something Danny was looking up, that the news actually had her photos labeled as monster face, and there's like 2 different versions of it.
And then there's I'm No Monster.
She was cute.
One, E-Rock.
Poor Eric.
That was worth stopping the entire show for.
Poor
All
sweet.
right, thank you. The picture in Newsday, though, they have a CAT scan of her bone structure after she took the shotgun blast to the face.
Yeah.
And her bones are just shattered
I guess that's
below
the
the eyeballs.
I guess that's the problem, is they had to rebuild all that shit underneath. Mm-hmm. Like, you can't rebuild the house without the foundation. and that's like what they did. And the top of her head is very tiny and dainty and ladylike. And then from right at the side of her head where your eyes are down to the mouth is this giant fat head.
I'm trying to...
Do you walk around? What's worse? I mean, obviously, I guess the no nose is worse, and the permanent meh face. Meh. Just go like this. Meh. Turn the corners of your mouth down. Meh. 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 Oh, also cut your nose off. She was spiting her face.
If you had a face transplant, would you ever look into the mirror again?
Oh my God!
For real?
Only from the bridge of your nose up.
I would never look in a mirror because I would be like, oh my God, who is this person? That's not me.
She looks nothing like she used to. She should have committed crimes beforehand. She'd get away with it. What'd she look like? Not that. Nope, put her in a lineup. It ain't her.
Do we have a prize for the person that comes up with the best description of face transplant lady?
Oh.
Do we have any prizes in our prize closet?
Probably not.
We should maybe get a prize closet. We haven't had a prize closet in, 5 or 6 years?
Her glasses are resting on her fake cheeks.
Is it really bad to laugh?
Doesn't it shrink, though? Like, the lady in France had one, and her face kind of shrunk after a while.
Did it?
Yeah, I think you get adjust to it.
I think the reason why the face was shrinking was because it was rotting off her face.
Do we have the story?
Like, head.
Was it a boyfriend that fucking got a little angry?
Husband got a little pissed off about what?
Dinner burnt?
He shot her in the face, and then he shot himself. And I think he's alive. What a terrible shot.
He's alive, too?
He only got 7 years for it.
Wow. Let's say hi to Maria on Long Island.
What does he look like?
I don't know.
Probably not as bad because we don't have any pictures of
She
him.
was cute back when before she was shot.
Yeah.
Maria.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are ya?
We're good.
How are
ya? How are ya?
First of all, last night watching the news, my husband looked at me because I busted out laughing and said, "What happened to you?" And the only thing I can confess is you guys. But I personally thought she looked like Sigmund from Sigmund and the Sea Monster.
Sigmund, the little sea monster. And this is before surgery, right? Yeah, wow, she looks...
that's pretty good.
Thank you, boys. Have a great day.
Oh, my God.
I don't know what you're supposed to do with this story. I mean, I see something like that. I have to just kind of laugh.
What does he look like? Culp's husband, Thomas, shot her in 2004, turned the gun on himself. He went to prison for 7 years. His wife was left clinging to life. Blast shattered her nose, cheeks, the roof of her mouth, and an eye.
Right in the middle of the face.
Hundreds of fragments of shotgun pellet and bone splinters were embedded in her face. She needed a tube into her windpipe to breathe. Only her upper eyelids, forehead, lower lip, and chin were left. She must have looked, before they sewed this shut, as you can see where before this transplant surgery, it's from cheek to cheek. They sewed her shut. That was just laid open like a big hole in her face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did she live through that? Wow.
I don't know.
So did he, though. Maybe it was a...
Yeah, what did he do? Like, oh, my toe.
Yeah, how do you live through that is right. Well, I mean, none of the shotgun blast went into her brain, obviously. It was all below her eyes. So I guess that's just safe area. It's going to make a mess, but you're going to survive that.
Yeah.
Oh, here I am 5 years later. He did what he said. I got my nose, Culp said, laughing. Of her doctor, I guess. Laughing. Once while shopping, she heard a little kid say, "You said you were no real... Oh, you said there were no real monsters, Mommy. And there's one right there." Kids are little fucking pricks, aren't they?
Well, they're honest.
She said, I'm not a monster. I'm a person who was shot. And pulled out her driver's license to show the child what she used to look like. I'd have gone... and scare the shit out of the little fucker.
Well, now that she's had the face transplant, maybe she should get the facelift.
Yeah, she could use a facelift.
Now she could use a nice facelift.
And that's dead person face right there.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She got dead person face, nerve, skin, muscle, bone, blood vessels.
Someone is looking at this going, I know her. I thought she was dead.
It's whole fat face.
Let's say hi to John in Chicago. John?
Old Mountain Head. I remember her.
Oh, shit.
Old Hershey's Kiss Head.
Hershey's Kiss Head. Oh, that's horrid.
Hey, John, what's up?
Hey,
whoa.
I was watching that news conference yesterday, and we were halfway through it before I realized they weren't interviewing Jay Leno's sister.
Wait a minute.
Well,
this is her talking, by the way. You want to hear her talk?
Yeah, please.
well, I guess I'm the one you came to see today.
Uncomfortable
my name's
laughter.
Connie, and well, I know you all want to focus on me. I think it's more important that you focus on the donor family that made it so I could have this Christmas present, I guess I should say, and all the great doctors with their intelligence to be able to do this, and Dr. Seminoff for all her years of experience, and all my great nurses. I mean, they're my family. You know, Pat here, she's my motivator. She's the one that got me to exercise and eat my greens and drink my water.
Oh, my God. Yes.
We're finding pictures of what she looks like.
And what is that, American Dad?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Stan Smith from American Dad.
Stan Smith?
Good old Stan Smith.
From American Dad. She looks just like him. Oh, God.
She still has her nice Southern Belle voice, though. Anyone notice that? It's a little muffled, but she still has that Southern Belle thing happening. Let's say hi to John in New York.
Something.
John?
Hey, you know who I think she looks like? Speaking of cartoons, the South Park episode when the Ass Face family shows up looking for Ben Affleck.
Yeah, okay.
Very good.
It's all cartoons that she looks like.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
No people.
She just looks like a homely lady. It's like, I guess that's not bad compared to laying in the hospital with a hole in your face.
I reckon.
I would assume that the swelling is going to continue to go down or something, because there's no way they would just put her back on the street like this.
Back on the street. She's not ready. She's not street legal.
No, not yet.
Maybe there's like drains or something that have to drain fluid out of her face or something.
And, yeah.
I don't know. I like Danny pulls up a webpage and there's just some chick bent over with her asshole showing.
Dude, no matter what you search for, you're going to get at least 3 or 4 results.
Yeah, at least 3 or 4 things are going to be just porno.
Let's say hi to Bob in Boston. Bob.
Hey, she looks like a half-melted Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah.
A little bit.
There's definitely a Mr. Potato Head thing going on there.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, let's go back to her talking.
And Chad, he spent hours with me. He spent three days by my bedside when I was in ICU and that. So, I mean, I can't tell you how good all doctors are. I'm not going to forget all of them. But Ron, he helped me with my speech therapy. And
we'll never forget you either.
I mean, I just can't say enough about the team. And Dr. Bernard, I mean, but what I really want to say is, I mean, even my daughter, I love her so much. She called me up, just out of the blue, she called me and didn't even know I was having a bad day. And she'd have Maddox in the background, and I couldn't talk, and she just got my old grandson talking in the background.
I have no idea what she's saying.
I know. I can't even understand her.
Everyone's just sitting there all polite. No one knows what you're saying.
Oh, you hear the cameras going off, though.
Oh, yeah.
They want pictures of this.
Keep talking so we can get as many pictures as possible.
Yeah.
I'm laughing because the descriptions of what she looks like, they're killing me. Listen to this one. Todd in Jersey. Todd.
That looks like the ghost of Pac-Man.
Oh, shit. She looks like a Pac-Man ghost. Yes. Oh, that's horrible.
And this one. Ron in Georgia. Ron.
Peter ran.
Chet from Weird Science.
Oh, right, Chet from Weird Science after he was turned into a big pile of shit. Oh, God damn. Chet from Weird Science. Oh, fuck, that's terrible. Oh, shit. So far, that nails it. Chet from Weird Science.
Oh, my God.
Hey, what did you do to me?
This next clip, maybe we shouldn't play because I think it's for you and I and Jimmy and our listeners. It's titled Face Transplant Lady Tells People Not to Judge.
Aw, well, don't judge. Oh, what is that?
It's Pizza the Hut from Spaceballs.
Pizza the Hut from Spaceballs is another one. That just looks like Chet with icing on him.
You know what? I'm old school. I'm all about the sideshow. This used to be sideshow stuff.
Oh, yeah, you'd put her in a circus.
You used to, you wouldn't allow the monsters to talk. You would put them behind some kind of curtain.
My friends.
You'd pay your quarter or your dollar, and you would check this shit out. Now they're front and center doing press conferences.
Yeah.
I just want to say that when somebody has the fruit don't look as pretty as you do, don't judge them, because you never know what happened to them. I was shot. I don't know if everybody knows that, but I was shot. And I don't want to go into it, and I'm 46, so I was 40 years old when it happened. But that song just says, if I was 40 and could fly and all that, boy, that really hit home when that song came out. And that came out that same year. You never know what might happen to you. You might get in a car wreck and think you're beautiful one day. So don't judge people don't look the same as you do. You never know.
Don't judge.
One day it might be all taken away. So, thank you all. I think that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Oh, I thought that was more gunfire. Holy Jesus. Kill it.
What song was she talking about? I Believe I Can Fly?
I believe I can.
Wouldn't she be top heavy? I mean, she can't fly.
No. She's like the spruce goose. I believe I can fly.
Here's another one. Oh, my God. Let's say hi to Mark in Louisiana. Mark!
Hi, guys.
Hey, Mark.
I'd like to introduce you to the 2009 champion of the Chubby Bunny contest.
Oh, God damn. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Let's go to Joe. Joe.
Hi.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, you guys are all blowing it, man.
Yeah.
It's the latest Susan Boyle makeover.
Oh, that's Susan Boyle.
Punching out, guys.
All right. Carl in Massachusetts. Red Sox beat the Yankees last night. Is that what happened? Red Sox swept the Yankees again?
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Well, I figured.
Don't follow him.
It did.
Gentlemen,
Yes.
It looks like Slimer from the Ghostbusters.
Slimer from Ghostbusters. Yeah, you know, the same type of pointy-headed thing. Hershey Kiss head. Yeah. Oh, maybe that one.
Well,
yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah, the cheekbones are there, that's for sure.
Quagmire from Family Guy is coming in. Robin in Detroit, she's a regular to the show. Looks like a Fat Albert character. That's Bill in Hoboken.
Oh, God.
Any Fraggle Rock fans out there?
You look like the garbage pile from Fraggle Rock?
Garbage pile from Fraggle Rock.
I need a reference point of that. I haven't seen Fraggle Rock in a long time.
Garbage pile.
One, but if you can find the music video to a song called Starlight by the Superman Lover, she looks fucking exactly like that potato thing.
Potato thing.
That potato thing.
Punching out.
Thank you, Cody.
Wow.
A little bit.
We're talking about face transplant woman. If you turned the news on this morning or opened up a newspaper, you couldn't help but be horrified by looking at it.
I kind of feel bad I'm laughing, but...
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, she's probably been through some shit.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But this is all people are going to be talking about this morning. Look, every TV
they're showing what they did to her.
Yeah, which obviously is amazing.
Yeah, but they're showing it like it's just snapping on and everything was fine, but that obviously isn't the case.
No.
The whole middle of her face was not hers. It wasn't there.
Right. Below the eyes, all the way down to the jaw. They had to rebuild the jaw and everything.
Yeah, she was just.
Do yourself a favor.
gone.
Try to find. Not many newspapers are carrying the picture of her CAT scan, where they show the bones and what happens to the bones after the shotgun blast. It's amazing. It's just all fragments below her eyes.
You know what the problem is too? That she has thin hair. She needs to have like a poofed out hair more.
She needs big Farrah hair from the 70s.
Yeah, her hair it just looks like a sheet of hair paper.
It's just
she put in her head. It's too thin.
You're right.
Fluff that shit up a little bit.
Too thin for the top of her head. She needs that to be huge.
Hey, candy corn head, fucking fluff that do up.
Someone's got to check her cheeks with a tire pressure gauge. Someone overinflated her face.
Let's go to Steve the trucker. Steve.
What's up, boys?
Hey, Steve.
Air.
Hey, she looks like the shrunken head dude off of Beetlejuice.
Oh,
yeah, a little
reference.
bit of that.
It's been a while.
Later, boys.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let me say hi to Joe in Boston. Joe!
Well, that's
my spit. It's everywhere.
Good for this lady. What can I tell you?
Beats the option, I guess.
Yeah, you know. I mean, it's nice that they got some kind of option for people that have lost their faces.
Like, she's not pleasant to look at, but it's like you don't know. Like, you're not going to run screaming.
Right.
Like, if you look at it, you're just like, that's an odd-looking lady.
Yeah,
I got people in my family that are uglier than this woman. Simple as that, and they didn't have a face transplant. So.
It is better than it was.
Not my immediate family, by the way. We're all we're all gorgeous. We all could have been models.
Little kids might still look like, Mother, there's a pile of mashed potatoes with glasses talking to me. Her nickname is going to be Old Wispy Wig.
Richard Dreyfuss is slapping her cheeks going, I know this. This means something.
Yes. Yes. Close encounters.
Old Devil's Tower head.
Looks like Shit Demon from Dogma.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's Ty in Ohio. I don't have time to get to him.
Great. 2 piles of shit, she looks like.
Yeah. Jim in New York. How are you, Jim?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
I got 2 questions.
Yeah.
One, would you let the monster blow you for the goof factor?
Yeah. I was just going to answer, yeah, without a doubt.
You know.
You do stuff for the story.
I might have to videotape it and let my friends watch just for kicks.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, would you hook it up with half a Hulk face and really watch the fun begin?
Wow, yeah.
Wow is right.
Her and half a Hulk face.
Wow is right.
Well, we got together and fell in love.
Thanks, fellas. Punch it out.
I didn't know you could do half a Hulk face.
Yeah, you just got It's pretty easy. It's more physical than anything else.
You notice we turned him around? First time he came around, he was an angry motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
Angry. And now he accepts it and he knows,
He's embraced.
That's his
loved
thing.
By people.
He has embraced the whole half Hulk face thing now.
You know why? He knows, like, if he goes to an O&A event or something like that, like, everyone knows who he is. So they're not going to look and go,
Yeah.
They look at him and go, oh, hey, half Hulk face, what's up?
They're actually getting to know him as a person. You make a very good point. I know we like to make a lot of jokes on this show.
We like to make a mockery of everything,
Yeah, sure.
especially people's misfortune.
But if he walks through a mall, people are pointing, staring, running, screaming. But at an O&A event, people go, have Hulk faces here?
Yeah.
They take their quick look.
Hey, have Hulk face.
Wow, okay.
Can I get a picture with you?
And then they start talking for real.
Yeah.
And then there's some chit-chat.
And you realize, the guy's not, he's actually a guy. We're helping by making fun of people.
Are we?
Yeah.
It's the worst.
Of Opie and Anthony.
Worst of Opie and Anthony, continuing with the face transplant lady. This is part 2. Patrice is now involved, and he's disgusted by all of this. And I'm sure it's only white people could come up with face transplants and all this other fun stuff.
I like the fact that you were shot in the face. That's funny.
All right, let's check it out. Worst of Opie and Anthony.
The worst of Opie and Anthony.
I know.
Man, we just did 20 minutes with Patrice. That should have been on the air. I hate this. That's why maybe we got to keep you guys outside the door until we go live. He's talking about like Facebook and Twitter and being on the grid and being off the grid and.
It's my first time here at the wonderful new compound, man. How you guys doing?
Jeez, it's wonderful, isn't it?
Well,
they don't really understand.
It hurts. It hurts.
Thank you.
It's the trickle down theory.
Because when I say it, they're like, "Oh, he's not grateful." Well, come on.
You're not grateful?
Yeah.
For hotel wallpaper and a wooden plank as crown molding. They disguised. That looks like something my mother beat me with.
But they would argue they did the right thing and they built us a nice studio over here.
Here's what they did: they brought your old TVs over and put them on the wallpaper, and then put Opie and Anthony sign up.
Yeah.
And now should be reserved for an old school newsman.
Yeah.
This is not right. This is not right for
Thank you, Patrice.
Fun and frolics and friendship and comfort and happy. There's
no room for
every
shenanigans.
second of your fucking voice talking is going to be resentment.
Have you seen her yet?
I thought Dom DeLuise died.
That's Jabba the Hutt. She looks like Jabba.
Face transplant lady.
Why the fuck is her head twice as big as it should be?
She looks like one of those where the wild things are people.
She was shot in the face with a shotgun.
This ain't the same technology as Face Off.
No.
The movie's made it look so nice.
Yeah, you put John Travolta's face on, you look like John Travolta.
Just remove my face.
Yeah, that's all.
I'd rather them put the fucking the William Shatner mask from Halloween just over my shotgun blast.
At least it's proportioned.
You know what? You're right.
Are you fucking kidding me? Sometimes I wish I wasn't afraid. You know that old saying, everybody want to go to heaven, but nobody want to die?
Yeah, sure.
I wish I just knew it was a heaven, and if something like that happened to me, I'd just be like, I'm going to heaven
Check
anyway.
out.
I'm out. That doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Please don't leave me with jowls, like 7 different faces. That bitch looks prehistoric. And another thing I'm gonna be cremated, because you're not gonna have me as some oil in the year 8,000.
You don't want to be fossil fuel?
800. Nah, nigga. You ain't put me in nobody's gas tank, bitch.
Fossil fuel.
Burn me and smoke me if you want to.
And you know what's fucked up? Your whole existence might amount to one fucking piston push going down. Just one. Like
some cocksucker named Earl in the year 4 million is changing some spacely sprocket thing with my ass. Fuck you. This ugly bitch could be oil, not me. As they find her face, right? And they reconstruct it and say, this is what all of them look like. Suck my dick.
Shit. Imagine that, yeah. We've reconstructed, and this is what people look like back in the year 20...
a new creature that we found, jowl face. And this is the male jowl face. Big jowls hanging down on her shoulders. People were ugly in the past.
Oh, damn.
Nigga. Eat my ass, nigga. Burn me to death. Burn me, man. Cook me.
Holy
Cremate me.
You think she got rid of her Facebook page?
Oh, God. She got a huge page.
A lady got shot in the face with a shotgun, walks to the bar. The bartender goes, why the long face?
Why the giant face?
Big face, bitch. I can't stand how we have to give a fuck about somebody who gets from ugly to uglier.
Thank you.
She went from looking like she just chewed 12 lemons to looking like she just has them in her mouth. Like she looked like she was eating them before. Now she look like she has them stuffed in her mouth, you bulldog face bitch. Get out of here, pug face. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God. That bitch. You fucking Easter Island head bitch. Fuck out of here, man. What?
Damn.
I thought we did this story justice 2 hours ago, but you just blew us out of the water, Patrice.
I'm still laughing at the middle picture saying it looks like she was sucking on lemons.
And then the next one is get out of here.
Holy
oh my
shit.
God, droopy dog. I don't want to see her ever again.
But she's trying to say she's not a monster, Patrice.
I'm not a monster.
Oh.
She wants everyone to know she's not a monster.
What's the bitch that's singing this ugly bitch? She looks just like her.
Yeah, that's Boyle.
Susan Boyle.
She looks like Susan Boyle. They took her from looking like a decent woman to a fucking mess to Susan Boyle's sister.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
she's all mouth.
Why did we come up with Easter Island head?
I know. It really is Easter Island head.
Why didn't we get that
damn.
one out there?
That giant head. Her head is a big pyramid. Like it's a giant twisted.
Damn.
But you know what?
It looks like a prehistoric arrowhead. You ever see the stone arrowheads from Apocalypto? You big Apocalypto axe-head bitch.
Look at the Easter Island head.
Just stop.
God, Easter Island is exactly what she looks like.
Wow.
Will you stop forcing me to fucking give a shit about shit like this?
And you know what? You can't just look at the face pictures that everyone's looking at on the internet. You got to see the full body because the head is gigantic on her body.
It looks like she's dislodged her jaw, swallowed a cinder block, and it's going down her neck.
I wish to God I had enough fucking balls to completely believe in the Bible, completely believe in heaven. So if something happens like that, I could just say, "There you go, Patrice. What do you want us to do?" And I just gotta hurry. What?
Pull the plug. Pull the plug.
Light in the hair, throwing out the window, going in the water, in the ocean, take me to Australia, and find out where they have a lot of sharks, and throw me in the fucking water in Australia, and have them eat me. Matter of fact, cut my head off first, and have them eat my head. Go into the lobsters. The carnivorous lobsters and fucking kill me. Holy shit. I'm going to fucking heaven anyway. Why would you leave me alive with this face? I don't want this fucking face. Can I give it back? Can I fucking get her a receipt for this fucking face? You motherfuckers, this is what you did to me? You gave me a pointy head and giant jowls as a fucking finger? Fucking suck my dick! What you say, Patrice?
You have a receipt for this face?
I'm on a different place. Niggas died all day. They get shot in the chest. I want a fucking regular face transplant. I heard a nigga died in jail yesterday. I want like a good-looking motherfucker, too.
Oh, shit. It's like, don't any models die?
Didn't the fucking model die? Yeah, but he was white. I don't give a fuck. Look at how good-looking this nigga is. You gave me... Who died with a pointy head that was comparable? What'd you say? Comparable.
I got a fucking headache.
Are you fucking serious?
Holy shit.
Stop fucking forcing me to...
She looks like a howitzer shell.
What is wrong with... I'm fucking...
She looks like
under siege
artillery.
You fucking... Like somebody loads a head. Oh, shit.
Oh, God damn.
Oh.
Mommy, there's a Pez dispenser coming.
Ow. Oh, fucking, are you serious?
People want to... did you say carnivorous lobsters?
Yeah.
Okay, because they got it out there. Chris goes, did he say carnivorous lobsters?
Carnivorous.
Feed
Throw my
the
head
head.
to the carnivorous lobsters. Feed my head to those top carnivorous lobsters in Australia. Save the transplant insurance money.
Holy shit.
Oh, they picked up
goddamn
carnivorous lobsters.
Oh, man.
Carnivorous lobsters.
I'll fucking get eaten with Bison Daly and his girlfriend.
Mother.
Oh,
God.
Fucking Alan Shepard should be in that head going around the earth.
It's just
old Mercury capsule head.
It's why I do that. I don't. The news. Why do you force me to give a fuck about what I don't give a fuck about that shit.
I'm with you. I barely give a shit
Are you
about
fucking
the
serious?
people around me.
Don't fucking force me to.
Why am I going to give a shit about a stranger that had a unfortunate thing happen?
Dude, shit happens, motherfucker. Shit happens,
Wow,
man.
there you got that one right, Ed. There it
Oh,
is.
damn, man.
What makes her hair bad?
That's a great shot.
It's the hair.
You know
that's
what,
so bad.
though?
It's
There's
the
a-
thin hair on the top of her head. It's her thin wig.
Yeah, that thin
She needs
little
more hair.
She look like the doll from Trilogy of Terror.
I remember that motherfucker with the knife.
Are you fucking serious, dude? Like, if I could fucking...
Trilogy of Terror doll. Punch out Trilogy of Terror doll.
How the fuck you come up with that reference?
Holy shit. That is one of the fucking best old movies. I remember being a kid watching that and just being
You don't remember
petrified.
Trilogy with Karen Black?
Oh,
I don't think I saw it.
I never saw that.
Dude, there it is.
Wow.
I saw Karen Black on a plane once. She still looked pretty good.
I would fuck Karen Black just...
She still looked... To say that you fucked Karen Black.
She's that ugly gorgeous. She's
Yeah,
kind of like
yeah,
Carly
yeah.
Simon. There's something about her that's just...
Old steam shovel jaw.
Yeah, just something about her. This girl's...
We might have the best reference of the day. Dave in South Carolina might have it. We've been taking these calls all morning long.
I say Easter Island head is fucking...
Is the number...
That hits it.
All right, Dave in South Carolina.
Hey, call her old underside of a stingray head.
All right, it does kind of look like that.
Oh, shit. From a shark's point of view. A shark's point of view head. Stingray shark.
Hey, that's not bad.
Oh, God.
How about, wait a minute, how about the tip top of a squid's head?
She's calamari.
Calamari.
The grimace.
Oh, she gotta. Her sense of humor better be acute, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
She's gonna have to deal with it because she's gonna have a lot of phony people around.
Oh, yeah.
Who are like, oh my God, I'm glad you're alive. And
Thank God, because you know something? It looks fantastic. You can't even tell anything happened. Oh, really?
They should put like blue hair on her and then let Bugs Bunny try to fucking...
Monsters are such interesting people.
Oh my God!
I was just saying, I'm going to put some curlers in your hair and I'll be right back.
Oh shit! Monsters are such interesting people.
Interesting people. There she is. Holy shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Okay, Doc.
How the fuck did you find that, Danny?
Danny is the king of the search engine.
I don't even know the name of that monster. Shit.
Gossamer.
Gossamer.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony, E-Rock and Sam. Jesse Ventura shows up out of nowhere to intimidate all of us.
Yes, Jesse Ventura, after the break, he's a massive man, and he's coming up on the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
We are doing the worst of Opie and Anthony because everyone's on vacation.
Matter of fact, we're doing it and doing it and doing it well.
Very clever. It's E-Rock and Primetime Sam Roberts.
Yeah.
And this involves former governor, former WWE legend, Jesse Ventura.
When Jesse Ventura came in studio, since he was a former wrestler, I asked him to sign my steel chair.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ventura. Would you mind signing this real quick? Takes the marker in the chair, and as he's signing, he goes, I haven't wrestled in 20 years, and I never used a steel chair. And he hands it back to me, and I'm like, look, I didn't need a life story. Just sign the chair,
Yeah.
You're a wrestler. Just sign it.
You're just adding to the collection.
Yeah, it's not like, But who else out there has a chair with his signature? That's why I'm special. That's one of the reasons I'm special.
I have Predator signed.
BFD is what I say. Okay?
But this bit here is where the Anthony catchphrase now developed.
Yes. All right.
No, not that. Thermite paint.
Thermite paint. He came in to spout out some of his crazy political ideals and other such things. Anthony, Jim Norton, Opie, and Jesse, the body, the mind, the governor, Ventura, in studio on the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
You're listening to the worst. The worst.
I actually felt retarded, like really retarded.
The worst of Opie and Anthony.
It's the Opie and Anthony show. Very, very busy day today. In studio, Jesse Ventura.
Yes.
Promoting Don't Start the Revolution Without Me.
On paperback.
Oh, out on paperback. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, you came around when it was out originally. Now
then they make you do it again. When the paperback comes out, you got to come out and do all the shows all over again, and that's part of the obligation of when you write a book. If it's successful enough and makes it to paperback, you're happy to do it because it means the book was a success if they take it to paperback.
And you got to write extra pages, too, because you got to give them a little extra, right?
Yep. So I updated it now because, of course, I wrote the book, and the epilogue of the book is complete fiction. I write fact all the way till the epilogue, and then I switched over to fiction without telling you.
Oh, really? It just becomes a murder mystery.
And I had to kind of remove that because I did a fictional piece saying that martial law, that I and Robert Kennedy Jr. are running for president, and that martial law is declared here, and they suspend because there's an attack of 6 of our cities, and they suspend the elections. And then I wanted to kill myself in the book, but Dick Russell, the guy who wrote it with me, wouldn't allow it, so I end up in a coma.
Why wouldn't he allow it? Did he thought it was too depressing?
No, he probably wanted to do another book with me, which we're now doing. So he figured if I I created Jesse Ventura, so I felt I had the right to kill him.
No, that's true.
Since I created him, the public image of who he is, then who would have the right to kill him other than me? Mm-hmm. And that's what I kind of wanted to do, because when I moved to Mexico, I had no intention really of going into the public eye anymore. It was like a getaway to go down there.
Now, you obviously you spend a lot of time down in Mexico, I gather?
Yep.
Yeah. And you enjoy what down there as opposed to being here?
First of all, the weather.
Well,
you notice that I'm a lot tanner than all you guys are.
Yes.
You guys look pretty pale to me, like you need some sun. But then again, in New York City, the sun's hard to reach you here. You got to look straight up just to see the sky.
This is true.
Yep. And so, but I've taken up surfing. I used to do a lot of body surfing and boogie boarding, but now I'm trying to make the transition at this late time in my life to board surfing.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult. It's a dedication. I often like to say this: surfing is a lifestyle, and you must be completely dedicated to it. Imagine if you were that dedicated to religion. Would they call you a religious bum?
Hey, that's something
surf
to think about
bum.
today.
No, they call us bums. You're a surf bum. I don't like that connotation because it's a dedication and a lifestyle. It's a like I tell people, here's my life in Mexico. I can tell it to you in one sentence. I wake up every morning with nothing to do, and when I go to bed at night, I'm half done.
You can't compare surfing to religion because of the connotation. Surfing has done nothing but commit horrific acts and violence all over the world and murder people in its name.
Oh, yeah, and religion don't do that.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Hey,
no one's ever been murdered over religion.
What needs to be said about Mexico, you're off the grid, you don't own a cell phone, you're an hour from pavement, and you're an hour from electricity.
Wow. You pedal a bike?
And I went from the governor's residence to that, imagine.
Is it a nice house at least?
Oh, yeah, beautiful home. Yeah, and the taxes are marvelous down there.
I bet.
You know what my taxes are? I have a 3-bedroom, 3.5 bath with a casita on the back. I have my own swimming pool, 30 of my own palm trees, and it's all encased in a wall
thing, a 2.5 car garage. My property taxes down there are $400 a year.
Wow. Wow.
And get this. Now, here's the better part about it. They get it and we don't. And I'll state it this way. At least in Minnesota, now I can't speak for all the states, but I'll speak for the one I govern. In Minnesota, the government and taxation, they penalize good behavior and reward bad. Mm-hmm. Case in point, your home. If you buy your home, fix it up and make it better, like a good citizen, right? How do they reward you? You pay more.
You pay more, right?
So by using their analogy, you should buy the house, let it go to shit, be the worst house on the block, then they'll reward you. You'll pay less.
You know something?
Now, do you know how
I
it works?
agree with Jesse.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know how it works in Mexico? This is embarrassing. We should be embarrassed up here. Do you know how property taxes work down there? There, they reward good behavior. Your property taxes are due in March. If you agree and pay them in January, they knock off 20%. If you pay them in February, they knock off 10%. March is normal, and then the fines start. Well, I pay mine on January 28th. Of course, February is a shortened month. So in 30 days, I'm getting 20% on my money. Tell me where I can do that legally. Mm-hmm. Now, we should be embarrassed that their system is so much superior to ours. Down there, they reward good behavior.
As far as, yes, that goes.
You pay early, you're rewarded.
As far as that goes, you're very true.
Yeah.
You're very right. I agree with that. But there are some downsides
certainly.
Of living in, well, maybe not living in, and especially you. I mean, you obviously have the means to buy something nice down there. There are a lot of impoverished people down there.
Absolutely. But the thing that's good about it, when you go to Mexico, it's understood the government's corrupt. See, we're on an ego trip up here. We kind of like to think our government's not. I got news for you, people. We're as corrupt as any Mexican government. It's just that they're open about it. Down there, you know it. By the way, I have a get-out-of-jail-free card. I've been pulled over twice by the federales, the federal police, where they kind of hold you up for money. Uh-huh. All I do is pull out my governor's ID and say, I know Presidente Fox and Presidente Calderon. You just have a warning. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. I've done it twice.
I bet that works.
2 times.
You worried about crime down there? Because Giuliani didn't even want to go without his own security. Do you have security with you? Or?
Never.
No?
I'm safer where I'm at. Are you kidding me? I've seen old women walking along the roads where I live, where I'm in far more danger in Minneapolis, Minnesota than I am in Mexico. Where the danger is in Mexico is the borders. Mm-hmm. And why? Well, let's go back in history. Who created the border towns? We did, the United States. We created Tijuana, Nuevo Laredo, Nogales, and all them crappy We're on Sirius Radio, right?
Yeah, you curse.
So I can curse. Yeah. We created all those shitholes, right? Do you know how? The prohibition of alcohol. When we prohibited alcohol, everybody that wanted to drink went over the border to Mexico to drink. Well, there came the prostitutes. Mm-hmm. There came all the bullshit. Now, the same holds true today. You have violence at the border. We all remember the Virginia Tech murders?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, do you know what the headlines were that day in the Mexico papers? It said USA 33, Mexico 20. It was like a sports score, because on that same day, Mexico lost 20 of their people at the border. The difference is ours only happens once a decade, like Virginia Tech. Theirs is a daily thing. And why? Because of the illegality of drugs and the prohibition. That's what. Mm-hmm. If we want to stop all the killing, then stop the prohibition. It seems to me in our country, we're more fearful of marijuana than murder. Because we're prohibiting marijuana, which is causing all the murders.
Is it marijuana, though, or the cocaine traffickers are the ones that tend to be really violent?
It's all of them. Because it's all lumped together with the cartels.
Would you want to legalize cocaine also and all drugs?
Well, when you speak legalize, let's remember, I think marijuana should be treated identical to liquor.
Absolutely.
Because I'll tell you, it's less.
I agree
in fact,
with Jesse.
In fact, it's a lesser of a drug.
Of course.
Because how many kids do we hear at college who binge drink every year and die?
Yeah.
We hear about it every year. Yet you can't smoke pot and die immediately.
Smoking is
now you might die in 40 years is from cancer, maybe from inhaling the smoke, but it's not going to kill you that night. There isn't enough weed in the world that could kill you in one night.
It's also a personal choice you're making, too. If you want to smoke it and take the risk of cancer, you should be able to do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, cigarettes
and
are available.
now, so to me, let's bring... I think Franklin Roosevelt said it at the end of Prohibition of alcohol, and I think it's a great quote. He said,
I can't feel my legs?
No, not quite. He said, we can no longer afford to prohibit alcohol anymore. I say you switch alcohol and marijuana now and say we can no longer afford to prohibit marijuana anymore. Right. I saw, those little stores in L.A. where they sell the medicinal if you got a script?
Medical marijuana, yep.
I saw a story where they went into the guy, now it's all prescription, and it was a guy in a wheelchair, runs a little shop about as big as your studio right here. And they asked him, they said, how much did you pay with prescription-only pot in sales tax to the state of California last year? You know what he said? $300,000.
Wow.
Now, if it was legal like liquor, he would be saying $1 million. Now, in these economic times, isn't it smart to get a new revenue source?
Schwarzenegger's actually saying that, though. You, in a way, agree. I think Schwarzenegger's kind of toying with that idea.
Absolutely.
So you actually agree with Arnold on that.
He's in a desperate spot right now.
Exactly.
Oh my
Our
God.
whole country's in a desperate spot.
Apparently.
And wouldn't it
How
be
great would
smart?
it be that marijuana saves this country?
Well, it won't save it, but it's one of the building blocks. If you can get more revenue coming, and one thing is not going to solve the economy. You're going to have about 30 things to solve it, but this could be one.
How much more of the Predator cast is for legalizing pot?
I would say all of them.
Oh, right. Just checking.
I would say Sonny'd have to be for it.
Yeah,
Sonny
I think
Landham.
Sonny
I wouldn't
would.
think
Sure.
Sonny'd have no problem with it.
Sure.
I don't think Carl and Bill would have a problem with it.
Carl
Bill Duke and Carl Weathers.
Seems like
and,
he might poke a little bit. Sure.
Shane Black, who wrote Lethal Weapon, I don't think he'd have a problem with it.
Oh, good. I just was a little curious on that one. Now,
Elpidia, now I don't know. Elpidia Carrillo, the Mexican girl.
Yeah,
I don't know what Elpidia's spot would be on it.
Get to the chopper. It was
very good. I like that.
I've seen it so many times.
Get to the chopper.
Now we got to get into something because I'm agreeing with you on
so far.
everything you've said so far.
All right.
But now there are a couple of issues, Jesse, where I think we part ways a little bit.
And what might that be?
That would be what I heard he's talking about on Larry King about Guantanamo. And the insurgents, the victims, the tortured people, the bad guys, the terrorists, the poor guys, whatever you want to, depending on which side, whatever they're being called.
Muslims.
This day. Muslims.
Well, we only seem to waterboard Muslims.
Well, when they're the only ones crashing into the building.
Oh, not true.
Well,
Timothy McVeigh and Nichols, why didn't we waterboard them?
Well, we kind of knew they did it.
Yeah, but many people felt there were more people involved. Shouldn't we have waterboarded them to find out? But we can't, can we? Because it's against the law.
We could execute one of them.
They were covered under the Constitution of the United States of America.
Right.
The insurgents, the victim, whatever you want to call them.
They should be too.
Not, but they are not.
Yes, they are.
They are.
Our country is our country.
But it's
you go by the rule of, if you don't follow the rule of law when it's convenient, you must also follow it when it's inconvenient. Torture is illegal.
But there's a difference.
No, there is not.
There is a difference between people, American citizens protected by the Constitution, and wartime prisoners that are
protected by what?
The Geneva Convention.
Exactly.
But they don't qualify for that either.
Only because that's what the torture people are using as semantics to get away with it. It's just like when they call it enhanced interrogation.
Right.
Oh, what a neat word to come up with that you can substitute for torture.
Well, it is a shame
I've
how
been
many people
waterboarded.
I heard.
I know that.
Yeah, I
and
heard.
it's torture.
Yep.
John McCain has been waterboarded. He said, isn't it ironic that the guys who have been waterboarded and the guys who have actually served their country are opposed to the torture, and it's all these pukes like Dick Cheney, who got 5 deferments from the Vietnam War. He's all for it and creates it because he never had to put his ass on the line, did he?
Shouldn't it be on the table? Shouldn't that be on the table, at least as a threat for information?
No, because the information's fraudulent. That's why I made the quote. You give me Dick Cheney a waterboard in an hour, and I'll have him confess to the Tate murders.
I understand.
Because when you're being tortured, you will say whatever it is to stop the torture.
Yeah.
So there's no credibility to what. Why do you think it's not allowed in the courts?
But the threat.
There are no
of
buts.
The threat of a torture. Let me
Then,
tell you.
okay,
when you go public
then we
and say
stoop
we're
to their
taking
level,
this,
don't we?
I'm not saying. I'm not
What's
even saying
next? Should we
torture
lop
them.
some heads off?
I'm not even saying torture them, but I'm saying to publicly say this is what we're never going to use takes a tool away. It's called the tool of fear, not actually torturing. Let's say, and believe me, I'm not even for that. But I'm talking with you here.
I know.
Why would a president or anybody else for that matter say we're never going to use this? It's a bad thing to tell the opposition what you're taking off the table, regardless if you use it or not.
Because that puts us above them.
But by
and
being
if
above them,
if we stoop to their level, we're no better than they are.
But you know something, we are, because
we're not.
When we bomb places, we have to make sure they're strategic strikes.
We don't.
When we have bombs
are
that
you
go
kidding
amiss,
me?
you know
How many
something?
civilians you think have died in Afghanistan and Iraq from our supposed surgical strikes?
Because war isn't perfect, unfortunately.
That's
we can't
right.
just kill the bad guys. That's why it's war and it's bad.
And that's why we shouldn't be in either one of them.
But I'm saying Afghanistan too. We shouldn't be in.
No.
Why? Al Qaeda are the people.
No,
they could have turned him over.
Excuse me. We
over.
went to war with Al Qaeda because they supposedly would not turn over Bin Laden. That's all they did. Al Qaeda. That's all they did. We said to Al Qaeda, turn over Bin Laden. Al Qaeda said no, and that's why we're fighting them.
Well, the Taliban, you mean?
Or the
The
Taliban.
Taliban.
The Taliban.
They were the head muckety mucks lopping off heads and doing whatever they do. But don't you think that somebody had to be held responsible? And I know some of your theories on 9/11.
They're not theories. They're questions. And in our country, you're not allowed to ask them anymore.
You have theories, though.
No, I have questions. I have questions. That's all. Not theories. I have questions.
Your take on what happened is not what the official line is.
Right.
You feel...
I follow what Thomas Jefferson said. Dissension's the greatest form of patriotism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no,
so I dissent. I question my government.
I agree with everyone's right to do that. Absolutely.
But why does everyone get angry when you question 9/11? People get angry at you and they call you names. And they do all this stuff, and all I do, there's things about 9/11 that are very peculiar to me.
That whole day was a bit peculiar.
Yeah, and I do have a background, I think, in demolition. I was trained by the best guys we have in the country. And when I look at those buildings and I see how the cement was pulverized to powder, what type of energy could cause that? Not a simple fall.
Well, that wasn't
not
quite
a simple fall. Yeah, they said one floor pancaked into the other and down they went.
A lot of weight.
Well, how would that pulverize 900 tons of cement into dust?
People are questioning, I think, because you do have the demolition background, the Navy SEAL background. How come it was like on September 12th or 13th? Like, you kind of came out a couple of years later. And I think that's what people are questioning. Like, there have been so many theories about it before.
Because at the time I was governor, I didn't have time to question it. When you're governor, that's a full-time job, believe me. And so it was after I got... You know what made me question 9/11? Here's what did it. After I got out of office and Bush said we're going to invade Iraq, I stepped back and went, Iraq? Wait a minute. The 19 guys they told us that did this, there wasn't one Iraqi.
Right.
Why are we going into Iraq? And that's when I started to question. I said, ooh, what's the real big picture
But how did that make you change your view of the physical?
What's the real big picture here?
But you could question that, but it doesn't have to necessarily tie into 9/11. It could tie into Saddam Hussein tried to kill my daddy. That's pretty much what I think.
The point
Bush
is, all of it wouldn't have happened without 9/11.
That was a catalyst because he was able to use the fear of terrorism and potential threat of Saddam Hussein, which turned out to be bullshit.
To lie to us.
I'm not going to disagree.
Right.
That was the weapons. Big lie. Lie. But
well, if they'd lie about that, wouldn't they lie about other things?
Just because I lie to one thing doesn't mean I'm lying about a murder.
Okay,
I could lie that I stole something. It doesn't necessarily mean I would lie for something more important.
All right, let's go back to my generation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Vietnam vet. Now, I remember when the President Johnson got on TV and told us our boys are floating in the water for the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which is what got us into the Vietnam War, where 58,000 of my generation were killed, probably 1 million Vietnamese killed, who knows how many. And they've now come out and said that wasn't true. It never happened. Now, if they would fraudulently build up the Gulf of Tonkin incident to get us to war, you think they wouldn't fraudulently take us to war again?
In that fashion, I'm not too sure about that.
Really?
In the fashion of taking down two huge, very symbolic buildings, killing a lot of innocent American people. In that fashion, no. And the demolition thing, I like to, because you say you're in demolition.
I was trained by the best.
You know what it takes to wire a building that size for demolition.
Not much.
How would you do that in a working building?
Easy.
When you see,
Let me explain.
When I see them demolish buildings, they're drilling holes, they're planting, there's wires, cables.
All right. Great. First of all, the World Trade Center had construction going on a daily basis. Every time a tenant moved out, they had to redo whatever floor they were on. And I learned this from guys that worked there. They said construction was an everyday thing. Construction workers would walk in and out all the time. You want to know how to do it? Be the UPS man. Show up with your brown truck. You got access to every floor. You can carry boxes up to any floor. Who's going to ever question? You're the UPS
plant
guy.
Enough explosives
covertly
to take down two buildings that are 100 stories tall.
Do you know anything about the modern demolition?
I've seen many.
Do you know what super thermite is? Do you know what super thermite is?
No, but I assume it would be a very high temperature.
It's a highly explosive demolition that you can put on like painting the walls. It doesn't become a demo till it dries, and it can be made into paint. You could have people painting super thermite right here in the building, and they wouldn't even know it.
I would love to see a demonstration of it used to take down pillars of cement.
I can show you super thermite
without drilling into the superstructure.
I can show you super thermite. We just did it for a pilot I'm doing on True Channel. We showed super thermite simply painted onto I-beam steel and detonated, and it burned right through it. I-beam steel.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you a question just about 9/11? I would almost believe conspiracy theorists. Why go
the government is just a theory.
Let me just ask you, why wouldn't they just, to go through all that and go through the planes, why wouldn't they just bring the buildings down, take two trucks, however they do it, get them into the basement? If you can bypass the security at the airport, if you can do all that, you can get trucks into the basement. You somehow make a proclamation that Saddam Hussein has said he is going to attack a major New York city. That day, you drop both buildings. You A, kill a lot more people. You B, remove almost all of the X factors that can fuck you up, like a plane not taking off because of mechanical failure. Mm-hmm. And you give the entire American public a galvanizing reason to go into Iraq. That is so much simpler and so much easier to control. Why wouldn't they? If they could,
I don't know.
Why not something simple? Why 4 airplanes and possibly more, and then you leave Zacharias Moussaoui to be tried? It's embarrassing.
There's a lot of unanswered questions, and that's my point. Why is it that when you ask questions about 9/11, you're immediately attacked? Why aren't you allowed to ask a question about it? If you saw something that you don't understand, which there are many things I don't understand that day. Why June 1st? Did George Bush do an executive order changing how we respond to air attacks? Up until that point, base commanders were left to their discretion whether we sent jets up, and that happened like 170 times a year. Jets would go up in the air. Yet June 1st, through an executive order, no jets were allowed to go in the air unless it was cleared through Donald Rumsfeld at the DOD. So in essence, you could have a stand down simply by Rumsfeld not answering his phone. Mm-hmm. Because no one had permission to go up in the air. Where was our air defense that day? Here you had 4 commercial hijacked airplanes covering 2 to 3, 4 hours a time, and we didn't have one jet in the air. Yet, go back to do you remember Payne Stewart, the golfer?
Yeah.
Okay, Payne Stewart took off from Florida in a private plane. They went up and lost contact. Within 20 minutes, they had a fighter jet up on the wing. He said, they're slumped over. I can't raise them. They appear to be dead. He followed them to Nebraska or whatever. When they didn't hit Omaha, he let them go down. Well, this was a private plane out of Florida, and we had a jet up there within 20 minutes. Here you've got 4 hijacked planes and not one. Let's look at the government's theory, and I call theirs a theory too. They've never proven any of this.
But Jesse, you're saying you're saying 4 planes. Just not to interrupt you, but you're saying 4 planes. You remember too? They were up, and it was very, very quick. Like when the one plane went up, the bunch of stuff happened. A lot of people, the air traffic control wasn't exactly sure what was happening. And the next thing you know, it's flying into a plane.
Because ironically, we were holding war games that day. Now, did the terrorists know this? And if they did, who leaked it to them? How did they know to do it on a day when NORAD is running these huge war games where it would confuse all the air? Remember the quotes from the air traffic controllers? Is this real or is this part of the war game? They didn't know. Now, that fits bad for us either way. Because either it was done intentionally or the terrorists got inside our government to the point of knowing when we run war games.
But didn't they call
so
the plot?
Somebody's not doing their job here.
The plot was called Porsche 9/11, I believe. So they knew that they were going on September 11th. So you're taking into account if the government's involved and there's war games involved, bad weather ruined your entire plot. Like that's why I believe that the 19 guys caught this country with our pants down and they used lax security.
Let me ask this. How were they able to identify these guys within 24 hours and yet not able to stop them? They had pictures on TV. Yeah, they showed us pictures.
Because they didn't try to hide themselves. They were on the manifests.
Well,
Their names were on the manifests.
Really? Who's seen the manifest? The government won't release the manifests. When have you seen them?
Well, I haven't seen the manifests.
No one has. No one has. The government won't release the manifests. Why? All right, let's go to the Pentagon. The Pentagon has over 200 cameras that run 24/7. Why did the government confiscate all those cameras, and why are we not allowed to see the plane hit? All you see is this little flash that they allowed you to see. Yet the Pentagon has cameras all over it. And how was that plane able to circle for 40 minutes in a no-fly zone and not be shot out of the air?
Question.
And then it ties in. When Cheney was down in the bunker and Mineta, the transportation secretary, testified to this in open 9/11. He said a kid walked in and said, "Mr. Vice President, the plane's 50 miles out. Mr. Vice President, the plane's 30 miles out. Mr. Vice President, the plane's 10 miles out. Do the orders still stand?" Mineta testified, and Cheney snapped around and said, "Of course they still stand. Have you heard anything contrary?" Well, what orders are we talking about here? And if he knew and was being a report that this plane was approaching approaching Washington, D.C., why weren't buildings being evacuated? Why wasn't it being shot out of the air?
Well, maybe
a lot of
they handled it. You're
like
right.
that.
They did handle it terribly, but I don't think
it was handled horribly.
That's implying that the vice president and the president know a plane is being crashed, and they're going, "Well, if the plane's on schedule to hit the Pentagon."
All right,
that doesn't make sense.
Now here the plot thickens. Now Bush was down at that school, right, talking to the kids,
right?
And remember the 7 minutes he sat there frozen in the classroom,
right?
All right. The Secret Service is under the Department of Justice. They don't even take orders from the president. If they feel the president's in danger, they whisk him to safety. Now, the president's trip to Florida to that school was a photo op. So it was well documented he was going to be in that school. Card comes up to him and tells him a second plane hit, we're under attack. Now, planes are flying into buildings. 2 of them have done it now. Why did the Secret Service allow Bush to sit there for 7 minutes when, for all purposes, a plane could have been bearing down on that school at the very moment that he was in there? Who would know? We're under attack from flying planes. They knew he was there. He should have been whisked out of that room immediately. But it was almost like they knew.
I just think we had this perception that we were protected a lot better than we actually were. Yeah. We always had this perception that there were missiles on top of the White House and things would happen if something like this ever happened. But you know something? We just were not as prepared as we would have liked to have been, and like Jimmy said,
so a memo
down
on August 6th that said the exact thing that was going to happen while our president was vacationing in Crawford, Texas. The memo of August 6th said exactly Osama bin Laden's planning to hijack planes and fly them into buildings.
And it was
I can tell you something.
Oh, yeah.
Had I been the president, 9/11 might not have happened because I would have responded to that memo. I wouldn't have gone on vacation
The other
to Crawford.
investigator that went down to the flight school and spoke with people that said this gentleman is trying to fly a plane. It's very suspicious. He doesn't fly very well. He's not concerned with the landing. Like that to me is evidence also that this guy is a Middle Eastern gentleman that was flying a plane and pulling up red flags.
Let's look at the actual hijackers. Now, Osama bin Laden is a purist Muslim who goes by the old traditional Muslim. We'll all agree to that, right? Whether you agree with what he believes in.
What do you mean, the purist?
Purist. He's a Muslim who believes in the faith. Like we're the infidels, we should be out of their country and all this.
I think al-Zawahiri is more the strict religious guy than he is.
Okay, well, both of them then, whatever. But these guys that hijacked, they were not strict to the faith. They were going to stripper bars. They followed them. Well,
they were following orders, whether they're.
But if you're going to go die and you believe in Allah and you believe in the purity and the sanctity of the religion, and you're now going to die, wouldn't you live cleanly?
They're not very rational if you're going to take a plane and fly it into a building. So
they're flying civilians into a building.
But you're not listening to me. These guys don't fit.
They perfectly fit.
No,
they were.
No, they don't.
They were fanatics. Perhaps not as religious as you would think they would be if they're going to fly into buildings, but you got to be a little cuckoo to fly into a fucking building with planes full of people. So, perhaps they weren't strictly adhering to this Muslim faith.
I would. If I were a religious person, well, if I was that religious and you know you're going to die, would you want to offend God right before you die?
They obviously didn't look at it like that. They look at it.
Well, you can't obviously say what they looked at.
Sure you can, because they behaved that way.
Yeah, so they weren't. See, to me, they're not the followers of bin Laden and them because of their behavior.
I want a question for you. This 9/11 was 75% successful, according to what they wanted to do. The passengers overtook that final plane once they all knew for a fact it was happening. They
I don't believe that either.
I know you don't.
Cell phones don't work that high then.
But they were low. They weren't flying at 30,000 feet. But let's just say, let's say for the sake of argument, the passengers attacked. If the pilots are not trained to open that door and negotiate, if those doors are locked and that the first sign of trouble, they allow that woman's throat to be cut and they do not open the doors, 9/11 doesn't happen.
All right. Here's another one for you. You got 4 experienced pilots that were flying these planes, like the guy that flew the Pentagon plane, Burlingame, former Top Gun. Tough as you can get. Now, they have a thing on all commercial planes where all you've got to do is punch in some numbers and it's a code that you're being hijacked. Why did none of the 4 planes, none of them, that number was never punched in?
Probably because they were smart the way they did it. They would attack the stewardess, and the pilots were trained to open the door and negotiate, which is a horrible...
But they still would hit that before they would do anything. It doesn't require any words. All that does is send out to everyone who needs to know we're being hijacked.
Well,
none of the 4 planes did that.
Well, didn't the stewardess say open the door?
And a guy like Burlingame... Guys that knew him said he would never give his plane up. He would die first.
So then how did they get it? I don't know why they didn't.
I
don't know.
He might have died
first.
But
he was a tough guy. He was a karate guy. He would top in self-defense, all this stuff.
When you got a guy with a box cutter...
Ooh, yeah, box cutters are real dangerous. When you got a box cutter
to a girl's throat, perhaps, then the guy isn't going to charge in and start fighting, knowing that somebody's life is threatened. You got to look, in hindsight,
let's remember
if you think
now.
These planes are going to fly into the ground and everything like that, you're going to do whatever you have to do.
Okay, here's what we have to believe then. And which all of you do, that 19 Islamic hijackers armed with box cutters defeated our multi-billion-dollar air defense system that the Soviets couldn't.
And the threat of a bomb.
The Soviets couldn't do it, but these 19 guys, all while taking orders and conspiring with a bearded guy in a cave in Afghanistan.
Yeah, a billionaire who has funds and who has a network of people. He's not some broke guy. He's a construction billionaire.
Yeah, and in fact, you're correct there, because his brother Salem, he helped bail out George Bush on one of his horrible business ventures.
Them being tied in, I don't even disagree.
Oil families are a very small group of people in this world.
And George Bush is part of it.
Oh, he is. He absolutely is.
But he didn't orchestrate 9/11. So dislike him as much as you want.
I'm not saying he did.
No, I know. But
I'm just saying that if they didn't orchestrate it, I believe that they didn't do much to stop it.
19 guys caught the U.S. with their pants down because they first of all, they had the threat of a bomb, which everyone...
What threat of a a bomb.
They said they had a bomb. People were calling on their cell phones saying that these Muslim guys or whatever they said or Arabic guys have hijacked us. And this is coming from people who were on the plane, and they said they have a bomb. That's how they stopped a mutiny from the passengers.
How did they get the bomb through security?
They didn't. There was no bomb. But that
exactly.
was what
you'd
they
be that stupid on the plane? Wouldn't you if you were on the plane? I would think.
Jesse, you're different. You're not a businessman on your way to L.A. to do something.
No, I'm a governor.
But you're also a fucking wrestler and a Navy SEAL. You think differently than the average citizen.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Regular guys aren't 6'5" that can throw somebody through the window.
Pre-9/11, your mindset, if you're a regular average Joe flying, was if some fucking shenanigans happen, I'm going to sit in my seat, shut up, and hope we land and they, deal with this problem.
Because it had never happened.
Because it hadn't happened. If they knew right off the bat that they were flying into buildings, you would do everything you could. Every old lady would be scratching friggin' eyeballs out. That's, I think, the mindset now is what you're thinking, but it's hindsight.
The pilots would have done something. You tell me they couldn't have dipped that plane if they knew they were going to be flown into buildings. They would have dipped that plane and dropped everybody. They would have lowered the air pressure.
Rolls if you want. Anything, but...
No, it had never happened. You negotiated. They would ask for the freedom of political prisoners, and you would land. No one had ever flown passenger planes into buildings. And the shitty intelligence, the lack of communication between the FBI and the CIA, that was all terrible. That was all terrible, but that doesn't mean that it was a conspiracy by the U.S. government.
You got your ideas on it, in questions like you said.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that what troubles me in this country is that on this issue, you're not allowed to talk about it.
But you are.
Well, without people insulting you. This is Governor Jesse Ventura, and you're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony.
The worst. It's the worst
of the Opie and Anthony show.
Worst of Opie and Anthony. You think it can't get worse, but it does, because we break out some of the Real Rock tapes.
What are the Real Rock tapes, Eric? Please explain for everybody.
Real Rock tapes are the TV show that O&A used to do when they were serving time in Boston.
Real Rock TV with the show.
Yes.
It was terrible. Cheesy bits.
And here's some of those bits coming up after the break on the worst of Opie and Anthony. Yes,
Eric.
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Is it?
Yes.
Where are we?
We are hosting the worst of Opie and Anthony.
No, but where are we right now?
Right now, we are sitting in the studio hosting the worst of Opie and Anthony.
No. As of this airing, where are we?
I don't know. Where are you?
I am at a bed and breakfast with my lovely wife.
Doing what?
Having sex.
Ew. Ew, ew. Anyway, so, Real Rock tapes. You know the Real Rock tapes?
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is one of them. We won't give you the details. You figure it out here on the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Yeah, I do remember these. These are bad.
Who the fuck is listening?
To the worst.
Who's fucking listening?
To the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Hey, did that make it up?
What, the latest
video?
the
latest video?
If you want to take a look at it.
No, I don't.
Can you, guys?
Jimmy just got this big twinkle in his eye.
Well, the bit is I've been putting up old videos from when we did a TV show called Real Rock TV up in Boston, and I don't know if it's helping or hurting us. I'm starting to think maybe I should not put these up. Here's the second video. One a day until the douche chills get so bad that I have to stop this process.
One a day is quite enough.
You know, on Twitter, you could hit that reply thing.
Yeah.
Is it positive reviews so far?
Oh, it's just brutal. Have your fun, boys and girls.
Yeah. I didn't even look at it, and I was getting, reviews twittered to me just saying, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Pretty bad stuff, huh?
Well... yeah.
Yeah.
I'll set this clip up. First of all, the turkey bowling clip was supposed to go up.
Right.
With hot chicks and stuff.
What happened?
I think it could have been okay. I think we could have saved face on that clip. But the video uses Take the Skinheads Bowling, that old song, that old dumb song that no one downloads or cares about. Yeah. And because of that, there's a copyright infringement thing that YouTube's really into these days. Well, for a while now. So, I can't get it up there. It sucks. If they know you're using a piece of music, they deny your videos now.
Deny?
Well, they've been doing it for a while, which sucks because it was on TV. We're just basically rebroadcasting this.
A load of crap.
And that's a much better clip than this. So last minute we kind of scrambled and put this one up. Today's clip should be a lot better, I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. This one's good, though. So basically, we're such cool TV hosts Anthony.
Yeah.
That were hosting the show from my car, just driving around and causing all sorts of shenanigans.
Didn't we goof on Rocco about doing this with the Rock bus?
Well, we didn't steal my own car, though.
Well, I know, but why were we doing this? Why were we broadcasting from the car?
I guess it should be noted that, we had a radio show to do. And then,
here comes the excuse.
And then we had, remember Ian? And then
Yes,
Ian's
of
like, what do you guys want to do on Real Rock TV this week? We're like, we don't even know what we want to do on our show.
Well, that's true.
So it was always like, it really was an afterthought. Like, all right, how about this? We'll film some shit from our, my car.
You can say that again.
So this starts with Anthony acting retarded. I'm really surprised Bruce Mittman allowed this on the Fine TV show.
Uh-huh.
Because you're acting like a retard. You're banging your head on the glass, the passenger side window.
Why was I doing that?
Because we're at a red light and there's some housewife next to us.
Oh, I was trying to freak her out.
And you did freak her out.
All right,
and
good.
We'll start with this, Jimmy. When you want us to stop the tape, you just raise your hand and point to Danny.
And this is basically just showing you what nuts Opie and Anthony were off the air.
Crazy.
It doesn't stop here.
No.
All right, Jimmy, here you go. The first look at the video. You didn't see this? You got to watch.
I did.
Oh, you did see
Yes,
it?
I did.
I haven't.
I did.
I haven't, so I'm ready to douche chill out.
Oh, no, this is good.
How many problems you got?
This is good.
How many problems you got with this clip, Jimmy?
None. It was really funny. I mean, I was like, these guys were like, when did these guys kind of slow down? It was obviously 24 hours of craziness back then.
What an asshole.
All right, here we go.
All right. Good copy.
Look at her. Racing away.
Fun with Opie and Anthony. This is what we do when we're not on the
Pause it.
What fun with Opie and Anthony? This is what we do when we're not on the radio.
Fun with Opie and Anthony. I was groaning and banging my head against the window to try to upset the woman that was next to us at a light.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fun. I think fun.
I don't even remember doing this.
I don't remember doing this at all. At all.
What do you think, Jimmy?
That's the same thing Markoff was saying this morning in Boston. No recollection of doing this.
I didn't remember this.
There was very busy. It's not particularly well shot. It's in the back seat, like a guy is just holding the video camera.
Yeah,
and you can tell there was no take two.
Oh, really?
No, there's not one for safety, as they say.
No,
let's do one more for safety.
We don't have time for take twos. All right, here comes the second part of the video.
Yeah.
Radio, by the way.
Real Rock TV on the road. Isn't this great?
Stop for the pole!
Stop it. Don't be an idiot. Honestly.
Hey, on the Real Rock TV show tonight, we got a live performance from Powerman 5000. That's Rob Zombie's brother on lead vocals. Hey, you want to see us break a law for Real Rock TV? Get the red light on the TV.
Oh my God.
There's a red light now.
We got downset.
You
We
can
got
see the
downset from the
camera
Middle
cut.
East.
Right? Crazy.
What?
The camera cut right there is horrendous.
Probably because we stopped short.
Yeah, and didn't
made
go
sure
through
we
it.
didn't break the law.
Why would the camera stop there and not show us going through the light?
It shows you
completely?
going up under the red light, and then all of a sudden,
I do remember we actually went through the red light.
Yeah.
We did. But
I'm so amazed and stunned. Whoa!
But this is, we've been dealing with management and lawyers for a long time. I do believe they didn't want to show us breaking some law.
Oh, that's probably it.
On a TV show, because
so they cut it out.
So then we would get arrested, or we'd have some kind of problem. It's like, whatever, we'll deal with going through a red light. I'll take the points.
I think you're
if
right.
it makes for good TV. But they're like, no.
Makes for good TV.
Let's cut
to be arrested for this.
Let's cut it right before you officially break the law.
That's probably what the station was just telling you guys to be polite. They were probably like, this is horrible.
Yeah.
Like, just tell them it's illegal. Maybe maybe they'll drop the bit. But it's funny, like that was the big law. It was like the little slow drive through the red light. It was like,
Oh, yeah.
woo, did it.
All right, here we go. Hit it again.
We got a Star Wars party, and Rocco, I think, is doing something with the Monster Truck Show, man.
Yeah.
All right?
Can you
Is that a
pause?
cop?
Man.
Yeah, I want to comment about my
Star Wars party.
What's a Star Wars party?
I don't remember.
I don't remember a Star Wars party.
Maybe it was the morning show.
It had to be. Those
We were
geeks.
like cross-promoting, saying what Rocco's going to be doing. And
Yeah. And I said, man.
Man.
We hear the man again. Hey, man.
Hey, man. Dr. Beaver.
Star Wars party, and Rocco, I think, is doing something with the Monster Truck Show, man.
Yeah.
All right? Is that a cop? Check out the show. We got to go.
You're screwed.
Wish that would have happened.
This is going great.
That's funny. I'm funny.
I was only joking.
Did you see that jerk?
What's that supposed to be? Some kind of sick joke?
Yeah.
I am protecting myself. I am scared of you. Please call the police.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Is the only way to put that.
You think that's bad?
I can't even.
Does that make you uncomfortable to watch?
Yeah. I'm kind of. I'm cringy. I'm trying to wrap my arms up a little bit around myself to get warm.
People are confused. I said, I don't remember this at all, and then I remember the red light thing. But all of a sudden, the red light thing came into... I remember that they didn't want us to officially get in trouble. They want us to be edgy, but not officially break the law on the TV show.
But Aunt, you're actually
just
going,
the crap we've been dealing with forever. Yes, Jimmy.
Aunt's actually going like, oh no, the cops. Like you're like making it like it's a crazy ending and what's gonna happen.
Right, because I didn't know.
We're screwed.
Oh, we're screwed.
The beauty is that Anthony gets pulled over every other month now. So
of course.
See, we're edgy. See,
I don't film it.
As my voice gets higher. See,
oh God.
So what happened? Did the cops pull you over?
Oh yeah, it was a big to-do, Jim.
Boy,
big to-do.
Spent the night in jail, and Bruce Midman had to bail us out.
Yeah.
There was no cop.
Should have saved yourself like Charles Stewart.
What was with the friggin' just the bullshit we would do?
We were just happy to be there.
Oh, completely.
That was part of our transitional period.
It really was.
God,
thank God.
We had to like find our way.
I like when you go, it's Rob Zombie's Brothers Band. I think Ant goes like, I think you say that Ant goes, yeah. Like the one you acts like, yeah, that's enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Well, Power Man 5000 was pretty... They had a little thing going back then. They did all right.
It's kind of funny to hear what bands you're introing on some of these clips, you know? It's like, hey, and here's, what was that band? That's Butt Trumpet or something.
Oh, you're ugly.
And we'll hear from Butt Trumpet in a little bit.
Watching these old shows, there is band after band after band that is no longer around.
It's just not around.
Bands like Reach Around.
Hey,
remember the band Reach Around?
We'll be hearing from Brother Kane.
Oh,
an interview with
Brother
Kane.
He was supposed to be the next big blues guy.
Yeah.
All right.
There.
So that's today's clip, Jimmy. Not as good as yesterday's. We'll get a doozy for today.
Oh, Lulu.
Maybe Sam could preview what he's thinking of putting up there for me today.
God, why not just put us in gay porno? It'll be less embarrassing.
What part makes you go, ugh? My man kills me.
Every reaction I have is just, yeah.
Do you like the retard thing you were doing, though? That wasn't that bad.
You know what? I don't think it was TV worthy. Yeah, it might be funny if you're in your car and the woman, it's working and, you're getting a reaction from her, scaring her perhaps.
Well, Sam ran in, so he must have something good.
Oh.
Well, you guys didn't stop the craziness there when you were driving.
We're not doing another driving bit, are we? Did we do, I think, a drive-through thing?
Yeah.
What did we do at the drive-through?
No. Well, Opie decided to go up to the drive-through and ask just for a piece of cheese.
Okay.
Jimmy's like, well, What?
Jimmy just woke up.
Just for a piece of cheese.
Yep, he said he wants just the cheese, no burger.
Well, wow. Now, what did the drive-thru person say?
And, well, he also said, and no ketchup on it.
I did not do that.
Yes, you did.
Find another clip. I refuse to allow that up there today.
And then they gave you a piece of cheese.
Yeah.
And then Ant said, Ant said,
I thought I probably said something.
You're hoping you skated?
Great. I was hoping he would just say the end and walk out, but no. When I hear Ant said, I get scared.
And when you want to tap out, you give me a call and I tap out for this bit. Because I can't even look at the replies, the comments.
Yeah, this is...
Although you guys got to keep them at 5 stars. As soon as I see those stars drop, bid over.
Yeah.
Bid over.
Yeah.
But they gave you the cheese.
Yeah.
And Ant said, ooh, I get half of the slice of cheese.
Of the slice of cheese.
Or blame for the bit.
Are you kidding me?
And Opie said, no, dude. I got the cheese. I asked for it.
We're fighting over cheese, man.
And then you go, Anthony, you go crazy and take it right out of Opie's hand and cackle and laugh as you rip the piece of cheese in half and enjoy your piece of it. Of the cheese.
Why would we do this? Why would we do this?
Look, I can't do this bit anymore.
Why would we do this?
I have found my line.
That's great. There's a lot more.
No.
You know what the worst part is? Just hearing Sam describing it, I can't listen.
No.
To watch that would be so painful.
What other bits have you found?
I don't know. This is 2 episodes on me, all this stuff. And I still have a stack of tapes.
Dude, I got 20 more tapes at home. I'm bringing them in slowly. We're digitizing these things for the first time.
Thank God they're coming into the new millennium with us.
Mm-hmm.
They're being transferred to the digital age where they shall reside forever and ever.
Because the thing about tape is...
Great.
There's like 40 shows. So don't
You guys did 40 of these?
Yeah.
So don't just put up clips. You got to
don't get any better.
You got to find the good clips there.
Best of the
Couldn't
best.
get worse.
Yeah, I know.
How long were they? Half hour?
Yeah. Any other clips that you've seen?
Nothing I can think of off the top of my head.
The big
but I
one
mean,
is the Tickle Me Elmo bit.
I haven't found that one yet.
That's gold.
No, it's funny. To this day, people talk about our Tickle Me Elmo bit like it was TV gold, and I'm sure it wasn't TV gold.
Oh yeah.
As we look back, I remember some of the things we did in the bit, but I don't remember how it all kind of played out.
I'm petrified whenever these go up.
I really enjoy.
Just call me and I'll tap out. I'll say it's over.
Because now
Johnny.
it's like, what is it, like 3 o'clock they go up or something like that?
No, now we're moving.
Well, we
earlier
try
and
to do
earlier.
it at 3 o'clock,
Yeah.
and then
Today's because it's part 2 of the driving bit. We'll put up after the show.
You know what it's like?
We'll put it up before we go home from the facility.
It's like being at school and
Bless
the
you.
bully is going to beat you up at 3, and you're just looking at the clock going, oh, God, no, because you just know an ass kicking is coming at 3.
The movie's called 3 O'Clock Blech.
I sit there with the Twitter with the update, and I just think, and I just look at it, and I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
update.
Oof.
And then I just like turn off all electronics.
Yeah,
I shut down phones because my phone rings. You know, because of the friends of the show start calling.
Go,
immediately.
Hey, I saw the Real Rock clip. Wow, you guys sucked.
I just love the people that think we're putting them up there to go, look how talented we are.
Oh, God.
That's what people don't understand about this radio show. We're unlike just about every other show.
Yeah.
We allow this.
Well, we'll show you the
we allow these
disgusting,
beatings.
putrid underbelly.
We throw ourselves under the bus, and then I read comments, and they're like, I'm like, you don't get it. I have to say
that
this
was
today.
so lame.
It's like, yes, I know.
Exactly.
I know my hair is horrendous. I know I look like a Dutch boy thing.
No, what you ought to do
Yours.
is defend it vehemently. It's great stuff.
Oh,
You talk
really?
about it. It's very funny.
Just try to fight our way out of it.
Yeah.
Stephen S. from Bayshore had a fine line today.
Oh.
About this. He writes, O&A, from happy to be there to angry at everything. Good for you.
That is true.
Let's
wow.
Oh, there's a typo on the pad data, according to Scott from Hop Hog. It's supposed to read Real Suck TV.
Thank you. Bless you. Bless you.
And someone suggesting this is everything kids did in high school. It's not TV worthy.
Yeah, we were cutting edge like Jackass before Jackass.
And
no?
Well, yeah, the cheese thing was pretty...
That was like Jackass.
Yeah.
See? Well before Jackass.
We were the originators of Jackass.
Yeah. Douchebags, we called it.
We just didn't have the good bits.
Yeah, we didn't do anything funny or entertaining on there, so it was...
We asked for a piece of cheese.
Yeah.
Were we introing, like, segments in between? Oh.
Hey, you asked for the cheese, pal. I just tried to get half of it.
And you did get half.
Yes. Ooh.
See, the thing about VHS tape is that over time it degenerates.
Yes, yes.
Now, with this technology, we'll be able to have every episode of Real Rock TV forever and ever.
It will reside in the digital world as long as there is a digital world. Somewhere, it will be there.
Yeah. Have you found a douchey Rocco bit that really brings the whole Rocco thing home?
You know, his is probably going to look like fucking gold compared to our horse shit. People are going to be like, the Rocco was funny.
I'm going to find the best Rocco bit.
Yeah, find like something really funny. We'll look like shit, and he'll look like a genius.
I can't get over the fact that he looks like a fat Kenny Powers.
Yeah.
He's got the mullet and everything. Working.
My mullet did.
All right. The next one goes up today. We go early because it's part 2 of the driving thing. So
right.
Probably before noon today.
Wonderful.
You know why I'm doing that?
Can't wait. Why?
So they forget about the other one we put up.
Yeah, well, they'll forget by watching something worse. It's horrible.
All right.
Great.
And you no other bits that come to mind yet that you're thinking?
Not off the top of the head, but I mean, I have...
Top of your head is a mess, too.
Yeah.
Did you see? You're ripping me off because did you see from under my hat all that afro hair poking out of the back of the hat?
Yeah.
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 Those were the days.
Those were the days, all right.
You know what's sad? I'm actually paying Sam to do this for me.
Wow.
Right.
Why am I paying you to make sure these are on DVD?
Because we need them.
Archiving, I guess, right?
Yeah, he's archiving some of my stuff.
That's fantastic.
I'm going to give these tapes to the Museum of Television, Radio, and Film.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
As in the what not to do section, the new what not to do wing.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Worst of Opie and Anthony coming up after the break. Jimmy shares his little vacation spot known as Devil's Creek.
In beautiful downtown Edison, New Jersey.
And it's coming up next on the Worst of Opie and Anthony. And probably maybe some of the listeners out there on the Worst of Opie and Anthony.
This sucks, candle dicks! You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony. You're failures!
You talk about horrific injuries. My brother Quinn, his best one ever. We all have one, I guess, like the ones you were just saying. My dad was changing the twins. You know, Brett and Quinn are twins on the kitchen counter, and Brett is like just cool as could be, and Quinn is screaming bloody murder, and my dad just cannot figure out what the hell is wrong with this kid. Right?
Oh God!
Remember they got rid of these a long time ago, unless you live in a real old house. Remember, like the heating pipes that were exposed.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Was it for the heat or for the hot water? I'm not really sure.
I think it was the heat. I think it was the steam heaters.
Yeah, but it was a pipe.
Yep.
That was exposed. You didn't cover this shit up.
Just a hot, steam-filled pipe.
Quinn's head was resting nicely against the pipe while my dad was trying to change him. He's screaming bloody murder, and he can't figure it out. To this day, he can't really get his hair cut too short.
Oh, no, really?
The hair hasn't grown back in that spot since he was a toddler.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Nice hot steam pipe.
Right on the back of the head. That'll leave a mark.
I cracked my head open good when I was a boy, 5 years old. And there was an older boy who used to make me suck his penis. It's true.
Same guy?
Wait a minute.
He was older.
Okay, look, that is where your issues come from.
Why?
Because an older boy made you suck his penis.
Not much older.
You should never be forced to suck someone's penis.
He was older. He was just manipulating me.
How old was he?
Only a couple years older, but he was I was scared of him. I was very scared of him.
You have a nice hog?
I remember. I swear to God.
Did he come in your mouth?
No, I don't think he got erections that day. I was like 5. I was that young. I was maybe in kindergarten.
Aw.
And I remember, I remember he wore Budweiser bathing suit that smelled like mothballs. It's a very vivid memory I have. It smelled like mothballs.
Mothball. So the smell of mothballs must turn you on.
No, I just.
But how did he force you?
He would just make me. It wasn't a violent thing, but he was just older than me, and I was scared of him, and whatever. So I remember he walked out of his house, and I just ran because I just thought he was going to beat me up, and I just tripped and fell, and cracked my head on steps. I had to go get stitches.
Because you were trying to avoid blowing
Avoid,
yes. I don't know if I was scared of that or if I was scared he was going to hit me. I don't remember why I was so scared of him, but I was.
Wow.
A little Jimmy.
I know, but I got
suck.
Good head cracking. Head split open. Little fruit.
Oh, yeah. How did a kid have Budweiser swim trunks, Jim?
I don't remember.
Jim Bag from Florida wants to know.
Well, you don't have to be 21 to buy the swim trunks, dumbbell.
That's true. But that seems older than...
Good point.
But it does seem older than maybe 7 or 8. If he had Budweiser swim trunks.
No, but he was young, too. I believe he was... I think he was 1 grade ahead of me or 2 grades ahead of me. He wasn't older by a lot.
Was he left back quite a few times?
I'm sure he wasn't the brightest boy.
Gentleman of color?
No, he was a white kid. I remember he... I remember he had a brother. I remember very little about him.
Creep.
Yeah, he's the same one that
fucking creep.
He's the same one that urinated in my mouth in the pool.
What?
I never told you that story.
What?
No, but that kind of explains a lot.
No.
This is where it all started, Jimmy.
Holy Jesus.
The Budweiser kid got you going down this road.
I was,
Because you kind of like that in your adulthood, no?
Well, yeah, but not from him.
No, I understand, but it had to start somewhere.
I was in our public pool, and I guess he was making me go underwater, or I was going underwater and sucking his penis, but then I would come back up, and I didn't think people could see me because I was underwater. Like, that's the age I was at. Like, I thought if I was underwater, no one could see me.
I'm invisible underwater.
Yeah, what I know, stupid. And he fucking whizzed in my mouth, and I came back up. I'm like, don't do that again. And he's like, all right. And they did it again. It's kind of like being here, actually. He said there was a little more respect shown by him.
Exactly. He treated you better.
That's the same. That's right around the same time. Me and my friend Tony Aquino were sitting on poolside, and there was a woman sitting there with her bathing suit. And I could see her pubes sticking out the side.
Yeah.
And I said to Tony, "I see hairs." And she goes, "What did you say?" Which I knew was a problem. I'm like, "Nothing." And Tony goes, "He said he could see hairs." And she looked down and she realized I could see her pussy hair bulging out. And she's like, "You little fucking pig." And she screamed at me to leave, and I ran out.
Aww.
So I had very healthy sexual messages growing up.
Now Danny's just finding pictures of women in bikinis with hair sticking out of the side. That's a little... I don't think it was that kind of bikini, was it?
No, it wasn't. It was a regular bikini. Don't forget, this is very early. I was probably 1975.
Yeah. I remember seeing a girl at a pool party with a crocheted bathing suit, and there were hairs coming out of everywhere, and I was so excited to look at it. I was just like, oh,
that's strong stuff when you're that age, man. God, this guy was a creep.
Yep.
What happened to him? I hope he's dead.
I don't know. I honestly have very little memory of anything.
Yeah, I bet.
He's got to be
I think
older.
he tried to fuck me in the butt once, but it didn't work.
You were his little sex toy.
I think so, but I think it didn't work. I have a very vague...
casually go, but it didn't work.
I have a really weird, vague memory of my pants around my ankles on the steps in this apartment building, and him trying to do that, but it not happening. That's all I remember. It's like peeking your head in a room and a movie's on, and then you walk out.
And you were too scared to run away?
I don't remember.
Fucking guy couldn't even fuck you in the ass, huh?
Yeah, but it wasn't abuse. And let me say, I would play Monster with my friends at the same time.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was forcing me at gunpoint. Him, I remember I was scared at, but I did stuff like that with my other friends that I wasn't scared of. But him, I remember I was frightened of.
Wow. He tried to.
I believe he did.
Bang you in the asshole.
I think so. It's just a very fleeting and vague memory of that.
Yeah.
Remember when we started the show, we said something will happen. We will give you good radio. Here it is.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, that's all I remember. I believe you. I would tell you if I could remember more.
This is coming in a lot, Jimmy. How many cocks has Jimmy had in his mouth when he was a kid? And then John W. from Hoboken. Let's not skip over Jimmy's line. He was one of the boys I was blowing.
Yeah, I was saying.
And then he writes, I did not move back to the cheese wheel so quickly. Sorry.
I was saying 9 or 10 when I told you before I was in 4th grade. I can count 9 or 10 different people.
9 or 10 different people.
Yeah.
Would put their penis in your mouth.
Girls too, though. But girls, again, there was only 2 girls.
Girls don't have penises.
No, I like their little heinies, though.
Oh, yeah.
And I like the little vaginas scared me because I didn't know what they were.
Yeah.
But their heinies.
What did you do with their heinies?
I remember this one girl, Janice. She was like a year older than me, and I was in Devil's Creek, which was what we call the stupid little woods area where a lot of our sexual activities would occur.
Devil's Creek.
Yeah. And I remember I was kneeling behind. I have a very vague memory of Janice pulling her pants. I wouldn't show her my penis. I was too embarrassed. But I can remember kneeling and putting my face on the cheeks of her ass, and it was so cool. That's where my ass fetish came from. It was the feeling of the coolness of her ass.
Ooh.
Like, I can still have a really weird, vivid memory of the feeling, like just seeing the ass by my peripheral and putting my face against it and just gently resting.
It? Did she want you to do anything?
I don't remember.
Like tongue it?
No. It never went there. I think I didn't know what to do with a girl. A girl scared me a little bit. I wouldn't even show her my penis.
Sure knew what to do with the boys.
Well, because I had one. Someone did it to me. I don't even think I got erections at that age. I can remember my friend's penis getting erect and me wondering why that happened with his penis. Like, I didn't know what that was.
Because it was in your mouth?
Well, no, now I'm looking back, I got to kind of give myself a good pat on the back. I'm like,
of course you do.
Jesus Christ. Fucking the Hoover kid. But, hey, it's Vacuum Jimmy. But,
do you think it was so many other guys because the story was going around that, hey, you could get a blowjob from Jimmy?
No, because no one talked about it. We were all kind of... Nah.
Like blowjob club?
Yeah.
First rule of blowjob club, you don't talk about blowjob club.
That's right. Then I realized it was just me hurting my back, rolling down a hill, chasing a cheese wheel, sucking my own dick. It was, and I can remember there was these twins. I think they were brother sister. Maybe she was older. But I would get both of them at different times to sit on my face because they used to pee their pants. So I liked that smell.
Yeah.
And they would make them sit on my face behind the bushes so I could smell. And the girl, I got her to take her pants off. I know I've told this story before. I got her to pull her pants off and see her hiney. And she wouldn't sit in my lap. I'm like, well, there's some sticker bushes. You can sit on my lap or you can sit in the sticker bushes. And she sat in the sticker bushes.
The sticker bushes,
I will never forget that.
Why your lap? Why didn't you say your face?
I was too young.
Too young.
I was it was like a little wooded area we used to hang out behind.
Was that Devil's Creek?
No. This was actually...
Devil's Creek.
Yeah, we were fucking
You gotta get a picture of Devil's Creek.
Oh, yeah.
It scares me. That place really frightens me.
Well, it should.
I go back to those old apartments sometimes, and it's different. But I took in Happy Endings, in the book Happy Endings, I actually photograph the porch that Monster Rain used to happen under.
Oh, yeah.
But there was no... I get creeped out by looking at that place, man.
Yeah?
I'd love to walk through my old... That wooded area. I'd go with Kenny, though, if he had his fucking weapon with him. It just freaks me out to walk through there.
Is it a scary woods?
I don't remember.
Yeah, what would freak you? What, freaks you out about it?
Don't know. I just feel like helpless there.
I guess so.
Freaked out, yeah.
Yeah. There's no weapon. Would it be funny you go with Kenny and Kenny makes you blow him?
The only guy you trust.
And there he is. He's got a gun. He points it at your head and says, suck my dick. Holy shit. Completely backfires on you.
I know.
Trying to get some closure by going back to this place
fucked up.
safely. And Kenny rapes you.
That's fucked up. Oh, and he'll get his dick in your hiney.
Oh, God, that's terrible. Wow, that's something.
Yeah.
Something. Wow, the whole area is just like
something happened,
taboo.
Jimmy. Something happened. You're blocking out.
I don't know. I mean, I know
What's he blocking out? Jesus Christ. The stuff he remembers is enough.
I can't picture the woods. I can't picture them.
No, that apartment complex you said.
Well, they were right next to each other. There was Marina Gardens was on the bottom, and River Heights, which is been changed
on the bottom.
You're not willing to go back into Devil's Creek, and you're a 40-year-old man without Kenny. Something happened at Devil's
only
Creek.
because I don't want to walk through the woods by myself. I don't know if it with the.
Most woods are harmless.
We would get from the
No?
top of where we lived, like our apartments on the top of the hill, and Marina Gardens are on the bottom. You know where it is? It's on Route 1 in New Jersey, where it's where the old flea market used to be, where you cross over the Raritan River.
Yeah.
On one side, I think they're called Riverview Apartments now. They used to be called River Heights. And these woods would take you from one down a hill into the other, from what I remember.
Down a little, into the woods.
Just don't remember how it opened up, or
they're making a new movie though with a bunch of kids, a bunch of kids, based on this story. It's called Kneel by Me.
I knew you had a good one. You were very excited.
I thought it was going to be the Blair Bitch or something.
Blair Bitch Project.
Well, I'm sure the listeners have a few.
I'm sure there could be
Just
some
a few.
movies about Devil's Creek. And, it's like a Stephen King type of...
Devil's Creek.
That's
like
what they call,
Stephen King movie location.
I believe that's what we called it, yeah.
Oh, man.
But it wasn't, I don't even know if it was a creek. It might have been.
Yeah, well.
I remember a piece of plywood.
Look at that. I think
Dan is finding
Danny's,
your area.
Danny's pulling it up on Google map images.
He's like, is it around there? It's a fucking photo from 25,000 fucking feet.
Yes,
from
it
Mars.
is on Earth, Danny.
Yes.
Go closer.
I don't know.
It is Earth.
Could you get closer where I can distinguish what's a road and what's fucking mountains?
Is it by a highway?
Yeah, is this it right here? There's like a shrub taken from fucking Jupiter. I don't know.
I want to find Devil's Creek on
I can actually
Google,
see the moon in the foreground. Fuck do I know if that's it?
Take it to street level.
All right, now
well,
we're
that
talking.
looks a little new.
That looks that's very that doesn't go to River Heights Riverview Apartments. I just don't remember anyone that lives in that area. There's a winding road that goes down from one apartment complex. It goes down, winds down in kind of an S into Marina Gardens.
There is a creek or a river.
Well, that's the Raritan River. That's fucking
that's
huge.
a river then. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not
So we're not talking about the river, right?
No, not the Raritan River, no.
So it must have been something that...
An offshoot off of that,
of the
probably.
river, yes.
Yeah.
If it was a creek, I don't remember it being a creek.
I don't want to do anything else. I just want to find Devil's Creek.
I want to see it now.
Can we take a little what do you
Field
call
trip?
it? Little
Excursion?
field trip? We got to do a field trip to Devil's Creek.
I don't even know if you can walk through it anymore. I just don't know.
Devil's Creek.
Oh.
It's not called Devil's Creek, officially we would call it that.
All right. Well, that looks a little creepy.
Go to find us. I'll tell you my old address. I used to live at 66 Fox Road in Edison, New Jersey. That's where I lived when I was a boy. I don't remember the apartment, but that was the actual address.
All right.
So now...
Pop that up.
Yeah,
Let's
Danny's
zoom
got
in.
your old house. So now
walk us.
Yeah, walk us to Devil's Creek. Come
on. Using...
All right. Wow, yeah, that's my old apartment complex, man. Holy shit.
Wow. Oh, look, there's Jimmy blowing someone.
Yeah. No, all you see
How long ago were these taken?
all you see is a porch, and there's two little feet sticking out from under it with the toes on the ground, and you can see the little toughskins getting shame dirt on the knees.
Oh, shit.
Wait, you're not a boy in that picture?
Yeah, Jimmy, what is that?
There's a Saturn park there.
That's a tranny.
Okay, go. Now, where's Fox Road? Right there. Go this way, down this way.
All right.
And wrap around here.
He's turning. He's making
and there's Fox
right.
Road. Wait, hold on. Let me see which way it would go.
Okay.
Do I have the right perspective? I think it would be this way.
All right, he's going
See,
back
there's the
around.
S.
It's a very windy road.
Hold on. There's the S going down to the apartments down there. So go back up.
Go back up.
It was, I want to
S.
say, this way, in this area here. I'm circling this area here. I just can't get the right perspective.
Oh, no.
That looks very wooded.
Yeah, there's no creek in there.
But you see the woods, it went through there somehow.
Woods are lovely, dark and deep.
It went through there somehow.
Is that a creek right there?
So maybe there was like a little...
That's off of the river. Look, that's a creek.
Maybe that's what we named the woods after.
Maybe, yeah.
I just don't remember, but I'm almost positive that right up here, up to your right, there's like a little, you can see where Fox Road turns. And then we used to hang out. I'm showing him behind these apartments. This is all a hill going down.
Zoom up a little bit. Zoom in.
Could you zoom in?
Take a look. Keep zooming.
Yeah, it's right up in the top of here is the entrance.
Really? Oh, look at this.
Yep. Wow. Holy shit. The fucking Google. Could you go higher, Danny? To the top of the hill?
Isn't Google like really fucked up when you look at what they've done now?
Yeah, it's fucking.
Sir Paul McCartney actually had Google block the view of his house.
Really?
Yeah, if you punch it up, it shows a black screen. It says, this image has been removed.
Can you do that?
For security reasons. I guess.
Yeah, he's
I guess you
McCartney.
can.
I don't blame him. It looks a little bit different. Now, can you show from the other angle? We're looking back that way? That's it right there. That's the entrance right there.
Right there?
Yep, right there. It used to be bricks. It says, they used to be red brick. It says Valley Manor Apartments. And you'd walk in around the back here and then go into the woods that way.
Is that where you parked a DeLorean? If you went back in time to hide it from people?
Wow, that's where we would enter. But
Wow.
that was red brick back then, and it didn't say Valley Manor. Again, it was called Marina Gardens.
Do you remember that speed limit sign? Was that there?
No, I don't remember any of that. All I remember is you see to the where are you looking? I'll show you where we used to
I'm
walk.
just looking down here.
So
I'm pretty
we
much
would
seeing
enter
the same
right
thing.
there.
So where's Devil's Creek from
You
there?
would enter right there, and Jimmy's pointing at his mouth.
And we would walk right around that and go into the woods. Wow.
Wow, that's fucked up, huh? You're just looking at that shit?
Dude, it's amazing. What this is, 10 years from now, that's going to be all fucking hologram. You're just going to talk about it, and it's going to appear in front
it'll
of
be
you.
right in front of you. You can walk through it. The holodeck.
Stephen S. from Bayshore. What about Lord of the Open Flies?
That's a good one.
There you go. Game on.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to find Devil's Creek.
This little child movie.
Again, I don't remember the creek itself. It's just the woods. I remember walking back through the woods.
So if you went back there, you would have to go right
You wouldn't walk
past
through
that
those
sign
woods
and walk through there.
And you wouldn't walk through that by yourself?
Again,
at your age?
I'm 40 now. I probably have not been back there since I was. It's probably been at least 28 years.
How long?
Maybe 30 years.
There'd be a bunch of guys out there with their dicks hanging out going, we've been waiting for you.
Yeah, where the hell you been?
Where you been?
Bunch of guys with long Methuselah beards.
It's about fucking time.
I don't remember, but I don't know what they're like. You know how like sometimes you go back to an area that used to be wooded, and now the apartments are bleeding into it, and you can kind of go out, like from one end, you can now see through to the apartments on the other
right,
end.
right, yeah.
Because
let's have Kenny gas up the car. Let's go to Devil's Creek after the show today.
I don't want to do it after the show. I want to be right to Edison, New Jersey.
I'll sleep.
Be nothing there. We'll all be like, "What the fuck is this?"
What happened? We're just in the woods.
Yeah, a bunch of
Jimmy,
men.
Jimmy, blow me.
I would hate that. 'Cause you guys would tell.
Suck. I know. You would
That
tell
was the
next
big
day on
thing.
the
Don't
show.
tell.
Don't tell.
Don't tell. You can't
Of
tell.
course, that's the big thing. Don't tell. Rapper T.I. reports to prison today.
Let's say hi
I don't know if T.I.
to
is.
Lydia. Lydia.
Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck. Lydia's on the line. Lydia.
Hi, guys. I couldn't help but call in Jimmy. Aw.
What?
I think you should definitely take a field trip back to Devil's Creek.
Well, I've driven by it many times.
I
I've
love
driven
the
by
name.
it. Yeah, it was awful.
Fantastic.
I
Devil's
think
Creek.
we had a cool name for the woods. I think it was just
Yeah,
the woods.
I think
Devil's
you guys
Creek.
We had the
will walk
corral.
The corral, nice.
Yeah.
What, Lydia?
I think Jimmy definitely has to do a walkthrough. You're grown up now. It can't hurt you.
No, I would walk through. I just don't know what kind of kids are back there now. I don't know if the apartments still have the same clients living in the same tenants living in them, or if who knows if it's changed. Maybe it's government subsidized housing now. I'm going to get fucking piped over the head.
That could be.
I'm not afraid of a monster.
I think Devil's.
I'm afraid of a monster in a crooked hat.
I think Devil's Creek is no longer exists because there's no little boy, crying.
Yeah.
It's all dried up now.
I think you
Just
should
the
bring
tears.
Jimmy with you.
Oh, you like your cleavage picture?
Yeah, we just popped that up so we could get a visual of you.
It makes
the only important part.
It makes it so much easier to listen to your dumb voice.
Those mammoth teats.
I gotta tell you, that sex thing sells though. This dumb picture did very well on Twitter.
Yeah.
I did it.
Yeah. Did it?
I guess I'll have to become one of your followers, Opie, if I want to see my
I don't know. The
cleavage.
comments are brutal on your cleavage.
well,
what they
maybe
want to
I
do to your
wanna be-
cleavage there, Lydia. So
Maybe I don't want to become a follower then.
you're feeling bad for Jimmy and his Devil's Creek thing?
Yeah, I really wasn't going to call today. I was just going to listen, but then I heard all of Jimmy's, revelations, and
I've told some of this stuff before. I just don't remember a lot of it.
Well, you never told the Heine one where the kid tried to put his penis in your Heine, though.
Yeah, it's a very fleeting memory. I don't.
It didn't work.
Fleeting. You don't remember like a limp noodle brushing up against your butt cheeks?
I don't remember if it was limp or not. I just don't remember.
You just couldn't get the job done.
Yeah.
Maybe because you resisted. Maybe you're like, you know what, dude? The blowing is one thing, but you know what? I'm not doing this.
But this is how stupid we were. I would sit like you walk into the hallway, And it's like you have his apartment, and then you walk up a little flight of steps and make a right and go up a couple more steps, and there was the upstairs apartment. We would sit 3 steps up. We would, like, from his door, like if you opened the door to walk into the hallway, you could just see us.
See him trying to have sex with you.
Yeah, but there was a creaky step that would walk up, like, which you'd hear, so we always heard when someone was coming because they were metal steps. And I remember my one friend, I was sucking his penis, and we got caught by another friend.
And then what did the other friend do?
I was so embarrassed. I ran up the steps and made the right and went by the other apartment. Like, I just ran. I don't know what to do.
You had to grow up way too fucking soon, man.
That
How old were you,
the fact
Jimmy?
that you're running away
36,
shows so
37.
much shame.
Of course.
Oh, Jimmy.
You had to grow up way too
God,
fast.
Damn.
Wasn't like that.
Oh, Danny, you son of a bitch. Danny just popped up some guy fucking another guy in the ass.
Some guy in a Dracula cape trying to fuck his pal.
Little fun after the old Halloween party. Wow.
Well, I definitely think you should bring Kenny to the woods with you and master your fear, Jimmy.
I'm not even that afraid of it. It's just creepy. Like, you know, I don't have a phobia of it. It's just creepy.
I don't blame you. I'd be creeped out, too, by a place where I was abused and changed.
But you know what I say?
Fun.
I don't know about abuse. Again, I was never... I volunteered for a lot of it, too. I can't pass it off as, you know, it felt good and I did it. You know?
It was his fault.
Yes, you should have seen me in those shorts.
He
Who
was
could
to
resist?
blame. Jim Sharkey from Fairfield, Connecticut writes, on Golden Pond seems curiously appropriate.
You were always to blame.
You must have had a lot of blue paint on you, Jimmy.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about the day we went to Devil's Creek.
I'd show up at Mr. McGregor's with paint on me. He'd be like, I know, I see, it's on you.
Did you have to wash? Did you have to wash the blue paint off in Devil's Creek?
I don't remember, dude.
So with all those penises, did anyone ever come?
No, not to my knowledge at all.
Wow.
They're calling the movie
boy.
The Bloonies.
Right, that's funny.
See, you asshole.
That's funny.
If you instant feedback from a cell phone, you got to put your name somewhere. You don't get no credit.
Bloonies. Right, that's a funny movie.
I think we got a new message board name or a new Twitter name. Bloonies.
Oh,
that's funny.
Jesus Christ.
Whoever you were.
Good luck with that, Jimmy.
Thank you, Lydia. I'm okay.
Tired of those all-inclusive vacation packages to overcrowded Caribbean beaches? The hottest vacation spot is practically in your own backyard. Visit Devil's Creek in the heart of downtown Edison, New Jersey. Here's the founder of the Devil's Creek Tourism Board, James Norton, who's going to share with you some of his fond memories of this beautiful vacation destination.
I have a really weird, vague memory of my pants around my ankles on the steps in this apartment building. And there was an older boy who used to make me suck his penis.
He's got to be
I think he
older.
tried to fuck me in the butt once, but it didn't work.
First, you'll fly into picturesque Newark, New Jersey. Then you'll whisk away southbound on the scenic New Jersey Turnpike to beautiful Edison Township, where you'll be a hop, skip, and a jump away from Devil's Creek, where your fantasies become a reality.
There was these twins. I would get both of them at different times to sit on my face because they used to pee their pants. So I liked that smell.
Yeah.
And then I would make them sit on my face behind the bushes so I could smell. I remember my one friend, I was sucking his penis and we got caught by another friend. He's the same one that He's the same one that urinated in my mouth.
For memories that'll last a lifetime, even the suppressed ones, come visit us at Devil's Creek.
I don't even think I got erections at that age. I can remember my friend's penis getting erect and me wondering why that happened with his penis. Like, I didn't know what that was.
It was in your mouth.
Jesus Christ. The Hoover kid.
Devil's Creek. If you don't leave crying, we're not trying hard enough.
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Oh,
Hi,
really?
Sam.
Yeah, hi, E-Rock.
And that's us. We're hosting this thing. Somebody died, Sam.
No!
Yeah. Nobody you know.
Oh, that's fine then.
But this gentleman died in a vat of chocolate.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yes, it was.
Well, I bet Opie and Anthony have a very funny, original, and interesting take on situation.
I bet you Willy Wonka's involved.
I don't understand where you're going with that, but let's find out on the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Obscure movie.
You're listening to the worst.
Oh, wow, that's pretty cool. No, not at all.
Of Opie and Anthony. Anthony.
Yeah, because it's a piece of shit. This is a very
Investigators say a worker at Cocoa Services was loading chunks of raw chocolate into a melting tank when he slipped and fell. Several employees tried to help out but couldn't reach him.
There are paddles called agitators that are moving inside this vat. He was hit by one of them before someone could hit the shutoff valve.
An EMT consoled another worker after he jumped in and tried to pull the man out. But the vat was 8 feet deep and full of melted chocolate heated to 120 degrees.
And this man unfortunately fell into this hole and he passed away before anyone could do anything about it.
What a way to go.
I know, full stomach.
Delicious.
What happened with what are those paddles called?
Agitators.
How do they work?
I don't think it's
go
good.
like, like
circle?
a blender kind of a thing. Like, you ever see a dough mixer at a restaurant or something? That big
I think you meant a
thing?
banker.
No. But some guy that goes and hangs in parties with female deer. To the dough mix for this evening.
I got it.
That's horrible.
You know what it is? It's a guy that has too many Ray Me's and Faso Lattes in a row.
Come on, idiot, mix it up a little.
Yeah, an agitator's not good. It's agitating everything.
Yeah, agitators aren't good.
You're not going to survive the agitator.
Shit.
That's an agitator?
That'll
There's a lot of
agitate.
different agitation
Yes.
devices, and this is one of them.
Well, the thing in your washing machine is called an agitator.
Okay.
E-Rock is an agitator.
He sure is.
He would have eaten his way out of there, though. He
would have.
Just a fucking chubby kid with a fucking...
Oh, look at that one. Wow, that's an agitator.
Do you think the guy started hardening like an Easter bunny? Chocolate Easter bunny?
A chocolate casing?
Yeah, like
they
a
just
chocolate...
leave him there?
Well, who the fuck's going to hose him off?
Clean him up.
As he's dead with chocolate all over.
Remember what killed him? Just leave him in chocolate in the coffin. It'll look great.
Remember Larry? He was delicious.
Yeah, you just chip off his nose.
Yeah.
Eat it.
Give me one of Larry's Tootsies. I'm hungry.
Look, if any of my family members die in this way, open casket and we don't wash the chocolate off. Let's at least have a laugh.
That's right. Oh, God damn.
That's right.
That's frightening.
This
Danny.
guy was a real. This guy was
Oh my God.
This guy was a fondouche.
Fondue. What is that a commercial for?
It's an old Axe body spray commercial. It's been getting a lot of airplay recently.
The
That's
guy's
Chocolate
made of
Man.
Chocolate, yeah, chocolate man
cover
is
guy.
walking around. He's kind of scary.
Yeah.
Look, his arm is missing.
Yeah.
People are
just
eating
biting him.
Suck his cock.
She
Bit his ass.
She just ate his ass.
Bit his ass. Ate his ass. She's got brown all around her mouth. That was kind of cool.
Doo-doos.
Mike in Jersey. Mike.
Yeah, I guess you could say was
Mike.
death by chocolate.
You ever have that? It's wonderful.
Watching out, boys.
He actually died. Mongo the trucker. Mongo.
Did the corner lick them clean like the old paint bed or the old batter mixers?
Oh boy.
See,
I didn't even hear you.
Boy, you were there though.
What'd you say, dude?
No, Jimmy. I ain't gonna...
Yeah. You know, Mongo knows that gag.
Yeah, I guess so.
More to the story.
A few hours later, distraught family members arrived at the gate wanting to know what happened.
He fell in and died, idiots.
He was never negative. He's always smiling.
He was the sweetest man we knew.
Guess what? Positive people die. You know what?
Sweetest man we knew. This is just not like him to die in a vat of chocolate.
Right. I don't know what he was thinking.
Yeah, he loved his wife.
We
and
didn't
his
realize
kids.
he had problems.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
He was the sweetest man we knew.
He was never negative. He's always smiling and laughing.
The victim was
I didn't know he was a
29-year-old
snicker.
Oh, here we go. Pen's out.
What?
Here come the candy bar jokes. Candy bar jokes will be accepted on the phone lines.
All right.
And go. Let me say hi to Joe on Long Island. Joe.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, man. Listen, did the Oompa Loompas come out and start singing to this guy?
Sing a song about him, then he's just gone.
We've got an agitator for you.
Once again, very low, so why are you even playing it?
If you are wise, you'll listen to me.
What
do you get when you go down sweet? Eating as much as an elephant eats.
Whoa.
What are you at? Getting terribly fat. What do you think will come of
that?
I don't like the look of it.
All right, let's turn it down.
This is fucking rules.
Yeah.
Really fits.
Someone is
You
saying
will drink cum oompa loompa. Steve joke.
Someone is saying that the Smothers Brothers had a song called "I Fell in a Vat of Chocolate."
Really?
Now that would be a find.
Well, of course.
Let's get to the second half of the story out of the way here.
A few hours later, distraught family members arrived at the gate wanting to know what happened.
He was a good kid. He was never negative. He's always smiling and laughing.
The victim was
Not
29-year-old
always.
Vincent
I bet
Smith
there was
Jr.
one
of
part where he
Camden.
wasn't
He was
smiling
a
and laughing.
temporary who'd only been on the job a couple weeks.
Oh,
His
boy.
brother says he'd been looking for work for a long time.
You know, he just prayed really hard to get a job, and God finally answered his prayers. And
I don't think
as Mom said, he was always so positive. You know,
God,
and,
what?
you know,
I guess God needed a
just for
popsicle.
it to happen like this, you know, and not
God
to know
needed a
exactly what
delicious
happened,
treat
and,
that was
you know,
screaming.
having nobody wanted to come speak to us, it's just hard, you know. It seems like they're trying to cover something up or hide something, you know.
He shouldn't have fell. He should have held on, but he was such a butterfinger.
Oh, bull.
Yeah. Oh.
I fell in a vat of chocolate. What'd you do when you fell into the chocolate?
I died.
Yes. My spleen was knocked out through my asshole, and then I vomited into the chocolate and was scarred and died.
It's good until the agitator spun.
Yes, it sounds fun, but you don't think of swallowing delicious snack food. You think of being suffocated in scalding liquid.
You know, just for it to happen like this, you know, and not to know exactly what happened, and you know, having nobody wanted to come speak to us, it's just hard. You know, it seems like they're trying to cover something up or hide something. You know.
You shouldn't say cover up.
Cover up, yeah, in lovely milk chocolate.
Right. Look, the guy slipped into the stupid vat of chocolate. It's very unfortunate.
It happens. Nobody wanted the guy to go in the chocolate.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They have to clean the whole vat out.
Right. It's a pain in the ass for everybody.
And you know they're going to reuse that vat. So someone's going to be eating chocolate that was made from dead guy vat.
Oh.
It's great. His fucking shoes. I'd probably shit on them.
Denver Pest says he heard the guy was having mounds of fun. He slipped into that whatchamacallit.
Told you. Here come the.
Well, you know what?
Jokes.
Fucking the family's already filed a lawsuit. They want $100,000.
I think they might just get a payday. Whoa.
Oh my God! You know what the problem was? He had his iPod on. He was listening to M&M's.
Jesus.
Well, that's terrible. What a horrible story.
Yeah.
Quick, candy.
Candy. They should play the Candyman can at his wake.
Oh God, they never want to hear that song again.
Nope. Let's go to.
Who can make the sun rise?
Oh, where's Fred Travolino when you need him?
Sprinkle it with dew. Yeah.
Fill his pants with dew. As the agitator cracked his spine in two.
And turns his body into goo.
That clumsy asshole can. The clumsy asshole can. He slips into the vat because he's a clumsy asshole. And he has slippy shoes.
Slippy shoes.
Who stands on the vat rim?
Falls in on his head. The agitator spin, and now he's pretty dead. The
clumsy asshole
can.
I only have one eye, and even I never did that. The clumsy asshole did.
Rick in New York. Rick.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Rick.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Okay.
Yeah, the only thing about that is if you buried him with the chocolate on him, Reverend Al would show up and protest about trying to bury a snigger.
Oh, God. Why?
Why,
That's
sir?
not even... I don't even...
Oh, yeah. Oh,
God. Did Mr. Goodbar get a lot of Snickers from the coroner?
Talk about trying to.
Oh, he leaves behind a little daughter.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, that's.
At least he didn't take her with him.
Well,
leaves her behind. Good thing.
Scott C. from Cleveland. He leaves behind a little daughter, little baby Ruth.
Okay. I didn't even see that one coming. Jesus Christ.
Actually.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have liked his. I wouldn't have liked the taste of him anyway. He comes with nuts. Ouch.
Let me say hi to Bill in Buffalo. Bill in Buffalo.
I hate nuts.
You don't like them?
I hate nuts and chocolate.
Oh, I don't like them in chocolate either. I like them when they're in a big greasy ball sack.
That's the only way to take your nuts.
Hell yeah.
Jesus.
Fucking sweaty and nervous. With fucking big mat of hair on them. Nice short taint ride to the asshole. Big pair of greasy workman's balls. Big low hangers. They fucking pop out of the side of his boxer briefs all the time. Get sweat on them.
Hello, Bill.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, Bill, man.
Stating the obvious. Chocolate rain.
Yes. Agitate her against my brain. Chocolate rain. Pull my legs out separately from my head.
Again, chocolate rain. 120-degree chocolate causes pain. Chocolate rain.
All right, let's say hi to Mike in Jersey. Mike.
Good morning.
Hey. Good morning.
Is this guy now a special darky?
I don't get that either.
Footer.
Hey.
Footer.
Hi,
Yo, what's up, boys? Hey, unfortunately, I heard this guy Rolo'd into the vat of chocolate.
All right. We're back on track. Terry the trucker. Terry.
Hokey and corny.
Hey, morning, boys. Did that accident happen down there on 5th Avenue?
It happened on 5th Avenue. Wow.
5th Avenue.
That's not a coincidence.
An awful candy bar. The 5th Avenue.
I don't remember what that was.
Oh, it's just horrible.
I thought it was just like a little wrapper with rich white lady feet in it.
Little toes.
Yeah. Little white lady toes.
Yeah. Chocolate covered. Sean in Albany.
Hey, guys, I hear his family just wanted to give him one last kiss.
Oh.
See?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's say hi to Joe in Jersey. Joe.
Hey, how you doing? Did the foreman come out and tell the family, listen, I'm not going to sugarcoat
it? John in North Carolina.
The worst part was at the funeral when they rolled the casket into the back of the Hershey. His wife just failed to reach the pieces, man. It was awful.
Wow, your other line would have been way better.
Yep.
It says on the screen. Yeah, go with the other line.
He was a great guy. He was always laughing, cutting up, playing Twix on people. He was a great guy.
Playing Twix on people. I get it.
That's cool. As you said that, a gunshot should have just rang out at the end of that phone call.
Let's see what Florida has. Robert in Florida. Robert.
It's the chocolate on the skin or it gets the hose into the...
Oh, damn.
Punch it out.
Did they say if he was skinny or a little chunky?
Let's go to Atlanta. Alex?
Yeah, I think his coworkers asked him what would he do for a Klondike bar.
Yes,
Anthony
indeed.
in Boston. Anthony, almost done with this.
Anthony.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
I was wondering if people used to call him a nougat when he was young.
All right.
Chris in PA.
Oh. Hold on a second. That joke was so awful, I want to swing a medieval mace at his face. Like one of those fucking spiked balls on a chain. I want to wind up and just smash his face with it.
That's really not liking someone.
He'd hear the whoosh of the metal ball, and he'd feel like it was his cheekbone.
The whoosh.
I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Chris in PA.
I bet you can hear his bones crackle throughout the plant.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Crackle. Ooh.
Captain Eddie from New Hampshire, the last thing his coworkers heard was a Nestle's Crunch.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know this. Stryker. What do you got, Stryker?
Hey, buddies. Hey, I heard his wife's name was Peppermint Patty.
What a coincidence. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy
sad.
shit.
It's amazing how fast I can hate this bit.
Yeah, I know.
Hate it.
How much do you hate it?
It's fucking horrendous.
Let's go to Steve in Nevada. Steve.
Hey, what's up, boy?
Hi.
Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Hey, I just want to say I had an uncle that used to work at the Guinness factory, and he drowned in one of the vats. Took him 3 hours to drown, but he had to get out 3 times to take a piss. Ba-da-ba-ba-dum-ba. Nothing?
No.
Yeah, you're getting it right now.
Exactly. A tumbleweed actually blew across the fucking speakers.
I think we say end cut.
Holy shit.
And scene. Was he going to the Kit Kat Club?
Yeah, where were you headed? Kit Kat Club?
Yeah. Show me how you get crushed by an agitator. Boy, that must have sucked when he fell in. That thing just bashed his head apart.
Wow.
Oh, I was injured in a chocolate machine that was agitating me.
Yeah, that's got it.
You think he slipped because he had Butterfingers? Did we
listen to the replay?
Oh, I got that one.
You'll love it the first time.
Good. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we got the Butterfingers one in there.
Yeah. Everyone's just repeating them now.
All right, this is nowhere to go with this except fucking home.
It's the worst. It's the worst.
It's the worst.
Of Opie and Anthony.
It's the worst of Opie and Anthony, E-Rock, Sam, somewhat in that order. Intern David is somehow involved next.
Well, Intern David should always be involved, but this is the birth of Executive Intern David. You'll get to hear it all next on the worst of Opie and Anthony.
This is historic. It's the worst of Opie and Anthony. I'm E-Rock, and that's primetime Sam Roberts.
That's me.
This bit involves one of Sam's favorite people, Intern David.
What bit is it?
This one is where you presented David with the honorary title of Executive Intern.
Oh my goodness, this is the creation of the Executive Intern title, a title that has lived on beyond Intern David. I decided David was somebody who took positions of authority to his head. Like everything just went straight to his head. He was born to be a boss that does nothing.
He's confronted your girlfriend,
yes,
my girlfriend,
Opie's
wife. What are you doing here? Why are you here? Who are you?
Yes. And so I decided that he needed to be a leader of the interns, and with that, a matching title must come. Thus, Executive Intern David.
And this is the bit on the worst of Opie and Anthony.
You ever listen to the worst? The worst.
No, I don't want to be involved in this.
The worst. Yuck. Of Opie and Anthony.
Hey, I see Intern David is here today. Yes. David, is it true you're the executive intern? You're in charge of everybody.
David, why don't you come over?
Yeah, come on over here because we're going to start. Where's Kenny? Kenny usually makes the hats for E-Rock. So I hear you're office manager and also you're the executive intern.
Executive intern and office manager over at the XM side.
And what do those jobs entail?
Executive intern entails me giving out orders to the other interns and telling them what to do.
Orders? They must love that, huh?
Like when someone has to get the breakfast or get the coffees, I decide who gets to go do the breakfast, who gets to get the coffees, get the newspapers in the morning.
Delegate that responsibility.
Yes,
You're like
I certainly do. I certainly do delegate that.
Are you taking the job very seriously?
Yes, I am.
Yeah?
Yes,
Sam,
sir.
is he taking the job very seriously?
Extremely seriously. He's ready to be a leader.
Is he?
And can I ask David, why when you're talking to the mic are you bent like you're being filmed in a hurricane? Why don't you just raise the mic up a little bit?
Raise the mic up and stand up straight.
Yeah, you wouldn't
I don't know.
feel
That's
more
how
comfortable.
that's how the mic is. I'm just
Hunched over.
Yes, sir.
I want you to be comfortable.
I hear also that he does the mic checks every morning. Do we have that audio there? Well, what do you do for mic checks there, David?
Well, Tim comes in and he has to check all the microphones, so he tells me to check each one. So I go around to all the mics and make sure that they're working. And Tim checks, and I just say like, "Oh, this is the mic," and then talk into it. Like when he says, "Oh, okay, go test Anthony's mic," I say, "Oh, this is Anthony's mic. Hello, Anthony's mic," and he checks to see if it works. And I do that with Jimmy's mic, the guest mic, and the mics on the couch.
Yeah.
And Opie just shrugged because I know he's wondering the same thing I am. Which is why there's no tape.
Oh, here it is. Thank you.
When David's using the mic for production or doing this, you can tell he went to school for this because he puts a fist to his mouth and then to the mic to make sure there's the exact proper distance. So the sound quality, just like that.
Is that how far you're supposed to be?
That's what I was taught at the good old Connecticut School of Broadcasting. They told me to put her fist there so that you can have a...
No, when they
so that
said
you
put
can
a
have a
fist
proper
there,
distance.
that's not what they meant. Apparently, the kid enjoys German pornography as much as I do. He's a good boy.
He goes.
He's cracking up now.
He's cracking up.
Cracking up.
Yeah, but that's what they taught me. There to have a proper distance between your mouth and the mic.
Let me try that. Hold on.
All right, let me try
I'm going
it.
to put a fist between.
Wow,
my,
you've been doing
my
this
mouth
wrong
and
for
the
years.
mic, and now talk. Wow.
Wow, it's perfect.
I don't like it. You know what?
The needles aren't pinning.
You got to go like
God,
this.
I think the kid just taught me something.
You got to get right on the mic.
I'm farther away.
Yeah, I like doing this.
And also,
gives me a
there's-
little bass in my voice.
With talk radio, there is a dynamic depending on what you're doing. If you're yelling or if you're talking a little softer,
Yeah, you gotta move
You do
around.
have to kind of move around.
I'm just
with
putting
the
my,
dynamic.
my fist up. I'm going with the professionals over at the school that I did.
Hey, what am I?
All right, you know what, ass? Let me tell you something about the Connecticut School of Broadcasting. You cocksucker.
I think
Let me tell you something.
I think I'm considered a professional in the
certainly are,
business.
so-
Let me tell you the difference. We're doing it.
So I guess
those
I'm-
guys couldn't make it in the business, so they're teaching zeros like you how to get in the business.
A fist.
What, Kenny? Everyone heard you trying to whisper him a lot.
You whispered into a mic, Kenny.
Way to go, Kenny.
No.
If they were so good, wouldn't they be doing radio?
I guess they taught me wrong.
Thank you.
I love how he said, well, they're professionals. So we're telling them different.
They're not professionals.
And we're not professionals?
You are, but
look, the Connecticut
I'm
School of
confused
Broadcasting
now. I'm
might...
getting conflicting stuff.
We get paid to do the job, not teach the job.
I know.
And they get paid to teach it, which makes them professional teachers.
Right.
But they're not like professional broadcasters.
It might be a great company. I have no idea when it comes right down to it, but I would say that most of those guys want to be doing a radio
on the
show,
air.
not
They wish they
teaching
could be,
radio.
The likes of you, anyway.
Tell them about the famous alumni out of.
Oh,
Yeah, David, that's what Kenny was whispering to you, that everyone in two countries
Famous
heard.
alumni.
Yeah, did they tell you about the famous alumni that came out of there?
Oh, they told me.
And who are they?
Well, Jimmy's good friend Artie Lang is a Connecticut School of
Is
Broadcasting.
Artie a Connecticut School of Broadcasting?
Yeah, it's the same. Yes, New
That's
Jersey.
hilarious.
Yeah, he is.
It's pretty funny.
Because of
Lang,
that,
yeah.
Jimmy's canceling his gig with
I'm going to
him.
set fire to Artie's dressing room door when I see him.
Oh, because of that? That's so rude of
That
you.
was that was kind of the joke. No, I wouldn't burn the man to death because he attended that school. No, I was kidding, David.
Yes.
It was a little joke.
Yes.
All right, so Artie, who else?
A sportscaster you might have heard of named Joe Beningo.
Beningo is my favorite guy at the Fan. I love Joe Beningo.
Yeah.
240 on the Fan, and he wants to cut his own throat when the Jets lose. He's an animal.
All right, well, that's famous.
Yes, sir.
List really falls off after Beningo, doesn't it?
Beningo and Artie. There's also, I don't know if you guys know who Kevin Burkhardt is.
No one does.
He's the guy that he's on SNY now, the Met station. He reports on the field.
Okay,
the field in SNY.
I don't know him.
No, we have no idea.
No one's ever heard of him. Mr. and Mrs. Burkhardt know him. Yeah.
He's a sideline reporter. Like he goes on the field during the Mets games and reports from the stands and stuff, and he does interviews with all the players.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Who else? Pam Oliver. Who else?
Pam Oliver. I don't think so.
No, I know.
Not the NFL on Fox woman. No.
Right, no. So who else besides? Artie is by far the biggest
Artie
name.
and Beningo's
doing well.
And yeah, there's also Roger. You know Roger All.
Roger All?
Yeah, the director of sports on Fox 5.
Yes, he
Fox
used to do a
5
show
Sports.
with Ted Parshall.
That's his name. He's a teacher at Connecticut School of Broadcasting, and everyone says he's like a real famous person. I never heard of him in my
If someone
life.
has to say he's famous and you don't know it, he's not famous.
He's not famous.
According to the instructors there, he's like a legend.
No, he's not. He has a great cleaning product.
Boy, you really are sticking with that fist length away from the mic thing.
Yes, I certainly am.
He knows. Well, you want to hear him doing mic checks?
Oh, yes.
You recorded that?
Yeah, this is what he does every morning for everybody.
You recorded it? Oh.
What do you think?
Hello, it's Anthony Cumia. Hello.
Wait. Okay, so you're checking my mic.
Correct.
And you have to say hello. This is Anthony Cumia.
I don't have to say that. I could say whatever I want to in the mic. I choose to pretend that I'm the person who uses that mic when I'm checking the mic.
I know, it was uncanny.
It's very smart. Because
Yes,
then
it
the
is.
person knows whose mic you're
What
checking.
mic you checking?
Correct.
I like it.
All right.
Hello, it's Anthony Cumia. Hello. Hello, I'm a co-host.
Anthony Jumia. Hello, I'm a co-host.
Who's the co-host? Oh, Mike.
The one I'm sitting on right now. Sitting on right now is the co-host.
Okay.
Oh, hello. I'm a co-host.
Co-host. That's a
Bob
guest
Kelly.
mic.
Bob Kelly's a co-host sometimes. Patrice O'Neill. He's a co-host.
It's a guest mic, dummy.
The color of this microphone's cable is yellow. 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 Yellow.
Now green.
This cable is green. Green. Hello. Green. 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 Hello, I'm Jimmy Norton. Hello, hello.
He did a little voice.
Hello.
Oh, it's very accurate. I like it. It sounds good.
All right, guys. Opie today. Opie Hughes.
Never calls himself that, by the way.
That's all right. Whatever.
I forgot the quotes.
I hear you doing staff impressions.
Oh.
You sort of heard. I sort of heard a little Jimmy there. So.
Yeah, I tried to do a Jimmy Norton voice there.
I mean, I'm not that easy to do, but I mean, it's like, hello, I'm Jimmy Norton.
Hello, Jimmy Norton.
Hello.
Who else do you do?
Kenny.
Oh, you do Kenny?
Yes, I did an impression of Kenny.
All right, let's hear it.
You guys got to look at me, like, because it's more the impression is basically like looking.
Sure, of course.
All right.
Do Kenny.
I'll do an impression of Kenny. That's my impression of Kenny, because he's always sleeping in his chair.
We got it.
He's always sleeping in his chair. That's good.
Oh, that's good.
It's not like the bosses are listening or anything.
That's the
way
best.
to blow up his spot.
That's the best thing to do. Take an impression of somebody from when they're like sleeping, or not really doing anything.
Yeah.
That's the same impression, by the way, of everyone else who's sleeping in the world.
Yeah.
Here's my impression of every human who sleeps. Sorry, David.
It's all right. I know it's everyone sleeping, but
What do you do, Steve too?
yeah, Steve, I just like run really fast out the door because he's always like rushing out the door to do something, to like go in here and tell someone an important
Can we put a
message.
door that goes out to the side of the building?
Hold on. That should be, that impression of Kenny should be your impression of Steve working.
Wow, you are killing David today.
It's really funny.
Oh,
Why is that funny though?
It is. I
mean,
know.
Jimmy's a very funny man, but why is that joke in particular funny?
Because it is. It just is.
Are you saying because it's accurate?
I guess so. I don't want to say anything on the air, but I guess I just did.
No, you're allowed to.
You could say whatever you want. Do you think Steve's a good worker?
He's a good worker. Yeah.
What did you say right before we went on the air?
I don't want to say anything about him on the air.
No, on the air.
no,
you're
on the air,
allowed
you're
to
safe.
Say anything. You're safe.
They
We've
should
been
have
through
taught
this
you.
with other people.
They should have taught you that at the Connecticut School of Broadcasting.
Yeah, the professionals.
Yeah.
On the air, you're safe because what you say it can be interpreted as entertainment value, no matter how realistic it is. But you're safe, so you could say it. What did you say before?
About what?
About Steve.
I just was telling my impression of how
He's good?
He's all right.
Do you think he's good?
No. He's all right, though.
No.
Wow. You wouldn't do too well in the interrogation room, David. Wow, at least he's not an Al Qaeda mastermind.
He's all right.
Do you really think he's all right?
Yeah, he's just all right.
Do
Yeah.
you think he's all right?
Yeah.
David?
Yes.
You're on the air. You're safe here. This is a safe place.
Yeah.
Very safe place. Now answer Sam's question.
Do you think Steve's good?
Sometimes he could be good. Sometimes.
Like when?
I don't know.
Percentage of good to bad.
Yeah.
What would you say? How much percent good?
Remember, you're in a safe place. You're in front of us. We make all final decisions, my
You
friend.
say sometimes he's good. Is it sometimes, what percent of the time?
There he is.
What percent of the time? Don't let him intimidate you.
He's right there in the
Don't
phone
intimidate the witness.
I can't do it.
Opie and
What-
Anthony are on your side.
That's
What
right.
percent? It's the Opie and Anthony show, not the Steve
I can't
show.
do
We're
it. I
asking
can't
you.
do it. It's not right.
We are asking you what
can't do it.
percentage? What percentage of the time is he good?
What percentage for real?
I can't do it. He's right there.
Say a number. Come on. What percentage?
He's behind me.
What percentage?
Now he's like putting his face to my now he's blowing in my.
Steve, Dave, is it closer to 0 or 10?
No, it's more than 10.
David?
More than 10?
Yeah.
What's it less than?
David's Steve's right on top of David.
I know.
Is it less than 20?
Yeah, he's whispering I would say he's gonna like beat me up or something.
No, he's not.
I don't know. I'd say probably. It's not as bad as people are making it out to be. It's probably like 50.
Well, no, what
50?
Yeah.
What did Sam ask you? Sam said, "Is Steve good?"
Yeah.
What was your answer?
Is he good?
He's all right.
How good is he?
He's all right.
No, what did you say?
David?
He's all right.
David?
What did you say?
What'd you say?
He's all right.
That's not what he said.
I didn't mean what I said, though.
What'd you say, though?
I said no, but I didn't mean that.
Why didn't you mean it?
No, I'm just joking around. I didn't mean that.
All right.
Weicker presents that.
Whatever you just said.
What percentage?
50.
No.
No.
Yes, yes.
David.
See,
Yes.
Steve's intimidating the hell out of him. He's in here. And even with
Yes.
that, David could only admit that it's 50.
Yeah, I know, right?
Just want to acknowledge that.
Even with intimidation, that's not
Right.
failing great.
Right. If Steve wasn't around, I think that number would be lower in David's eyes. All right, we got to start the Fluffernutter hat on E-Rock as we go to break here.
David, congratulations, by the way, on your new duties. You're doing them very well.
Oh, I thank you. If I may say one thing, Steve wanted me to say what I said about Travis. Because he wants to know, he wants you guys to know what I was saying about Travis.
What did you say about Travis?
Oh.
I was, because we're on the topic of like how do I rate the staff members here. So Travis, I would say didn't do any work.
But Travis isn't even here to defend himself
Of course,
today.
he's slacking off.
Yeah.
Taking a vacation day.
I guess apparently, David, you're not privy to the emails on a nightly basis that we all get to share in?
No, I'm not privy to those.
Where Travis pretty much gives a rundown of
what's happening
all
in the
big
world.
stories of the world.
He doesn't email the interns, no.
Ooh.
So what you're saying is you're speaking out of complete ignorance.
I'm just speaking out of what I see, not out of what I see. I don't see these emails, so I don't know about them.
So you don't see what he's doing on his off time.
No, I do not.
As he goes on his computer and other things and finds things. Danny's got some.
I don't see it that. No.
Aside from not being on the emails, you're also not in the office before the show, nor in Travis's phone booth during the show.
No, I'm not.
Nor in Travis's area at the XM Sirius side of the show. So how would you even really know what anybody does around here?
Let me
Because
tell you
you don't
something.
work too closely to any of us.
I'll tell you something, David. No matter what time I get in here,
Yes.
sometimes I'm in here early. Travis is always at his desk when I walk in. Doesn't matter what time it is. And he is working diligently.
Nick Carter's usually at his desk when you walk in.
Nick Carter.
He loves that, Jimmy. He loves that one.
So
that's good. I like that guy. He's a good guy.
To base what do you base your opinion on?
I'm just basing my opinion on one day, probably just one day in the very beginning of my internship when I saw Travis just staring into space in the phone booth.
I'll tell you what he's basing it on. He's
One
basing it
day.
on the amount. I guess to David, the amount of work that you do depends on how much you're liked by that person. So if Travis really doesn't like you, then I guess he really doesn't do any work. You know, I'm kind of half and half with you, so I guess I must work just half good.
What do you think about Danny? How do you think he works a lot?
Yes, I certainly do. Danny's always working hard.
Really?
Danny, Travis doesn't like him?
At this point in time, I don't think much of anybody really enjoys David too much.
I love the kid. Sam's got his hand raised too.
Well, because you guys just have your little on-air time, and then it's back home. So, but we actually have to deal with him.
But he's the executive intern, Danny.
He is the executive intern.
I know.
You don't just get that position. He earned it.
I got to know my role. I'm sorry.
Are you putting that on your resume when you go to look for a job that you were the executive intern?
I'm gonna switch my resume to executive. Yes.
Executive intern.
I had just intern. Now I'm gonna switch to executive intern / office manager.
Okay, executive intern, and then you have to put duties that you did as an executive intern. What do you list?
I'm gonna list and telling the other interns what to do. Giving the orders to other interns.
Other interns, do you
like this old man that is interning?
Yes, correct. A 38-year-old, yes.
The 38-year-old.
With 2 kids.
With 2 kids.
Do you listen to the executive intern?
Yes, I have to listen to.
Yeah,
the executive intern.
Sam is forcing all interns to listen to the executive intern.
Sam is instigating.
You know he's involved with this.
Sam is one that appointed me executive intern.
Of course
he appointed you.
He appointed me. Yes.
Oh, appointed. Okay.
Yeah.
So he appointed you. I didn't know you had that in your job description, Sam.
He's just a dick. I love it.
Of course he is.
What I really like, David and me, Sirius came and told all the interns that they all had to have a mentor, and that it should probably just be Steve.
So everybody just put Steve as their mentor, so he just signs the paperwork, except David, because David said Steve wouldn't do a good job as his mentor.
What a set of balls on this kid.
And then asked if I would be his mentor instead.
Wow, he actually asked you.
That's nice.
Yes, they said
he went from a bear to a viper.
Yes, we had a meeting with the HR people from Sirius.
Yeah.
And you told him you didn't think...
They said Steve will be everyone's mentor, and I said I don't want Steve to be my mentor.
You told HR that?
Yes, I did.
You pretty much ratted out Steve.
Yes, I did. No, I didn't rat him out. No, I didn't rat him. I just said I don't want Steve to be my mentor.
Do you understand that that's negative? That negatively impacts Steve to
I
the
said,
superiors?
I asked them, could I have Sam as my mentor? And they said, who's Sam? And I explained to them, and I showed them. And they said, oh, okay, Sam, you can be, okay.
Not good.
Sam is my mentor, yes.
Paul has something.
Look at this. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Paul, you have something?
I just wanted to point out that some of David's executive duties
Yeah.
does include removing staples from pieces of paper and then restapling them after they've been filed and scanned.
Gotta be done.
And that you have to tell them that every day. Had to take the staples out and restaple again.
Why are you restapling stuff there, executive intern?
Those are the rules for all the darn paperwork that we got to clean up.
All the darn paperwork.
Radio friendly.
We got to clean up the mess of one specific individual who messed up all the paperwork and threw it all over their office, and we got to fix it all up, and it's all unorganized.
Who did that?
A certain individual that's no longer with us.
Okay.
Yes, a certain individual that's no longer with us threw all the paperwork all over the office and messed it up, and we have to reorganize it and scan it and.
Why did he
fix
throw
his
it
mess.
all over?
So he didn't do a good job. He wasn't doing his job. So now we got to fix it all up. So that's why I'm unstapling so that they can scan it.
Unstapling, scanning, and then stapling
And
again.
stapling again, and then filing them, sorting them by year and by alphabetical order.
He doesn't scan. He just pulls the staples out and then puts new staples in.
Oh, okay. You're not in charge of the scanning part.
No,
What,
I'm
do you
not in charge of the
delegate
scanning.
that?
Why aren't you doing
delegate
that part? Yeah.
Responsibility to someone else.
Yes.
More like he's not willing to learn how to do the scanning.
Do you know how to scan?
Yes, I know how to scan.
So why don't you scan?
I don't know. I just kind of decided on my own. Okay, I'm going to staple. I'm going to unstaple. I'm going to do the alphabetizing.
Now, about the time you get in, I've heard about this too. Now, what time do the interns report?
We are required to meet Sam at XM at 4:30 a.m.
Sam, 4:30 a.m. David, what time do you come in?
I come in at 4:40.
No, you don't come in at 4:40.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Your mentor is saying you don't come in at 4:40.
That's not true. I come in at 4:40.
You come in at 5 o'clock.
Mentor?
I do not come in at 5.
Everyone is saying you come in at 5.
Generally, he arrives around 4:45, which he says. I don't think it's necessarily true most of the time. But today he got here at 4:45 because we were walking from XM to CBS. Even though he saw us, he went to XM anyway. And when questioned, he explained he had to go up to XM, even though we were already there, to make sure the other interns didn't forget anything.
Oh, Jesus.
Takes his duties seriously.
So why do you come in later than the other interns?
It's. I got no explanation for that one.
But you're the executive intern.
That's one of the
You're
perks.
trying to make up your own hours?
No, I'm not trying to. No.
I think, David, that's one of the perks of being the executive intern.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what he just said.
I don't know. He's whispering to you while I'm talking to you. He's the executive intern. I think that's one of the perks of being.
So that's a perk. You're able to just come in later.
I guess it is.
Are you going to be supervising the Fluffernutter hat that we're putting on E-Rock to make sure it's done right?
Only if interns are doing it.
So if interns are involved, you supervise.
Yes, I don't supervise any of the staff members. Only interns.
Only interns. Paul, yes.
I
one
would
of
just
our
like to
interns.
point out that David's supervision usually involves asking one of us what he should be doing.
But you're the executive intern.
You're the executive
Why are you
intern.
asking them?
But then he doesn't do it anyway. So he'll ask us what to do, we'll tell him, and he won't do it.
That is not true. I do what I'm
Because
told.
he's the executive. He doesn't have to listen to you.
Right.
I forgot. I forgot.
The reason why I asked
Chain of command.
is because the paperwork project that we're involved in was explained.
It's a project.
Yes, it's a project. It was explained to Paul several times and not to me. So Paul's the one that knows what to do.
Right.
With
Okay.
that project, I was never explained what to do for
You're
that
just
project.
getting information. You're not asking for directions.
If you weren't on the air right now, what would you be doing as executive intern?
I'd probably
This second.
This second?
Yeah. If you weren't on the air.
Eating chalk.
I would never do a thing like that.
Well, of course not.
Well, no,
what would you
that
be
was a
doing?
joke.
I would probably be. I'd probably be thinking of duties to give to other interns.
Like what?
Yeah, like what?
I just want to know what you'd be doing as executive intern right now if you weren't in front of that mic.
That's a really good question.
Oh my God!
Why are you laughing?
Because it's funny.
David, do you see yourself more as an on-air guy? Is that what your heart is? You're an on-air guy.
As opposed to a behind-the-scenes cutting up audio and say, yes, definitely.
Cutting up audio, you don't need to learn to do that.
I kind of
he has no desire to cut
I kind of
up
learned
audio
how to do
whatsoever.
that at Connecticut Schools of Broadcasting, but but when I finished it, I'm like, that's not for me.
Yeah.
Is your last name Brent?
My last name is not Brent, no.
Certainly, you got kind of that vibe going.
My last name being Brent?
Yeah, David Brent from The Office.
Oh, I didn't get it.
I'm not as professional.
He got it. He got it.
He got it. Look, he's cracking up.
Yeah.
He's laughing. He's
What type of
laughing.
laughs we have around here?
All right,
There's been a rape up there.
We do have to take a break. We're like 20 minutes late because
Point
of,
at the stuffed monkey.
yeah, because of the executive intern, David. All right, David.
Not to say anything. It's a scream.
Like it's madness all the time.
Here Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you'd gone it was never an honest word. That was when I ruled the world. Bum, 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 ba-dum.
You're listening to the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius 197, XM 202. The virus. Opie and Anthony.
This Kentucky man just hit an infamous milestone. Henry Earl has now been arrested.
Has now been arrested?
100 and something times.
Milestone.
Is
I
it
already know.
time? How many times he's been arrested,
Yes,
or what
yes.
for? Oh, okay.
It's a milestone.
I will say 1,000 times.
That would be impossible.
I'm sticking with it
That's impossible.
because I don't care if I win or not.
I'm going to go with
How
it.
can
I'm
you go with
saying
1,000?
1,000.
That's insane.
I'm saying 1,000.
It's not enough days to be arrested
What?
1,000
I
times.
read this story and I can't remember if it's 100 or 1,000, but it's one of those.
I'm saying 1,000. 100's easy.
child support.
Holy moron.
He's thinking about what Bonnie's going to ask for when she leaves him. You just woke him up.
Yeah, the question.
Child support.
Yeah.
How many times he's been arrested? How do you? Let me ask you something. How do you pay child support? How do you say it?
How do you pay child support what?
How do you pay child support with comps from the hilarities?
All right,
How do you pay
throw
for
on
the
the
room?
stuttering and muttering. That was pretty funny.
He gets 2 for 1.
1,000? That's insane, Ant. Come on.
I'm going to say 1,000.
150.
Give me a real guess, Ant.
I'm saying 1,000.
150.
150 times arrested. Well, I read this story and I can't remember.
Well, here it is.
Just hit an infamous milestone. Henry Earl has now been arrested 1,000 times.
Yes! Swear, just took a guess. Right off the top of my head.
That's pretty solid.
I knew it. Is that him right there? All right, that makes perfect sense. Jesus Christ.
He has 1,000 different ways to cut his afro, too, I see in this
look
photo.
at all of those mugshots put together.
Wow.
He's been arrested 2 more times than he has kids. Even the way he said it was so unconfident. He's like,
I got something for Rich, in honor of Rich.
it's a person. There's a person stranded. There's a person stranded.
Let's help out Rich.
It's a person. There's a person stranded. There's a person stranded.
Well, we'll try to get you back on board there, Rich.
Look at his mugshots.
Yeah.
Wow, they're just scrolling along, and
He looks like someone.
he looks like everyone.
He looks like, what's his name? Morgan Freeman. That's hilarious.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh, geez, what happened to him there?
That's nice.
Getting a little older.
He does look like someone.
He does.
Only in America you could get arrested 1,000 times. How do you get arrested
He looks
1,000
like-
times?
He looks like all the roles Pryor played and which way was up. Or which way is up.
Oh, he went with a shaved head there.
Yeah. You know what?
Right.
They got a video of all his different looks. They should have.
Wow.
They should have done it like a flip book, Ant. Like a
Yeah.
lot faster. Just
Or morph him.
or more from.
I like that morphing.
Oh, that's a good idea too. Here's the rest of the story.
Has now been arrested 1,000 times, mostly for public intoxication and other nonviolent charges. All of those arrests have been in Lexington. Earl's latest brush with the law was Monday night. That's when he was picked up for alcohol intoxication. For the latest charge, a judge Tuesday sentenced him to 1,000 days behind bars for the crime, saying it was only appropriate. Earl has been famous for his extensive record. He's been arrested 35 times this year alone. A local TV station reports, in all, he's spent more than 4,000 days in jail. On average, he's out of jail about 2 days before he lands back behind bars. Earl also has been featured on late-night talk shows, and several websites are dedicated to tracking his arrest record.
Several late-night talk shows on BET.
Yeah. Go to that one shot of all the mugshots together. It just looks like the opening sequence of this bunch.
Go to that.
Wow.
Oh, wait, of the what?
Exactly.
No, I want to watch.
Enough people got it.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, that's terrible. That's just awful.
Right? No. That's hilarious.
Wow. Thank God for the beep.
Yeah. Oh my
Saves
God.
us every time.
Who was living with 30 children of his own?
The youngest one in prison.
Although one day when this dead meat met this hoe.
I knew it was much more than a trick. That wasn't bad.
Oh, no.
There's a
person.
There's a person stranded. There's a person stranded. Because I didn't have a
How this Jew would somehow ruin the fun.
That's the worst.
What the fuck is it with you?
Of Opie and Anthony.
Are you professional or not?
Listen to Opie and Anthony live and uncensored weekday mornings from 6 to 11 a.m.
Oh, good for you.
The Virus, Sirius 197, XM 202.
Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur.